Please put it in the chat if you can hear me because my YouTube has been doing some really weird-ish, okay? Like I don't even know what just happened. So put it in the chat if you can hear me cuz I don't know what just happened. So I don't just weird. It's just weird. It's weird, y'all. It's weird. I don't even know. Um, I don't even know. I don't even know what that was. I don't even know what that was. Like, hello. I hope you guys can hear me because again, I don't my phone. I got a new phone, so y'all bear with me for a second. Okay. Like I can't see you guys. Okay, there. Hello, everybody. If you can hear me, hello, because my phone just did some weird ish. Anyway, hey, everybody. Whew, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. My name is Kiki. This is Nomadic Kitty, where I discuss K-pop and the K-pop industry. It has been a long day. All right, Lisa said, yeah, can hear me. I don't know. It just like some screen popped up and I'm like trying to get it off. And then I was like, okay, I'm just going to go live. And then it went away. Are you recovering from Chicago? I saw a video on the news where they were talking about BTS fans getting ready for Chicago. So we're just going to give a minute to let everybody gather in here. We're going to stir some things up. I was actually about ready to do my hair, but I'm just going to stir some things up. I got hair relaxer. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I got hair relaxer. I'm stirring hair relaxer. Let's see what kind that I get because I'm real good with it. I got this kind. Have you guys used this kind? I haven't used this. I usually use the Dark and Lovely. This is not an ad. This is not an ad. This is me. Gotta fight through my hair issues. You still getting used to your phone? I've had my phone for 2 weeks, Lisa. Let me tell y'all something. So I got a brand new phone. On some of my apps, I did the whole Wi-Fi thing where I transferred things over. There's a few apps where my settings didn't transfer over to my new phone. So I had a bunch of videos and photos that I've been trying for 2 weeks now to transfer over. And I just said, oh, well, F it. So I have my old phone. I've been using my old phone and my new phone at the same time because I still have things over there. I finally looked the other day at my new phone and I looked and I was like, there goes all my settings. Finally, after 2 weeks, all of my settings just miraculously popped up. Like on my TikTok, I have all my settings on TikTok. When I transferred my account, like I can pull up like my TikTok account, but all of my settings were gone, disappeared. So I was like, well, I guess I'm using the old one. Now I look today and everything's, for some reason, there's a miracle. Not today, but the other day, all of my settings have miraculously transferred over. So yeah. So I'm happy, You stopped using relaxer years ago. I only use it. I think I relax my hair about once every 4 months. My phone is going to take me a time to figure out it too, Lisa. Yeah, I only relax my hair when during COVID. I relaxed my hair one time in a whole year. Like it was so liberating that I didn't have to relax my hair. But I have to relax my hair because my hair is like wild, honey. I'm not a hair person, y'all. I'm not a hair person. I'm not a makeup person. I am a skin person though. I am a skin person. Like I'm the skin queen. Like I know all the tips and like I'm a skin person. Makeup and hair, I had no interest in it as a kid. I have no interest in it as an adult. My kids know more about hair and makeup than I do. And she's 12. She could outdo me any day. My kid knows how to do a smoky eye. My kid knows the latest like eyeliners and makeup. I have no interest in makeup. Every time I wear makeup, my skin just flips the F out. So I'm like, I went to the BTS concert. My skin is still in recovery. Like I broke out all here. Like if you can't see it, but there's like you can see it. Like if I go up close, there's like breakouts all here. I hate that. Hello, Shelly. You don't relax your hair in years. Snail mail. I did. I had all the Wi-Fi turned on, all the goodies. And then for some reason it was just like my phone just woke up one day and was like, well, I guess here's all your settings. I'm like, so now I don't have to like mess with my old phone no more. I can just really I just use it as like when I'm reading something, I can put it to rest. I can finally retire my old Samsung. And my Samsung was an old Samsung. I got the new fold. So I got the new Samsung. And so I haven't had like a new phone probably in about 10 years. Like most of the phones I get are probably usually aftermarket because I don't really care. But my old phone was overheating, child. My old phone, it stopped the battery. This is the second time the battery, like I had to get a replacement because the battery blew up and my other one, and they resent me another one that's just refurbished. Child, I had that these old Samsung A54, like that the Samsung that came out like 4 or 5 years ago. I was like, yeah, maybe I need to upgrade. Yeah, the Galaxy Flip. Yeah. So yeah, the Galaxy Flip. My old phone was it would overheat. I would do videos and it would overheat. I would use GPS and it would overheat. And then if your phone starts overheating, it'll give this message where it has to go into dark mode. It's like blue blue phone going into dark mode because my phone would be overheating. And I live in Texas, so it's hot here. So it's like I couldn't take my phone. Like I would have to go. I would get in my car and then take my phone and then bury it underneath my purse so it just wouldn't be sitting there in the front. I had to bury it underneath something cool. Sometimes I have to like stick it up to the AC vent because like this I'm not lying, y'all. I had to stick up to like I was driving. I had my daughter sticking the phone up to the AC vent because it literally be like hot, and then I take the cover off of it and stick it up to the. I tell my daughter stick it up to the AC vent, or my son will be like, "Ah, you and your stupid phone." So that's how bad it was. That's how bad it was. Yeah, when you have to stick your phone up to the AC vent, just like a moment I get in the car, I get down the road and my phone start overheating. I'm like, wow, your kids are not tempted to get into K-pop. Oh, Chicago was expensive. Was it expensive? Dallas was not that bad. I think our tickets were 700 and something dollars a piece, like $750 a piece. But when I got them online and all that, do I want $400 for what? I why would I need $400? Yeah, Dallas tickets were 746, and that's not including like taxes and fees. I think it was almost 800 after taxes and fees, which is pretty good. Oh, the hotel. I'm sure the hotel. I'm just sending. You're sending for me $400. I mean, I'll take $400. Like I always take some money as long as I ain't got to do nothing strange for a piece of change. I ain't finna pop it or nothing. I ain't. Those days are over. Okay, those days are over. I don't do that no more. And train tickets. Ooh, that's too much. I had to go local. That would be something I have to save. I had to save up. like, I'm like, I don't do that no more. I'm respectable. I'm a mom. I don't do that no more. Right. Those tickets are expensive. They're expensive. I had a problem with my tickets. One day I'll tell you guys the horrible nightmare I've had with StubHub. I will never in my life ever sell any tickets on StubHub ever. Don't do it. I even reported them to the Better Business Bureau because it's so bad. StubHub is a ripoff, and they literally ripped me off. But that's a story for another day. But I'm angry, like I'm in dispute with them because like it's a whole mess. It's a long story. But StubHub, y'all, if y'all want to buy tickets and sell tickets, don't go through them. Like they on some bullshit for real. But other than that, you know, You're debating watching LA, the concert in LA. Is that where they're going next? After Chicago, they're going to back. They're going to LA. I don't keep up with what where they at. I don't I don't keep. Not since my concert is over. I'm like, okay, fellas, have fun. StubHub, don't ever do StubHub. StubHub, none but issues. Mm-mm. None but issues. I'm in dispute with them. They are rip off. They shady, and then you can't ever get a hold of anybody, and it takes them like 40 days just to fix anything. You going all 4 days if you can in LA? She going all 4 days. Oh my God. I wish I would have went 2 days. I really do, considering. Oh, and before we get started, like tonight, I got a whole bevy of things to talk about. Before I get started, you guys don't know, I went to my fifth gastro doctor because y'all know I was sick as a dog. I've been sick for a long time, y'all. If y'all don't know, I've had years of gastro problems. They finally figured out what was wrong with me. After these years of being told I have IBS, I have gastrointestinal problems, all this stuff. After years of being told that, they finally like figured out what's wrong with me. They're like, oh, well, because I keep going back to different gastro doctors. Hopefully they'll tell me something different than just, oh, you have gastrointestinal issues that flare up every once in a while. And I was like, this is not fun. Like being sick. I have ish to do. And so they told me I have a condition called gastroparesis. That's the name of it. And so it every symptom describes me: bouts of nausea, vomiting, um, indigestion. It's like where there's like a muscle like in my stomach where it doesn't push the food. The food will just sit there. Like I'll get really bloated and really full if I don't eat. If I eat something that's like I consider it a lot of food, but it's not a lot of food, loss of appetite, all kind of things. I was like, all of that is me. So there's something wrong with my stomach muscle where it doesn't filter the food. And so the food just sits there. And so it causes like undigested. And so it makes me sick. And they finally figured out what's wrong with me after all these years. Woo woo, yeah, yeah. So they put me on like this diet where I have to eat 4 to 6 small meals a day, which is hard for me anyway because I don't eat that much. But it's just something that I have to manage. I just don't care for it. I just have to manage. And then I also have a problem with my vagus nerve. I have vagus nerve problems, which has caused this, which they don't understand why I have vagus nerve issues, but I have to go see a neurologist for that. But to get a better diagnosis. But they think that's something wrong with my vagus nerve, and I don't know why. Who knows? I mean, genetics. I don't. I knew what a vagus nerve was years ago when I started to having these really weird symptoms. And then every time I looked it up, it was something about my vagus nerve. And so vagus nerve affects your vertigo. I have really bad vertigo. And so it like apparently gets inflamed, flares up, and I have really bad vertigo, you guys. Like lately it's been real bad. Like I walk upstairs and I'm like, okay, you know, which has to do with your vagus nerve. And I thought it was my inner ear, and it's not my inner ear. They're like, so I finally figured out what's wrong with me, y'all. I'm so happy. I'm so excited that I got diagnosed. Because after all these years of being told, it's just, I was like, it's not just what I'm eating. I barely even eat as it is. I barely eat, y'all. Your neurologist appointments, break out the tilt table. Oh no, I'm scared. So I finally got I'm just happy that I finally figured out what's wrong with me because it gets really tiresome being sick. Like I'll have weeks where I'm fine, and then like I said with the BTS concert, it was full on nausea, vomiting. I can't eat, no appetite. And so like my weight has dropped quite a bit. Like I'm up to lost 20 pounds in over a month and a half now, but that's purposeful. But a lot of it is just me not having an appetite to eat. But then I'm lifting weights and I know I need to eat protein. So you had 3 slices of pizza. You were done for. I haven't had pizza in a long time. I can't eat like bread and stuff like that. Like I can't do bread and starches. Like it makes me sick. Makes me really ill, like violently ill. Like it's just too much. Like my stomach is like I barely even eat. Okay, first of all, I'm on a diet. Like I had to tell like my gastro doctor, my new one. Like I had explained to them, like I don't eat carbs. So, which is a good thing. They told me it's a good thing that I don't eat carb and I don't eat starches. So, um, like the meat is even better. But if I do eat meat, I'm just gonna have to break it up into smaller bits. Like if I do eat meat, I cannot eat like two or three pieces of grilled chicken. I can't do that. Like I'm gonna have to break this grilled chicken up. I'm gonna have to break this grilled chicken up. But it's thank God if I ate like a normal person, I would probably be dry heaving somewhere in a corner crying. But I don't eat starches and grains will fill you up quicker, and then my stomach doesn't have the muscle to push that through. But thank God I don't eat that. But it's the meat. Like if I eat meat, because I think right before I got sick at the BTS concert, like I started feeling sick, but it's because I went to Austin. Y'all remember I went to Austin. When I went to Austin, I ate like food. I ate like meat and barbecue and stuff like that. And then right after Austin, I started to get sick. And I'm like, oh God, like I started to get sick. It was just too much. So I can't eat a lot of stuff at one time. I just have to break up this meat and vegetables. I have to break them up into smaller pieces and smaller bites and smaller meals. And I have to really, really chew my food and stuff like that. So because it's getting to the point where like my body is getting into like malnutrition land. Like I took blood work and everything, and it's like I'm slightly malnourished because I don't eat a lot. So I don't eat a lot. And they're like, you're slightly malnourished, but other than that, you're okay. I was like, well, that's what happens when you vomit every day. Yeah, being sick during a concert was the worst. Yeah, I finally proper diagnosis after so many going to so many gastro doctors. After having y'all, I've had a colonoscopy. I've had two colonoscopies. I've had them go down my throat to figure out if there's anything wrong with my small intestines. And it all came back negative. I've had all kinds of blood work, urine, fecal. I've had all of it. And they were like, because they thought about like one time I had an intestinal virus. All that came back negative. And they couldn't explain. They were just like IBS. So IBS is irritable bowel syndrome. They'll tell you that if they can't diagnose you. It's just like, I don't know, IBS. Your bowels are just irritable sometimes. And I'm like, okay, so, and then they gave me medication to try to help it and everything, the nausea and stuff. And I was just like, okay, well, I guess I got to deal with it. And they were like, no, you don't have IBS. You're literally, your stomach muscle is not pushing food down. I was like, thank you. It's not irritable. IBS is such a catch-all. It's such a catch-all term. I hate it. They're like, oh, IBS. And I'm like, okay. So I just accepted IBS for the longest time. And then I finally figured out that it's not IBS. And Jennifer's like, are you sure you have IBS? Because it doesn't sound like you do. I'm like, that's what they tell me. But now they're like, no. At BTS concert, I didn't want to eat. I didn't want to drink. I didn't want to do nothing. I told you, I was telling Jennifer, I don't care. Didn't Namjoon have, does he have IBS? Does he? I don't know. I told Jennifer, I don't care if you got to strap me to that chair. Girl, prop me up and get some rope and just, I've been like at the concert like this. I was determined. I was like, girl, I don't care if you got to prop me up and strap me down. Like, girl, you better do what you got to do. Because I'm not missing this concert. Acid reflux and girl. Yeah, they thought I had acid reflux too, but they were like, no. They're like, no, that's not it. They checked for all of that and they were like, IBS. I'm like, you sure? Yeah, IBS, sure. Now they're like, no, you actually have a physical condition. I'm like, they're like, it's not, they're like, it's just your intestines, it's not pushing. And then like that whole vagus nerve thing, I knew this. I knew I had that. So the vagus nerve thing, I've been trying to tell doctors for years that when I started having very strange symptoms of like fainting, like I've had bouts of like me fainting. And I was like, I don't understand what this means. And then like they checked me out and they were like, oh, you seem fine. They checked my head out. But then like there's certain circumstances, like if I get really dehydrated and really hot, I'm thinking, okay, heat spell. I tell y'all, vagus nerve, if you look it up, it runs through your entire body and it affects so many different things. And the biggest thing is that if you are under a lot of pressure, Like I would go and lift weights, like heavy weights. And then I would pass out. Like I would literally be in the gym lifting, like, oh yeah, you lift, bro. Like I would be in the gym years ago. And I lift and I was at the gym and I lift and I was straining. I was trying to pull up thing and I literally blacked out. And I was like, and like there was a guy standing over me and he was like, oh my God, ma'am, are you okay? Like I literally like felt myself boom hit the ground. Like I went boom and I hit the ground. And I didn't know what was wrong with me. I was like, maybe I didn't drink enough, maybe I didn't eat enough. And then I noticed when I lift heavy weights, I would feel like I was gonna pass out. And I'm like, okay. So I blame the weightlifting. They're like, no, it's your vagus nerve. Vagus nerve, when you strain or push or pull or strain, it causes like a drop in your blood pressure and you'll lose consciousness. And then I noticed one time I was trying to pick up my son one time. I was trying to lift him up, because he was sick and I was lifting him up. And the moment I lifted him and strained, I was like, I got all dizzy and I felt it. I was like, I'm going to pass out. And I was like, why is every time I lift something heavy, I feel like I'm going to pass out? And so nobody can explain to me. It's your vagus nerve. It causes your blood pressure to drop. It's the craziest thing I've never heard of it until a doctor was like, oh, it seems like you have a problem. And then my vertigo is really bad. And that's your vagus nerve, all of that. I never heard of what a vagus nerve was. I have a vagus like cinescope, like there's like a vagus cinescope thing. And that's what it's called. It's when you lift or strain and like it just causes my blood pressure to drop real quick. And then boom, I'll pass out. And it is one of the frighteningest things ever. Cause I told them, I was like, can I still drive? And they're like, yeah, you can still drive. You can still, but they were like, just don't strain. If you strain yourself too much, if you feel like you're gonna get dizzy, just sit on the floor, lay flat because your blood pressure is dropping. It's just there's nothing we can do. They just it's fright. I was like, I don't like I go to the gym. They're like, just be careful. I was like, so I'm back in the gym again, and I'm like, you see me in the gym going. I'm like lifting. I'm like, okay, all right, I ain't not, hey. I try not to lift too much and overexert myself, but I am in the gym. I am in the gym lifting, y'all. But so I don't want to be in the gym like, and pass out. Like I make a joke about it, but it's a very frightening feeling. And so, yeah. So that's what's going on with me. You told me you stuff your bra with breakfast bars. That sounds like something I would do. That sounds very me. That's how I'm over here like, okay, let me put some fruit in here. And it's I remember when we used to go out to the bars, I used to have those little bottles of alcohol, and I'd be trying to I walk in there. They be looking at me like, man, what is that? I'm like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's my bra. Like I'll be having little things of alcohol. What is POTS? What is that? What is that? When I stick alcohol in my bra, I like it's natural. It's my days of clubbing. Y'all know back in the day, I used to be a bad girl. I tell y'all back in the day, I'm a bad girl. I'll be in the club fighting. Yeah, I'll go to club. I ain't got into fights at clubs. I'll tell you all the time, I was like, can't nobody bring up not about redemption. Me at 19, 20 years old is not me now at 50 something. Like when I was younger, I was a wild child. I was such a wild girl. Wild, I was wild. I was wilding out in my 20s. Like in my 20s, I'll be at the fight. I'll be at the club telling my, come on. I'll be ready to fight somebody to drag me out of there. I didn't get kicked out by bouncers. I've been drunk. I mean, I used to fight when I was younger. I used to go to the club and just fight people just because we were bored. Well, we weren't bored. It's just that we would get into trouble with people, and then I would fight. Like I was a fighter. I spent a lot of my younger years fighting somebody somewhere. I'll be ready to scrap for people. I'll be like, snatching wigs off. I didn't have my wig snatched off. Like I ain't been in many clubs. We used to just throw down. Like it just depends on what mood I was in that night and how much drink I had. I was a wild girl for a lot of years. And then I hit about 26 and 27 and I all kind of went away. And I was like, oh, I'm over this. I stopped hanging around these people. I used to hang around a wild set of people, like people that been to jail, people that just got out of jail. I dated my ex boyfriends. I mean, I could probably at least 10, 11 of my ex boyfriends have been incarcerated. So I was a wild child. 21 up fan, which I talking about. I think I putting stuff in my bra. Like when I was younger, I was just wild. I was a wild girl. I was in a gang. Y'all know I got tattoos. Like I was nothing. I'm nothing. The person before you was nothing like I started. I was a whole nother person when I was in my 20s. A whole nother you. Like if I would meet my old self, I'd be like, girl, I don't. Girl, who's you? Because I don't. Is that me? Like I wouldn't even recognize myself. My old self wouldn't recognize this me being calm and sweet and funny. And when I was younger, I was serious and I had an attitude problem and I cussed everybody. I mean, I'm still kind of like that. But when I was younger, I was so angry. I was just had a chip on my shoulder. I was angry. I was angry all the time. So I don't know who. I look back at that person and I'm like, I don't even know that person. That person was very angry all the time. She was always cussing, fighting, yelling at somebody all the time. I don't know who that person is. So yes, people can change. I am not that person I was a long time ago. I've bumped into people that I used to know and they're like, who are you? I'm totally like suburban mom. Like my kids think I'm like vanilla suburban mom. They're like, our mother is real calm and she speaks in hushed tones most of the time. And I'm like, kids, let's go here, kids. Like I don't like. And then like if my kids catch me catch me in a mood or like something will hurt them, then another side of me will come out and my kids be like, who, what? They're like, mom, what'd you say? I was like, never mind, never mind. Like it's something like somebody almost hit my kid. I was like, I was like, you in there for you SOB? Then my kids are like, mom. I'm like, oh, oops. My kids is like, oh my God, did she just say? Because I don't even cuss around my kids. So my kids, they hear me rattle off a litany of profanity. My kids are like, but only if I get really angry. I get like if something happened, like my children, because like I said, somebody almost hit my child, like a couple of years ago, and I went off, and my kids were like, "Mama, Mama, she just was cussing." They told Jennifer, she was cussing, and she was real scary, real violent, because they see me like I went from like sweet suburban mom to like what MF whatever I F you up. If yeah, on site, MF on site, MF like they were like I was like, okay, kids. I was like, anyway, kids, let's go to the grocery store. They were like, what was all that about? I was like, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I was like, on site, MF, you was in my effing kid, you pussy ass motherfucker. They like I was like, oh, that's right, kids. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, y'all didn't hear that. My kids are like, who is this person? I'm like, that's the other side. They're like, I'm scary. I'm like, sometimes. But they just know me as like just calm and cool and just very vanilla. I'm like, let's go, kids. Child, my kids see the side of me. They be in shock. They be like, mama. I'm like, it's okay. It's okay, kids. We're good. I know. I was like, they're like, it's okay, kids. It's okay. Like I used to, and then I had to tell my kids, like years ago, like I used to be in a gang, and my kids were like, "You used to be in a gang?" I'm like, "Yes." They're like, "No way." My kids, and I had to show them pictures, and they're like, "You used to be in a gang?" I was like, "Kids, by the time they're like, you used to be in a gang?" They're telling their friends, "Our mama used to be in a gang." I was like, "Oh, telling your friends she used to be in a gang." We have pictures. She's like holding up guns and things. Like our kids are so. She's holding up guns. And she has weapons. I don't even know. She's wearing a bandana. She's throwing up gang signs with her hands. I don't like my kids couldn't fathom it. They was like, "This is you." I was like, "That's me." They're like, "Wait, this is you?" I was like, "Yeah, that's me." They're like, but you're wearing a bandana. You don't have gangster. What is this? My poor kid's mind was just scarred. They're like, oh, now they make fun of it. They make jokes. They're like, oh, your mom was in the gang. You know, they're like, oh my God. They're like, because they can't believe it because the way I act is so, they're like, you just a mom from the suburbs. I was like, okay, kids, I'll let y'all believe that. But I don't have that. But anyway, let's get started. What are we going to talk about first? We're going to talk about Big Bang again. I talked about Big Bang last week. And last week I had to cut it short because I had to go pick up my son. But we're going to talk about Big Bang this week. YG has staked everything on Big Bang, y'all. Like in Baby Monster in this comeback. YG, Blackpink, by the way, are out doing their own thing. We're gonna talk about Blackpink too, briefly. About them they're all coming out with solos, by the way. Nothing. Spoiler alert, all the Blackpink members are coming out with solo songs and solo albums and mini albums and stuff. Away from YG. It's like once the tour was over and the 10-year anniversary, they're like, enough of this. We're out. Enough of this, ladies. Let's get back to work. Like they were over that. The 10-year anniversary came, and they a week later they were announcing solo albums and tour. And I posted some of the things about Lisa, and Jenny got 2 songs out and everything. And Jenny's song Heaven is actually a good song. I actually like that song. But so YG expecting Big Bang. It has not been going, unfortunately, how people think. Yes, Big Bang has a tour. Yes, Big Bang has a new song, Big. And Jennifer did not like the song. I asked Jennifer, I said, what do you think? Oh, by the way, speaking of Jennifer, Jennifer's in South Korea right now. She's on a plane right now going to South Korea. She'll be in South Korea for 2 weeks. So I'll get her videos and pictures, and I will try to post like her stuff in my shorts because she's in South Korea for 2 weeks right now. Again, South Korea again. And so that's where Jennifer is at. She's on the plane, just knocked out. So Big Bang, YG needs that Big Bang money, and things have not been going the way that they planned. I've been looking at some of the charting, and I'm not an expert on reading charts and stuff like that. I've been looking at some of the charting and the tours. I don't know. I've been trying to find information on how the tour's been selling, and I'm having a hard time finding that information. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong spots because I'm trying to see, are these venues been sold out? You think about G-Dragon being labeled as a racist? Lord have mercy. Oh, Lord. Blackpink basically was like, well, anniversary over. See you in 5 to 10 years, right? Blackpink was like, well, this was over with. Okay, anyway, we got a solo shit to get back to. We ain't got time for this right now. They're like, see you in 5 to 10 years, deuces. Our contract is up. I think that people saying their contract is up either this year or next year. They were like, we'll come back when we feel like it. Blackpink is doing their own thing. Like I said, and if you remember, you see, I did a Blackpink tea video, and I told y'all in that video that Blackpink is over K-pop. They are in YG because they're in a contract, and Blackpink is over K-pop. Blackpink want to be their own women doing their own things, and they want to be Western pop stars. They do not want to be K-pop pop stars. They want to be free of the system and do their own thing and create the music that they like. And I said, more power to them, ladies. Right on. I support them. But Big Bang, to me, again, and I'm not trying to drag Big Bang because I like Big Bang. And on top of that, I don't think G-Dragon is a racist. I think that Galaxy Entertainment told him not to say anything about that t-shirt thing. And I think Galaxy told him not to say anything. His entertainment company. But I think that the Big Bang thing was a money grab by YG. I think it is, I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. To me, it is evil as hell not to have TOP there. And there is no good reason why TOP should not be there. And I'm not saying this, TOP being my bias, which he is, and I'm a big fan, but there is no reason why TOP shouldn't be there. The only reason TOP is not there, in my opinion, from what I hear, is personal reasons. It's not professional reasons. It is not. So if TOP wanted to do it, I'm sure he would think about it. If they would have threw enough money at him, he would have did it. But I think that, again, I think that there is some internal things going on. Oh shit. Oh, it's hitting me. Oh, get it. Now I think there are some internal personal things going on that I don't know who to blame or who not to blame. But I'm looking at Daddy Yang, I'm looking at Daddy YG. Um, because I think, like I said before, from what I heard, he and TOP don't like each other. But to me, again, I said it last week, to listen to Big Bang get up there and do songs, and there's no TOP there, sounds silly and sounds dumb to me. And I'm not trying to be rude, but it just does. To listen to them going bang bang bang, and I'm like, ain't no T, and then to have all of TOP's verses just be a backtrack or whatever. That's crazy to me. You know, that's crazy to me. It's not. It is not Big Bang without TOP. It's just not. It's like three dudes on stage, and they're doing a good job, and their energy is good so far and everything like that. But I think a lot of the fans were upset that they don't have more locations in North America. And then number two, a lot of people were upset because there ain't no TOP there. And how you gonna not have no TOP after the Squid Game thing? And everybody was all excited. And when it got announced like a year and a half ago, we were all excited. And then they're like, oh, by the way, TOP not gonna be there. I'm like, okay, well, like I would want to go see them if they come to Dallas, but then again, I'm trying to figure out where my purse at. Trying to get my other phone. I'm trying to figure out how this tour is doing. I have not found. Again, maybe I'm looking in the wrong spots because I'm trying to see how this tour is doing, and I have not found too much information. When I was looking, I've been looking for the past couple of days. I'm like, have they sold out? Have they not sold out? What? Like usually, when the venues sell out, the agency is quick to put that out there in the media. And then when I go and read Korean media about this tour and stuff like that, there's just not a lot of articles written about this tour. You would think with a legendary group like Big Bang, there would be articles written all the time. There are articles, but it's not anything regarding it's regular PR articles that I'm sure YG had them write. But there's nothing else you would think that this would be like a really big thing. And I just don't see them. You saw them at Coachella and they were okay. But not, you said not now without TOP, baby. I said, I like, ugh. It's a no for me. So as much as I like Big Bang and I respect them, even their articles I read are just kind of like, yeah, they on tour, okay. It's not even, it's lackluster. And so again, from what I'm hearing, from what the whisper, the little bird, the word on the curve is that this tour is not selling as good as they thought it was going to be. And they thought that they were going to add more dates. And I heard that they're going to add more dates. And that was in the beginning. But now I'm starting to hear that they don't even know if they're going to even add more dates now, because from what I'm hearing is that it's, when they're looking at the merchandise, that is the prices and the merchandise revenue that's coming in, they're saying that the merchandise ain't even selling like it's supposed to be selling. So that's what I heard. And I wanted to verify that, because just because people tell me things, I don't believe it. I want to go see my own stuff. So I was like, I'm trying to see, is there any kind of ticket numbers, merchandise sales numbers? I like I said, I have not found it. I just, like I said, maybe I'm looking in the wrong. I even went on social media and was trying to look around, and I'm just like, because I want to see how the tour is doing. And I don't know if they maybe just hasn't released the numbers yet because it's really early. But I'm just telling y'all, there's just something very odd about this whole Big Bang reunion tour, that I just think that it's not the cash grab that YG thought it was going to be. So I'm interested to see what their numbers look like the next quarter without the Blackpink tour numbers and all that. I'm interested to see what YG's revenue and stuff look like next quarter, because I promise you that they are not breaking in the dough like they thought they would be, with Big Bang. You knew, Lisa said she already knew it wasn't going to do well. Damn, Lisa. I think Lisa did say that earlier, that she thought it wasn't going to do well. So yeah, I have to see it. And they've been doing the promotion things. They've been doing variety shows, TV shows. I've been watching them. It's good to see them together. But even when they're doing their interviews and variety things, I'm sorry, it's not the same without TOP. It's just not. Like even during the interviews, they were on there with Epic High. I watched the Epic High thing, and G Dragon has been on his best behavior. He hasn't been a total weirdo. So I like G Dragon, but sometimes he's a little bit much. Like he's a little out of it sometimes. And he's been very coherent and a team player. But even when they do the interviews, I'm just like, somebody's missing in this equation. Like TOP kind of gave them like the balance. You haven't heard anything about the Big Bang comeback? Not much. I haven't. I had to go out and look for these things. It wasn't like it was all in my face. I had to go because I subscribe to their channel and I'm online searching for things. These things will be recommended when I'm seeing them on variety show. It'll pop up in my YouTube feed. But like I said, that's only because I'm out here searching for things. You know, the algorithm. If the numbers aren't doing well, the company will suppress the numbers. Yeah. That's what people are telling me. Yeah, because again, I'm not finding that much information because if the numbers are doing well, the company will be out here bragging. You will see press releases like BTS talking about that BTS is the what were they saying it today? I read it today. I didn't repost it, but this is like the second highest grossing tour all year besides the weekend. But they've done less. BTS have done less dates than the weekend has. So I always see updates about BTS's tour and the numbers and the revenue. I always see that in the news in Korea all the time. But I'm like Big Bang, I haven't not seen them really talking about it like that. So I'm just like, ooh, it must not be going well, you know. They're oh yeah, Lisa said they're not reporting on the tour at all. Okay. Well, yeah, I thought it was just me. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. I kind of feel bad for them, but either way, I feel like they're getting paid. So I guess that that's a good thing. They're getting paid. Yeah, but yeah, BTS made yes, $433 million from 38 shows now. Yes, that's a lot. And like I said, I'm happy that Big Bang is back, but this is not. I'm just sorry, y'all. But this just to me feels like a blatant money grab from YG, which YG is not. Y'all know me and YG. I be feeling child, I be feeling like I be again, and I respect YG, but I be wanting to just windmill on them. So I just want to swing on them because the things that they do is so tone deaf and bonehead. And the things that they do is so obvious that it's about money. And did y'all hear the Big Bang song? Everything big, 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 everything big. Jennifer heard it, saw the video. Jennifer didn't like. Jennifer's like, oh no. I heard it. I saw the video, and I'm like, all right, like I'm trying to get in the benefit of the doubt, y'all. I really am. But that song Big sounds like a throwback to like 2016, 2017 Big Bang, like a B-side. Like it didn't sound like a new song. I would have think that they would have came out with something a lot better than that. Like Big Bang deserves a lot better than that. Big Bang is cranked out hit after hit after hit, banger after banger after banger. And to hear them come out with everything big, 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 oh, this is what we this is what we doing now. Oh, okay. I was so disappointed. I was like, oh, you don't listen to K-pop much in general? I do because I'm a content creator. Talking about YG is desperate. Yeah, their artists not they're like Treasure's not doing well. Baby Monster's not doing well. Again, they got these two new groups coming out that we don't know whether it's going to be later this year or next year. We don't know when these other two. They got another boy group, another girl group that haven't debuted. They're just sitting there draining money. I guess they've been trainees for like years now. So I don't know. But like I said, that YG Big by Big Bang to me was a disgrace to Big Bang. That is not the music videos on YouTube. Y'all go look at it. That ain't it, honey. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it, y'all. That I like, baby. That ain't it. You know. I know a lot of y'all. I've had people come and say they like Baby Monster, but YG has just mismanaged them. YG, Baby Monster, their music will chart like the first couple of days and then it'll fall off. Like it'll be popular. All the people want to buy it, and then they'll just fall off. And I'm just like, what about Girl Set? Girl Set is JYP. They were JYP. Girl Set, I don't know what about them. JYP supposed to be coming out with another boy group, y'all. I think. I do. Yes, you're right, V Marie. You are exactly right. Those tour numbers need to be taken with a grain of salt. Right. Right. I agree. Those tour numbers, you just have to take them. I'll be like, okay, that sounds nice. YG just got problems, y'all. But so Big Bang, I'll watch their tours, and I saw them perform live. I've seen them perform live on YouTube, and they look good. They look coherent. They look good. I've seen their dance practices. Again, G Dragon is surprisingly as coherent. I'm like, I'm sitting there because I was worried about G Dragon. I was like, I don't know how coherent G Dragon gonna be. G Dragon is on point. He is out there dancing. He's out there singing. I was in shock, honey. I've been as shocked as how good they were, how good they still are. And that just makes me even more like this is just to me, it seems like a wasted opportunity to me. So I just have to say it seems like a wasted opportunity. I just think like how much badass they would have been if TOP would have been there. He would have brought a whole nother vibe to them. But they all look good. Taeyang running around with no shirt on is typical. Daesung, he looking good with his blue hair. All of them look good, sound good. They're on their best behavior. All of that. It's just like, okay, that song, and they're supposed to be coming out with another song and another video. I think within another couple of weeks, and I don't know what song that is because they're coming out with a new album and everything. And hopefully the other songs will be better than Big because Big to me just ain't it. Like it's just not there. Girl said it's going okay, right? I don't know who is running it. Daddy Yang is still head of the creative control, but his brother actually, quote unquote, runs the company, is the CEO of the company. But we really know that that's just a front. That Daddy Yang still runs YG. You listen to In Hype and Evan, TXT, BTS. We're gonna talk about TXT too because they're going on tour. Cortis, New Jeans, Stray Kids, Rise. That's pretty much it for K-pop. K-pop, the only group I consistently listen to is BTS. That's the only group I can. But then again, I don't listen to a lot of music because I'm not into music like that. I'm not a music lover, so I had to be in the mood to listen to music. I'm not. Y'all know I'm not into music. Y'all know music is just a buzz noise in the back. I have to be in the mood to listen to music. I got to be at the gym working out or sometimes, but sometimes I don't listen. I have to be in the mood to listen to music. Like sometimes I get in the mood or I hear a song and I'm like, oh, I want to hear this song, and then but other than that, I the people who listen to music every day and all that, that's not me. I'm trying to think the last time I listened to music more than like one song at a time. Like I listened to like a couple of songs like back to back to back. I don't know. It's been besides the BTS concert. I don't know. The last time I listened to like a lot of music, like more than 3 or 4 songs in a row, was probably like 4 months ago. Like I'm a situational. Like I'll hear a song and be like, oh okay, or it'll accidentally pop up on my YouTube feed. But I'm not a music person. Like I'm not. I had to be in the mood to listen to some music. But I think like the last time I listened to BTS concert was the first time I listened to a lot of music in a long time, like all at once. I get annoyed with music. I hear a few songs and I'm like, okay, enough of that. I could be doing something else. You know, the only group you listen to is BTS. Yeah, you're getting K-pop fatigue. A lot of people have said that they're getting K-pop fatigue because there's so many groups now that come out every week. I do keep up with the groups though, even though I don't listen to their music, but I do keep up with like this group is going on tour, this group is doing solos, this person. I do keep up what's happening in a lot of groups, but again, that's because I'm a content creator. That's the only reason. If I wasn't a content creator, I wouldn't know any of this stuff. Like I wouldn't even have any interest in none of this stuff. Like TXT, yeah, we're gonna talk about TXT. So that's it. So that's it. Hopefully, like I said, if Big Bang do something else, or I'll figure out some numbers or something, I'll come back. So speaking of Big Bang, like we're going on to Blackpink. So Blackpink has released their solos. Jisoo, Jenny, and Lisa is coming out with solos. Rose so far has not said anything about any solos that she's coming out. I think I heard that she's working on it. So she may not come out with something that may be announced within the next couple of weeks or couple of months. That's what I heard. That she's just late to announce it. But it seems like they're all pretty much coming out with stuff around the same time. And you know that like they all have different markets. Like Jisoo is mostly in the Korean markets and the Asian markets. Jenny is just kind of like everywhere. She sings in English and all that. And then Lisa, her album or mini album is going to be in English as well. So yeah, Dreamcatcher was cool. I don't consider BTS. I don't consider BTS K-pop anymore. They got disbanded. Who got disbanded? So with Blackpink, if you have y'all heard the Lisa teaser? I put it on my post on YouTube. She has a teaser about her new song, and I yeah. Lisa is my bias, y'all. But that song that she got out, nah, bro, that's not it. That's not it, y'all. I'm like Lisa, honey, that's not it. Hopefully, the other songs on her album is going to be better, but that's not it. That's not it, y'all. That's not it for me. Again, I don't know who Lisa worked with, you know, for this new song. I'm not sure. I guess we have to just wait and see. But that new song, I mean, I just, she got a new song coming out called Sawadika. So that's coming up, and it's just not it. Like, there's teasers online, and it's just not it. It's just not it for me. I'm gonna no. It sounds like an old song. Like let me see her other song. She got another song that's coming out. Let me look at this song. Let me look, y'all. What's the name of it? Because she released like the music, the Taylor. Okay, Lisa's new pre-release single is entitled Sawadika, which will debut September the 3rd. She has her new album comes out October 23rd called Press Play. And yeah, like they released the cover out art for Press Play and Sawadika, and it's just like, it's Lisa has a style that is like this kind of like hard hitting, like not hard hitting, but like thumping, like techno beat stuff that I don't really, again, it's not my taste, but it just sounds old to me. Sounds like music that people were doing like 10 years ago. And it just sounds old to me. It just, Jenny, to me, Jenny's Less Than a Lover in Heaven. I Go ahead, Jenny. No problem. Now, I don't know how Jenny is going to chart. I don't know. We have to see when her album comes out. But I like the song Heaven. I actually kind of like that. It's not my type of music, but I kind of like it. And Less Than a Lover, it's not my kind of song, but Jenny's music sounds modern. It sounds like it just sounds modern. It has a very modern poppy feel to it. But this stuff, Lisa, that teaser she released, I'm like, oh, it just sounds like some techno song from like 2010. Like, it's just, Rose is your bias. Yeah, yeah. You Zero Base was good too. Zero Base one. I haven't listened to them. I've listened to a few songs, but yeah, that Lisa song, you just have to hear it. It's just, I'm like, this sounds like some old techno song. I'm like, girl, I mean, maybe she trying something different. I don't know. But to me, like with Lisa's last album, my critiques was that Lisa's last album was all over the place. It was rock, it was rap, it was techno. To me, it was incoherent. Like, I don't know who Lisa is as an artist. I don't know what her style is. I don't know none of these things. Rose, I get it. Jisoo, I get it. Jenny, I think Jenny with this album is coming more into her own. But Lisa, to me, still is just trying to, and it's okay. It's okay, boo. Maybe she's still trying to, but it just seems all over the place again. I'm so sick of this bad bitch. And that's what the whole song was. It's like, the whole song was like, look at me, I got it. Look at me, and I'm just like, Lisa, honey, we doing this again. We doing this again. We doing look at me, look. Okay, like I'm just getting tired of that. I don't know who Jenny is trying to sing like. Jenny trying to sing like somebody, honey, but I don't know who she's trying to do. But she trying to do somebody. Jisoo's latest album was kind of cute. I think I listened to maybe 2 songs on her last album, but it's too K-popish. Jisoo album was just too K-popish for me, but it was cool though. Oh no, we didn't do Madonna like that. Don't do Madge like that. Don't. Don't do Madonna. Madonna is the greatest of all time. Y'all know I love Madonna. I have a soft spot in my heart for Madonna. I was a huge Madonna fan when I was younger. I love Madonna. Madonna got talent though. Madonna could dance. She could sing. She just maybe Lisa trying to do the Madonna thing. I just don't know what Lisa's trying to do this early out the gate with just being her second album. And like I said, I'm just tired of like, look at me, I'm rich and I'm bad and I'm cool. And I'm like, okay. I want her to do something different. Like Jenny did that with her last album. You know, Jenny was like, Jenny, have you ever met Jenny? Ooh, how about that Jenny? Like Jenny did that. Jenny learned from her first album. Then now I need to do something a bit more realistic, more grounded, more artistic. You can throw in the fun bad girl, bad boss girl songs in there, but to have I hope Lisa's album, the whole album isn't like that because I can't do the bad bitch girl boss thing for the whole album. I get fatigued over that because to me, it doesn't fit Lisa's personality. Like her personality seems more bubbly and cutesy. Her and Jenny both are not smoldering kind of chicks. My critiques with their last album is I'm having a hard, it seems to me not authentic. It seems like they play acting. It seems like this is the music that's trendy and I have to get out here and act like this and shake my ass a little bit because this is what's going to sell. I don't see Jenny or Lisa acting like this in their real lives. I don't see them. You know, when I hear Meg Thee Stallion talking about real hot girl shit, I believe Meg Thee Stallion when she says real hot girl shit. Jenny come out there talking about I'm the baddest and I'm in the club and I'm like, girl, is you though, girl? Is you really though? I'm like, girl, but you ain't really though. But you, girl, I'm a little girl, go sit down somewhere. You know, I don't believe them. And so to me, it's like a little kid that's play acting. It's like I got to get out here and do this and be like, woke up in the morning, like, please don't take my money out. Yo, F up the world, F up the world. Like, I'm like, Lisa, oh, that's cute. Do I really believe you want to F up the world? I don't know, Lisa. I don't really believe you. You know, I don't find it authentic and believable. It's like, it's play acting, you know. Yes, they need to be themselves and stop trying to imitate Western art. That's right, V. Marie. Right. Give us something authentic, you know. Yes, we don't need another Sabrina Carpenter. I don't need them running around on stage in lingerie and twirling around the stripper pole. Okay, Sabrina Carpenter, she got that. I don't need them to be another KATSEYE. They got that. I need them to act like how they really is. Because that persona, every time I see Jenny get out there and do these songs, I just be giggling because I'm like, girl, is that really you though? Like, you look like a little girl. I know she a grown woman, but the way she acts is not like this boss girl like persona. Like she don't have that kind of gravitas about her to be up here like, yeah, you know. I'm like, girl, okay. You know, it's like, girl, go sit down somewhere. Like, really, girl? Like the music that Jenny is doing now, to me, fits her. Like, Less Than a Lover. Let's do a song about love. Let's do a song about you on the islands with some dude. I don't know which dude it is. Is it Kai? Is it G Dragon? Is it V? I don't know which man you talking about in the song. Maybe it's all three, girl. I don't know. But that's a cool song. And in Heaven, that Heaven song, I like the video. I like the concept. I like the song. It fits her. But this, yeah, girl. Girl. Like that shit, I'm like, girls. I'm like, please stop. And so Lisa do this. Lisa will wear the outfits. And I'm like, I don't know if Lisa's trying to be Tyler. She trying to be Tennis Shay or whoever her name is. I don't know who she's trying to be. But I'm like, Lisa, this is not really you. Like you not a hoe like that. Like, I mean, maybe she might be, but I'm just like, she's strutting around. I'm like, girl, okay, what girl, that ain't really you. It's not really her. So I'm like, this is like a persona that she takes on, but it comes across as being corny and fake to me. Like like I said, I like Blackpink. I respect what they do in the industry, but to me, Blackpink is there are four people that to me seems better in a group than they do individually. And I rarely say that because most time I think people should be just disband and call it a day. But I think Blackpink, they seem very cohesive when their four of them are together, when they have good music. Let me put it that way. Because that Deadline album was trash, y'all. Straight up trash. But when they're together, they're real good. But individually, I'm just like, they seem a little lost. They seem to just like, we want to be free. And again, they have time enough to try to get it together. They don't have to have it all figured out right now. I don't expect Lisa to have it all figured out. None of them figured out. They still trying to find their way. But I don't know who's advising Lisa. I don't know if it's herself, it's her team that are telling her to do music like this because it's cool, it's trendy, semi-trendy, or whatever. I don't know who's advising her, but I would fire those people. Because I'm like, I would fire those people because those people are not advising. I would suggest to her to get some more people around her that really know music and marketing and PR. Again, I don't know who works on her team, but to me, she needs more seasoned, experienced people that are going to be like, we're going to sell an image, we're going to sell something different. But that persona, that bad girl persona she trying to work with, girl. You said Blackpink was too monotonous with their songs. That's true. They did. They did. Deadline. Oh my God. Oh, that Deadline album. Okay, Vera, I want artists to be themselves. Yes, yes. Make me believe what you're trying to sell me. Yes. You know, yes, what they do in K-pop does not trans well over to the West. It just doesn't. It doesn't translate. It just doesn't. So whatever they did in K-pop, that don't necessarily work in the West. And if they trying to break into the West, which it's obvious that they are, then they're gonna have to get some Western producers and people and marketing people and PR people to try to figure it out for them. That's just all it is too. They're gonna have to lean into getting people who know what they're doing and know how to market Western female singers. Because again, like I said, with Lisa and Jenny, especially with Lisa, it just comes across as being very like overwrought and corny and like, oh girl, she doing too much. Like. And so if you're going to be taken seriously, you really need to have people who are going to understand the Western market. And like I said, I don't know who's on Lisa's team, but these people, they're not leading them to the promised land. So we'll see. When their songs come out, I will come on, and their albums come out in October. I will come on here and I will share and critique and be like, ooh, child, I'm either going to be pleasantly surprised or disappointed in Blackpink because that Deadline album made me. I was so y'all know I was so excited. Y'all know I would come on the live stream and be like, "Ooh, Blackpink releasing Deadline." Y'all know I was so excited, and to see Deadline just tank, y'all, just drive into the depths of hell. Because I was telling y'all, I was like, it's gonna be Blackpink versus BTS. And I don't know which one's gonna win and who's gonna get nominated for most of what. And then literally Deadline came out in February. And by the time BTS Out of Line came out in March, everybody was like, Deadline who? Deadline what? Deadline who? Everybody forgot about Deadline. Nobody even brings up Deadline. Everybody act like I had somebody in my comment section talking about, well, Deadline came out a long time ago. I'm like, what you mean? What you mean, Deadline? I was dying. Literally, I was in my bed crying, y'all. I was kikiing so hard. Girl, my stomach hurt. I was laughing so hard. Somebody was like, well, Deadline came out a long time ago. I said, Deadline came out in February this week. What you mean? Oh, Arlene. I was like, did y'all not remember that Deadline came out in February? Let me tell everybody. Deadline came out at the end of February. These people was online talking like Deadline came out last year. I said, no, it didn't. It came out this year. What are you talking about? I was so embarrassed. I was like, y'all, it came out this year, y'all. Oh my God. I did. Thank you, Lisa. Lisa sent a gold coin. Thank you, Lisa. Deadline versus, I did say Deadline versus Out of Line. I admit it. I said it, y'all. Y'all know I was all amped for Deadline. And y'all was like, okay, girl, calm down. Because I really thought it was going to be BTS versus Blackpink as like the one and the two de facto groups Yeah, I really did think that. I honestly, and I was wrong. I've never been so wrong in my life. I was very wrong. She talking about BTS came home. She was like, Black who? Blackpink. Who that? Oh, the Blackpink. Oh, that group. Oh, they back. They doing something. Y'all was like, I watched the whole Deadline tour. I kept watching performance after performance, venue after venue, location after location, just to see if they would improve. And y'all know I would come on live and be thoroughly disappointed every week. I'm like, well, I would go online and literally watch 4 hours of concert footage every weekend and just expecting something different. And then when Deadline came out, I was so excited. I was so disappointed. I did a video, and even Blinks couldn't even say nothing to me because I was honest and sincere about my review. I wasn't trying to drag them or disrespect them, but I was like, come on, Blinks. Y'all know that Deadline album was trash. They know it was trash. Even though they try to hype it up and put it in the comments in the music video, that song Go was trash, y'all. And I'm like, Blinks, y'all know it. I didn't say it like that, but I was much nicer. But I was trying to say I was very disappointed in Deadline, a mini album with 6 songs, one song we had already heard before, and all the rest of the songs leaked. And they were not good songs. They sounded like B-side Blackpink songs. And so I wonder how Blackpink themselves felt about the album, because if that was me, I would have been embarrassed and disappointed. I would have been so embarrassed if I was Blackpink, knowing that this is what the album was. It's 6 songs of old sounding songs and nothing cohesive at all. It was just 6 random songs they just threw together from Blackpink from 2017. And I just put these songs together. I was just like, they could have did so much more with just 6 songs. And I felt like the fans were cheated. I felt like YG was wrong for that. I felt like there could have been more to it. So not mad at Blackpink for trying to go their separate ways and trying to do something different, you know. You know. Talk about I was drinking, you never thought Blackpink. Y'all said that. Y'all were like, whatever. Y'all were like, Blackpink ain't even gonna come close to BTS. I was like, really, y'all? But Blackpink in your area, Blackpink's the revolution. And y'all were like, the revolution is over. Y'all were like, Kiki, the revolution ain't even started. It's done with. Cross a wrap. I was like, man, I'm excited. Like, I was so excited. And y'all were like, whatever. And then I was very disappointed. I was trying to be positive, y'all. But I honestly really did felt that they were going to come out swinging and do something. I was thoroughly disappointed to see how lackluster and slapdash that album was. I was like, this is not even worth a B-sides. Like, these were songs that should have never even. And then the music video came out, and I was like, yeah, music video. I was so excited. I watched it, and I'm like, what is this? What? I'm like, they didn't even dance. They didn't even, what? It just, no dancing, no beat. Go was just like, make you say go. I'm like, they ain't even a dance to this. Like, we ain't even. It just looked like 4 different people filming a music video, and they just put the clips together. Y'all was like, we tried to tell you, Kiki girl, you wasn't listening. Like, we tried to tell you. She's really excited though. She poor thing. Y'all were like poor Tink. I was so excited. And I was like, guys, Deadline is not good. Oh my God. And y'all were like, try to tell you. You weren't listening. So good luck to Blackpink, but I want to say that. Okay, what's my next topic? We talked about YG. JYP. So Stray Kids got a new album and it's doing well. I haven't really kept up with the charts, but I need to keep. But I like the song This or That. I just like Felix part. Felix with his deep voice. But he's like this or that, this or that. I was like, Felix. Okay, I can just listen to that on a loop. But I have not listened to all of Stray Kids' album. Maybe some of you guys have. I've heard their 2 songs. We're running everywhere, but I'm not a Stray Kids fan. Their music is just not my type of music. I understand there's people who really love it, but that's just not my type of music. But I do like this and that. I do like that song. And Stray Kids have charted, and they actually have had a lot of success. I read an article or watched a video the other day saying that they like this is their ninth Billboard hit or something like that. Like y'all know, I don't pay attention to the charts too much just to see how they're doing. But Stray Kids have done very well, and I believe they're going on tour again. I don't know if we're gonna go to the tour, but yeah, Stray Kids have done. But I like that song, this or that, this or that. But Stray Kids again, Stray Kids to me is an acquired taste. It is not my type of music, but yeah, Felix is my dude. Oh my god, I love Felix. Oh God, Felix. Ooh, eesh, whoosh, whoosh. But yeah, so Stray Kids, congratulations to them and all of my stays that are on here. Y'all didn't Stray Kids didn't come out with another successful album, which I'm happy for them. And hopefully they'll have another successful tour. I'm happy for them. And then they start there's some of them started to go into military service, I believe, at the end of this year. Some of them start to go into military. Same thing about ATs that they go, some of them go into military at the end of this year as well. So uh yeah. Um Y'all talking about Blackpink was more time getting branded. Y'all know that YG believe in that scarcity model insanity that we're just gonna give them a lot. And it didn't work for Baby Monster. It didn't work for Blackpink. It doesn't work in 2026. It ain't worked since 2020. The scarcity model that YG is trying to do, that they've been doing, just give people less and then there's a higher demand. That was good 10 years ago. YG should be ashamed of themselves still. But they've slowly but surely starting to come out of that. Because Baby Monster should be further along than they have. Baby Monster should be a lot further along. In the past, 3 years that they've been out, they should be doing a lot more than what they're doing. But YG, that's just how YG, that's just their business model, scarcity. And it's just, I don't like it. It's just weird. It doesn't work these days. Um, so I wish nothing but success. SM, I ain't got nothing to say about SM because SM is one of the companies that I don't really follow a lot of their groups because a lot of their groups are not groups that I particularly like or care for. They're very K-pop-ish. I know I believe like NCT and some other ones are about to go on tour. But SM, I don't really keep up. I just noticed that I don't keep up with a lot of SM groups. Stray Kids, they still have more time before enlisting. Okay, the oldest member who has to enlist is 27, and they have to third. Okay, so yeah, they may. Okay, well, all right then. They may have still have a couple of more years left. Um, they have a couple. I think, but I read somewhere that they might be enlisting soon, or one of them, at least one of them must. Or did wait? Okay, never mind, y'all. Forget I said that. Sometimes I have to differentiate between I read. Oh, I'll be like, I'll come on here and be like, yeah, I read blah blah blah, and y'all be like, what are you talking about? I'll be like, oh, I sometimes have a hard time differentiating between did somebody tell me that or did I read this somewhere? So scratch that about Stray Kids. Because sometimes people tell me things and I'll be like, I swear I read this somewhere, and then somebody will come back and be like, I told you that. I was like, oh, oh. So scratch that. Yes, Stray Kids got a few more years before they go on military. That's right. They got a couple more years to go. I have a hard time being like, did somebody tell me that? Or did I read that somewhere? Sometimes I kind of forget. But SM, like I said, I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna skip SM, whatever. I'm waiting for Isuman to come back. I'm waiting for Granddaddy Isuman to come back. Y'all, the real original, the OG. I'm ready for him to come back later on this year. Oh, so let me try to find my phone. Okay. So Mnet, I posted it on my Patreon, and I think I posted it on my YouTube. I don't remember. So Mnet is starting their own festival where they're going to have like this fan voting thing. And I was like, isn't this just like the phenomenon thing that JYP and the cultural minister announced? So yeah, Mnet has this new festival coming out, if you guys have not heard about it. And it's wild because I'm like, this kind of sounds like the K-pop Coachella that they're trying to do. So let me bring it up. Mnet, they won they won the Mama Awards, and they also run KCON. Okay, So they have an expansive, a KCON. So they have a new festival coming up, which is supposed to be for the fans. Let me read it. And then also there's another company that has uh, the Mama Awards launches something called Fan Festa. Opens and they have super fan applications. Okay. So Mnet will add a new fan event ahead of the November Mama Awards in Osaka. Has opened up applications for its super fan program. So they have this thing called Mama Fan Festa, which will run online and offline programs and collaborations ahead of their ceremony, the Mama Awards. And it gives fans a more active role in the awards experience beyond watching the performance. Further details have not yet been announced. Okay, so the Superfan platform and program will open September 6th via Mnet Plus, and fans of any nationality or age can apply. Those selected as super fans will help determine nominees for the fan choice category and will receive an official super fan identification card. The program launched in 2024 with some 650,000 fans taking part last year. So September 6th, I want y'all to go to Mnet Plus and I want y'all to apply. And then I need y'all to come back and tell us what happened. So I don't understand what this is. And this is just another thing. And then there is another company. I have to pull them up. I'll pull them up later and repost it. That is doing another festival thing, another fan festival thing. There's another company that did something else. I just read about it yesterday. So, what do y'all think about Mnet? I think that they're trying to bring more ratings to the Mama Awards. Y'all, the last year the Mama Awards, I covered it. Y'all weren't too impressed, okay? Jennifer would be like, there's an awards show that just came on like a couple of days ago, and Jennifer's like, "Are you going to cover it?" I said, "No." I said, "I don't think my subscribers and audiences are interested in Korean award shows or any award shows." But I will cover the mamas again this year. I covered it last year. I even did a live stream like the next day, and you guys were like, "Man, ain't nobody talking about no mamas. Ain't nobody." So I think this is a way to build more ratings, because last year for all of these award shows in Korea across the board, the ratings have been down. So I think this is just a way of Mnet trying to bring in more revenue and more advertisement and more clicks and views and also more eyeballs on the mamas. You talk about all the big spenders in the South saying so. Y'all are talking about past. Y'all are out of them. So I will be covering the mamas this year. Even though you guys are like, who cares? But I am interested to see not the categories and the winners, but the performances. That's my focus, is just who's performing, what they look like, and all of that. So do y'all think BTS will perform on the mamas this year? I think there's a chance that BTS, I don't know. Wait a minute. I don't know. Where are they going to be in November? Wait a minute. I take that back. BTS might be, they're still going to be on tour in November. I don't know where though, but y'all may have to go look that up. Are they going to be November 20th and 21st? I don't know where they're going to be, but they can still perform at the mamas. They can do it remotely, you know. You said no. Y'all said no. Y'all are like, y'all are like, man, we'll wait till you come back and tell us about it. Y'all like, you know what? We're not even gonna watch it. We'll just wait for you to tell us about it. They do. These award shows are very unserious in Korea. There's a lot of award shows in Korea. A lot. Like there's one like at least every couple of months. Like it's a lot of them. And they have all these categories. That's why these award shows will go over like 2 and 3 days because they'll have all these categories, and I'm just like, oh my god. Yeah, that's true. Yes, the performances last year were up and down. Some of them were good. Some of them, the stage setup would look really cheap. Some of the performers looked like deer in headlights. I don't know if they had enough time to rehearse. I don't know what was going on last year. And now I'm not a big award show follower, or lover, or watcher, but again, last year's Mnet was probably, I've seen Mnet videos of BTS and groups, but I think like last year was like the third Mnet that I watched from beginning to end. And last year you just had a bunch of groups that just looked lost on stage. Like they just looked, and I can understand rookie groups or new groups, but these weren't even new groups. Some of these groups just look like, again, I don't know if they hadn't had enough time to rehearse, but some of them just look like deer caught in the headlights. They just on stage like they just look confused. I was like, okay, I don't. So they just look confused. There's like 30 award shows, and fans get excited BTS doesn't win. Is that how I go? Oh my god. K-pop award shows do feel like it's basically a marketing and PR thing. It doesn't feel like a real award show. It's just kind of like this magazine or this station or this channel wants to have an award show, so let's have an award show. Let's just give them out to whoever we know that's going to show up. So it kind of shows like whoever shows up, they're going to get an award. I mean, that's basically what it feels like. And for some people winning, it's just kind of like, and there's been enough rumors out there that they kind of pick and choose whoever gives them the most attention or the most story, especially if it's like a journalism magazine, then they'll go with whoever that's gonna grease their palm a little bit, and then they're like, okay, well, we'll we'll make sure that you win, you know. So I would tell people I wouldn't take the Korean award shows very seriously, because I hear that it's all just PR and marketing, and that they know ahead of time who's going to win. So it's not a shock. I heard that they already didn't pick out the winners, and they'll call the people and be like, "Hey, we're thinking about having you win this year. What do you think? Can you get your groups there?" And they're like, "Yeah, we'll bring this group and that group and that group. Okay, well, good. We'll have you win." So I hear that it's kind of like that, and I'm being glib, but really, to be honest with you, yeah, that's kind of how it works. Like people that let the cat out the bag. That's kind of how a lot, and not all of them work like that, but a lot of them really do. Like they already know, they already call and let them know, like, okay, you're gonna win. But it's an honor for a lot of these groups to be nominated because again, it's a PR and marketing push. But we shall see. Again, in the future, there's going to be more of these fan things. That's kind of like the new right now is fan awards and fan resources and super fan monikers. Like this is, I don't know who thought of this. Somebody did. Don't y'all be out here blaming JYP Opa. But somebody thought about this, and now all these things are running with it. Now it's more, we need to have more fan participation, and we need to have, and I'm just like, what is this all about? So I don't know what this is all about, but I'm starting to see more and more of this in K-pop about having more fans vote and have fans, choose the categories. And then they talked about, I talked about Phenomenon and where they're going to be giving fandom awards, which to me is insane. But okay, like you just asking for fan wars. And so I don't know what this is all about. I understand it's PR and marketing, but I don't know how this has gotten a hold in the K-pop industry that this is what's going to save them. Because in my mind, this is not what's going to save the industry. More festivals, more fan awards for fans, and fan voting. That's not going to save the K-pop industry. They just trying to do anything right now to see if it's going to increase viewership and money, and I don't know if messing around with the fans is going to really do it. Yeah, the VMAs, they can overrule it. Yep, they sure can. When I read that like 4 years ago, I was flabbergasted. Um, they used to have professional organizers. Yes, now you can tell that they're cutting corners. Because again, last year the mamas, some of the performances were good, the stages look good, but some of the stage really read like church play. I came on there and told you, I said, some of these performances was like High School Musical or church play. like it was like I felt like I was watching a church play production. I was like, oh, this is what this is. Like the stuff on stage didn't look professional. It looked like somebody just built it in their backyard or their garage. Like some of the setups were just boring, nonsensical. I was like, and then some of them were like really thoughtful. It seemed like they put some money into it. But some of these other stage performances were just like, I'm like, this is what y'all doing? Y'all ain't got y'all got like these little boards up here with some flowers on it. I was like, all right, y'all. It's reading very church play, reading very High School Musical. So I was like, that ain't it. BTS will be at the iHeart Awards in LA, will they? Oh wow, okay. Okay, well, we'll see. I will see. We can encourage fans to give input more productively than by voting. Yeah. They want more fan money and more fan engagement. But at the end of the day, it's about more fan money. That's really what it's really about. It's about getting fans and more ratings. At the end of the day, that's really what it's about. It's about the money and the ratings, which ratings equal money because that's advertisers. So I think that's part of it. So that was that. What else? I think that's all that what's going on in the rest of the industry. Um, Matt. Okay, so now we're going to talk about Cordis, which is I put a post on my YouTube channel talking about Cordis, discussing Cordis's situation and how it's basically a witch hunt. Now there was that whole Cordis thing with the other artist. I forgot her name is Hanaru or Hanaru, whatever her name is, whatever. She's some artist. She's a female artist. She's a single artist. I've never heard of her. Never heard of her. Of course, then again, I'm not too hip with a lot of the single artists, the solo artists. I never heard of her. She did a song called like Zero Zero or something like that. Again, never heard of the song. I went and listened to the song. Cordis had did their own song, Money, 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 and they did kind of like this metaphor wordplay thing. And they just mentioned her song literally in like 4 words. Okay. It was like, I'm up here like Hannah Roro 00, and that was it. And then people said that Cordis was disrespecting her, that he was belittling, that they were belittling the song. It exploded. It is one of the weirdest things. It was so weird that I sat there and I'm like, this has to be a setup. I was like, there is no way that her fans were being this upset. Then what I found out, there were fans of hers online that didn't understand who was complaining. There were fans online going, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Who is y'all? Like there are people online, literally her fans that got drowned out. They were trying to bring it to an attention that these people who were complaining, they were like, what the hell? Like it was literally like 3 or 4 people. And then the people, like some people online going, okay, this is weird. Even some of her fans thought it was weird. They were like, why are y'all getting mad? They couldn't even understand it. As quiet as it's kept, some of her fans are quietly, suspiciously going, okay, why is this a thing? Okay, who are these people in our fandom? Is that person really a fan? Like even they were kind of weirded out and caught off guard by some of this. Again, but their voices got drowned out pretty quickly. But yes, there are fans online who brought this up going, well, who was offended? It's like one of these things that nobody even knows who was offended and how it got started. So Cordis came out and said something. So I remember Cordis, I forgot which one, it was James, one of them, came out and said that he was a fan of hers, that they have done videos before where they're, like Weverses and stuff or whatever, and they played her music in the background. So he was like, well, actually, no, we're fans. She came out and did a statement, a long ass statement. Again, Cordis did this long statement. I'm like, why? What we do? She came out and did this long statement, explaining that she basically, in other words, she didn't have a problem with it. That she was basically saying she an old head, she older than them, and that she thought it was cool that they put her and her name in a song, and then that she it was no offense, it's much respect. She said that she liked Cordis, no problem. Once again, this is literally the fourth or fifth time that Cordis has did something on social media that people have got offended and ran with it without even asking the original person who did it, where they got it from. And then the person come back and be like, "Oh, I'm not offended. It's fine." And then the fans move the goalposts. Then they accuse her. Well, she didn't really mean it. She's just saying it because what else can she can say? She can say whatever she want to say. It's not like she's assigned to Hive. It's not like she's part of the same label. They were like, well, she had to say that. Why would she have to say that? She didn't have to say anything, really, to be honest with you. But she came out and made that statement. And then the fans were like, somebody was forcing her to say that. What? I'm like, so again, in K-pop, it doesn't matter if you apologize and or explain. People are just going to move the goalpost again. People are just going to come up with something else, another conspiracy theory to be offended by. So Cordis had to deal with that. Then people didn't like the song, period. People criticizing the song when the song sounds just like any other generic rap song by a 20-year-old. Like there was nothing subversive or crazy in the song. It was nothing weird or wild. And again, why they think that Cordis was trying to diss this artist when how many K-pop singers have put artists and songs in their songs dissing them? Like, why would anybody immediately be like, "Oh, Cordis is dissing her"? What Korean artists have dissed another artist in a song in K-pop? I'm like, it's never I even looked it up. I'm like, this has really never happened. So why would they think that Cordis would do this? Is bizarre to me. I'm like, why would a group that's been around a year diss a singer, or older female singer in a song? I'm like, y'all, that logically doesn't even make any sense. It's cuckoo, you know. This was so bizarre and so out of left field. Like, I had to read articles, I had to watch High Boys videos because I still was not understanding. Yes, and once again, because this is a Hive group that I don't know how fans of what other groups, and then people are saying, well, fans of other groups are threatened by court. What I want to know what other groups are threatened by Cordis, because there's not a lot of young male groups out there that do what Cordis do. Cordis is for sure a hip hop group. There are not that many hip hop. There's Long Shot. Long Shot is the only group I know that's comparable to Cordis. All the rest of these K-pop groups are not doing what Cordis is doing. They are traditional K-pop groups. They are bubblegum pop. They're not even doing the same type of music as Cordis. So I don't understand how anybody could see Cordis as competition. But then again, once again, it's K-pop. So I get what y'all saying. Yeah, I understand. For me, logically, it doesn't make any sense because Cordis to me are unique in their musical style. To me, they're unique. They're not, yeah, they weren't V Marie. They weren't fans. So some of the people that didn't get any light of day were saying in their own groups that these people were not fans of this artist. That these people just showed up out of nowhere, upset about nothing. And some of these people are like, and the fans are like, okay, who is this person? Like, these people were basically took over and spoke for the fandom when people were like, wait a minute, I'm not offended. Wait a minute. Why would they diss her in a song? Some people were like, hold on now. And those people got drowned out because it started to make the rounds in the Korean media, and then Korean media took off with it. And once Korean media get a hold of it, then it just gets twisted and fumbled and jangled and jumbled into something anyway. And they make something out of nothing. But a lot of the fans, they as quiet as it kept, they feel like This was made. This is just a weird thing that was made into something by forces outside of their fandom. They feel like this is strange for people to get upset over this. When K-pop don't be dissing nobody, this ain't Biggie and Tupac. Damn. Oh, the fifth. You think that the fifth generation girl group stands? I don't understand why when Cortis is a boy group. What does that have? What does Cortis have to do with girl group? They're a boy group, you know. And if I was Cortis, I mean, I appreciate the sentiment of them writing a statement trying to explain, but again, it did nothing. I do not agree with K-pop artists apologizing unless it's something really, really bad. But I don't agree with it. I don't agree with them apologizing and explaining. And they didn't up there wrote like 2 or 3 paragraphs just for the fans to turn around and be like, well, I'm just like, okay. That now they move the goalposts. Now it's something that y'all. I'm like, why do they even? I wouldn't even apologize. I wouldn't even I was like, I'm not apologizing. We're not explaining ourselves. I would have had Big Hit release a statement saying it's not a diss to her and blah 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 blah, and the artist should not even be involved in trying to explain anything. I've said this before that the agency should release a statement that the idols should stay out of shit like this because it just makes everything worse and them having to explain. And even after they did explain, then their words get twisted and her words get twisted. And now it don't do anything. Because again, at the end of the day, these effing people knew that Cortis wasn't dissing her in a song. This what drives me nuts about K-pop. They knew damn well that Cortis wasn't dissing this woman in a song. They damn well knew that Cortis wasn't disrespecting her. They know this. They know this. Because if it was about that, then they wouldn't. Then after she came out explaining, they explained. Then, well, it's this instead. Because it's not about that. It's not about Cortis disrespecting this lady or anybody. It's about the fact that they don't like Cortis. They don't care if Cortis disrespected her or not. That's not the point. The point is they're going to use this as a way to defame and poke and F with Cortis. That's all it is. So I told people, stop apologizing because we all know anybody with half a brain could read the verse and was like, what are y'all talking about? We know what, and I'm tired of K-pop fans. I'm tired of K-pop idols and agencies. Instead of them coming out and saying, we know what this really is about. It ain't about this singer in this song. It's not about that. If the agency would have enough nuts to come out and call it what it is, I would have more respect for them. But the agencies, I don't have a lot of respect for them because they don't call these things out like they should. This is hate. That's all it is. Cortis didn't disrespect anybody. They didn't say anything about anybody. They respect this artist. This is not about the artist or her song or disrespect. It's nothing to do about this is organized hate. If the agency would just come out swinging, they would stop some of this. If the agency just had people put people on notice, look, we already know what you're doing, okay? And so we're not going to feed into the nonsense. We just going to the agency is going to release a statement. They're going to say what they say, and that's it. Nice try. But the moment you start giving legitimacy to these things, that's when agencies mess up to me. When you start giving because that what they were saying was not a legitimate argument. It was nothing about this situation was real. I'm like, y'all are joking. I thought it was a joke. I was like, this is a joke, right? None of this was real. This was not real. This is not even enough for Cortis members to even address. This artist is not a big artist. She's not like she got millions upon millions of fans. I'm like, okay. Y'all making her out like I'm like, damn. I mean, y'all act like she like the next Lady Gaga or she the next Billie Eilish or South Korea. I'm like, honey, she's not. I have people explain to me, they're like, she's not even really that big like that. I'm like, okay. They were like, okay, she got some fans, but not like that. I'm like, I know. I said, I already know the answer to that. Because I, again, never even heard of this artist. Right. They shouldn't have, yeah, they should not apologize for the sake of haters. They should just be like, the company should release a statement and then that's it. That's it. And be like, oh, okay. Right. This is big hit. We sorry that your groups suck. We sorry that your groups can't chart. And Cortis says, y'all have a nice day. If they would come out like that, Cortis fans, I think, would appreciate it a lot more. Even the Cortis fans would get a good laugh. And just the agency to show that they don't take this shit serious. Like, this is not serious. What happens is when the agencies and the artists keep feeding these people and make anytime they say something, it's a reaction. It's let's go on the defensive. If you would just come out and clown these people in a professional way, going, look, and put them on notice, like, we understand what you're doing. Thanks. And put these people on notice and being like, okay, and keep it concise, keep it short, and stop feeding and giving these people power. You have no power. That's it. And because once you start giving these people power, like, we can go online and drum up some shit, and then the agency or Cortis is gonna have to respond. Stop having them respond. Just be like, we're not gonna feed into your this is a non-issue. And the agency should be bold enough to say, this is a non-issue. This is not a thing. So y'all can keep going on and on and on all y'all want to. This is not a thing. This is our intent. This is what happened. We understand. And the agency come out and say it. We understand that there are people out there that are organized to cause trouble for our group. And we refuse to acknowledge it. And we refuse to go along. If the agency would ever get a pair of gonads and be brave enough to come out and say these things, it would go a long way for the artists in protecting them. Because then people would be put on notice like, okay, well, every time we jump up on something, the agency is going to respond and say, this is nonsense. You know, the land of perpetual complainers. Yeah. Right. They need to start telling them out. I don't understand why they do that. And I told people before, and I've said it over and over again, and people have argued me down. What the fans do, they've done because the agencies and the K-pop idols, but mostly on the agencies, have allowed them to get away with it. The fact that BTS is dragged, I told y'all before, and I've said it over and over and over and over and over again. I've said this over and over again. If I was at HYBE, there would never be another hit piece about BTS ever. It would be politic level finagling. The moment somebody start writing something, I'm telling you, the moment they start writing, the moment they would be waking me up at 3 a.m. I'll be asleep. Did you read this piece? What did you read? What did they say? Oh, they're in here talking about Jimin again. Oh, they talking about Jimin again? All right. Get the editor on the phone. Yeah, yeah, I saw that piece you wrote about Jimin. Yeah, yeah, interesting. Okay, so Jimmy can't sing and he ugly. Well, people online are saying that. Okay, it doesn't mean you have to publish it. Okay, well, yeah, well, anytime you want another interview or another piece or us to cooperate with anything for any one of our artists, we're just not gonna do it. We're gonna abstain. We're just not gonna be there. Oh yeah, you thought you was getting that you thought you was getting an interview. You thought KATSEYE was gonna get you an interview. Oh, Cortis, you want Cortis to be? Oh no, Cortis is not gonna be there. No, we're good on that. No, I need you to go ahead and bury that article. Bury it. Yep. Make sure it's way at the bottom. Way at the bottom. Way. Oh, you are way at the bottom. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Yep. I want way at the bottom. We're just don't publish this shit no more. Don't do that shit no more. Yeah. I'll sue you. Okay. Don't do that no more. Don't do that more. We're not doing any interview. I will pull every artist and all artists at HYBE America, HYBE Adjacent, HYBE Hobby, Big Hit, Pleatus 17. They're not sure. Nope. I need you to go ahead and bury the article. Thanks. Okay, I'm glad we came to agreement. Have a good day. That's how my conversation would go. Every outlet, every Korean media outlet would get buried, would get drowned out. I'm not cool. I'm not sending none of my artists. We're not doing any press with you. Or otherwise. What do you mean we're not doing any press? We're not doing any variety shows. I need everybody to fall the fucking line. Y'all want to get in line? Then I need you to get in line. I need you to be like, I need you to get in line so hard. I need you to get in line. Yeah, because y'all need us more than we need you. So I need y'all to fall in line. Everybody would fall in line. I'll be freezing people out. You will get no articles. You will get no exclusives. I'm not being on no KBS variety shows. We're not doing none of that. The mamas come. You want Cortis at the mamas. You want Illit at the mamas. You want 17 at the mamas. I need y'all to get it together. Then I need y'all to get it together. I need y'all collectively to get it together. And when you think about posting an article about some bullshit on social media, I need you to think real hard, real hard. Is it worth it? Because I will make it to where it's not worth it. That they'll be frozen out so hard that they would make their heads. I would be the Darth Vader of Hive. They would see me come and be like, oh, here she come. I'd be like, what y'all say? What is this article? I don't like this. I don't like this either. Remove that. I don't like that. I don't like the way that it's worded. Go back and rewrite it. I don't care if you got to edit it. I would be the Dark Lord of the Sith. Like the CEO would be the emperor and I'll be right behind him. So I don't like this article. I'm like, I read something. I'll be like, you better remove it. Remove it. I don't like it. Remove it. But we just say, I don't care what's said on social media. Remove it. I would freeze these people out because that's what people do in other industries. That's what people do in politics. Again, my tactics is the same tactics that they use in politics. It's the same tactics that can be used in K-pop. And people tell me it can't happen. Yeah, it can happen. The same thing with the fans. I would bring the fans under heel as well. Everybody would get a dose of act right. I would tell the fans, if y'all keep complaining, okay, we just not gonna do no Weverses no more. What y'all think about that? We tell y'all finna come and stop. No, I'm like, if I hear any one of you motherfuckers talking about a Chris Brown concert, we pulling the Weverse. Okay? I will pull every Weverse that RM has on this MFer today. Do y'all hear me? Do you hear me? I will cut people's access. Nobody will be able to comment on Weverse. How about that? Y'all keep this up. Fans will fall in line so quick. They were like, which one of y'all talking about Chris Brown again? Stop that shit. Look, now we all can't log in. I will punish the collective. I will punish all of the fans for what people do. Fans will get people together real quick. Now y'all can't comment on Weverse. None of Army can. How about that? And then I won't release a statement. Y'all figure it out. Y'all know what's going on. Y'all know what it is. Can't nobody Tae Young be up here doing Weverses. Jungkook could be doing Weverses, and no comments will be there. And they will get on there and act like it ain't nothing. I'll freeze all of y'all out. Everybody would fall the F in line. It would cause an explosion. People like, get in line. Don't be on Weverse acting stupid. Are you crazy? Look, now we can't even comment. Y'all can't send no fan letters, nothing. Boom, you're frozen out, all of you. Then slowly but surely we start letting people in. And then the people that let in are like, I can send a message. I can post. Yeah, I'll slowly but surely let people in. Everybody would fall in line like dogs. You have to train fandoms like dogs. You have to be like, don't do that. And then I told you, don't do it. Okay. And then freeze them out. And then that's what you do. You freeze people out. You cut their access. Everybody would fall in line. Then you trickle and give some people access. You breadcrumb them a little bit. And then people like, I got access. Why don't you have access? I don't have access. What did you say? And then people will be second guessing. What did I type? What did I say? Oh my God, I don't have access. Keep people out from access for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. For where are they going to go? What are they going to do? Cut their Weverse? They ain't going to do that. They ain't going to do that. They going to keep their membership like everybody else. They're going to keep their Weverse membership and then eventually start letting people back in. And people would get a dose. People would fall in line so quickly. Like it would be a whole change. It would be a brand new day. That's what you do. You freeze people out. You train your audience like dogs. They need to be the armies, the fandoms, all of them need to be trained like dogs. That whole hyping shit, if I was running shit, that would have never happened. One of them hyping fans would have been talking about OT7, OT6, whatever. Boom, your access denied. Everybody in there, cut them all off. They on somebody, we cut them all. Cut all the engines off. Ain't nobody commenting on nothing. Social media, nothing. I release a statement. Y'all need to get it together. Y'all are harassing our artists. And until y'all stop harassing our artists, y'all can't post no comments. Y'all can't do nothing. Now we're going to try this again in 2 weeks. We're going to give you 2 weeks to think about it. Tell them, I'm going to give you 2 weeks. It's like you do a child. I'm going to give you 2 weeks downtime, timeout. Y'all got 2 weeks to come back and act some good dose to act right. I promise you, people be like, well, I ain't finna lose my access. I don't know about you, but I can't. And then the moment they come back online, 2 weeks. Okay, here we go, everybody. Evan, he's gonna be back. Brad, boot. I'll kick you off the website. Boom, out of here. Put a warning. This is your second warning. You got one more damn time to be saying some Heeseong shit, and you bounced off the website. Say it again. Boom. They say it again. Out of here. You blocked. Block your ass for 90 days. Out of here. I promise you, people would fall in line. People would fall in line so quick. They'd be like, I got blocked for 90 days. You're going to keep getting blocked. Do it on social media. Do it on Weverse. It would have ended all that in about a month. People would be like, well, it's fine. He's young. Go to your own web pages and your fan pages and do that. Don't bring it to Weverse. Don't bring it to the official Instagram. Don't bring it to the official websites. Keep that ish over there. That's how you train a fandom. And so they would have been frozen out. And then the people that were effing it up for everybody else, it's just psychology. People would be angry. People would turn on those people and tear them apart. Well, now we can't even comment because of y'all. I would sit back and be like, oh, they finna, the fans will do it for you. See, we can't even comment because of y'all. Okay, y'all got to go. Like, y'all, look, we done lost access. We can't comment. I can't post nothing. Look, man, this is bullshit. Like, y'all ruined it for everybody. The fans would descend on them like a pack of wild dogs. I'm telling you that everybody would be like, ah! It would have ended all of that. The fans will get people together. I promise you. You start, if the shit that happened with RM and J-Hope should have never stood. The moment they would have been in J-Hope, they should have cut the access to all armies. It would have been a frenzy. It would have been a witch hunt. They would have been looking for people. Who got our access cut off? That's what you had to do. And then everybody would be like, y'all shut that shit up. We don't want to hear it. Because y'all are messing it up for everybody. We don't want to hear it. Shut that shit up. No, we don't want to hear it. We're tired of you. You eliminated our access. Now we can't post no more. That I'm like, yeah, y'all can thank me later. It would eliminate all of this. It would eliminate the people talking bad to the idols. It would eliminate all of this. You cut everybody's access off, 1 million plus people will be angry, and they will turn on the people and be like, and just release a statement. This is why we did it. And everybody be like, see what y'all did? What are y'all doing? People would get everybody to fall in line. Look, y'all better stop. Y'all better stop doing that. Like, y'all gonna get on there and saying crazy shit. Now, come on. Like, that's how human behavior goes. It's just how it's human behavior 101. You train. I said that the fandoms can be trained. They can be trained to act right. Y'all let fandoms run amok, and people are like, well, what can we do? I mean, what do you mean? What can you do? I run a whole Weverse. Your access is gone. You blocked. You got 90 days to think about it. When you done thought about it, come back when you've had a cooler head. I think you need to reflect. Matter of fact, a message will pop up saying, "Dear Army, I think it's time for you to reflect." You have 90 days to quote unquote reflect. Have a good day. Come back in 90 days. Your access will be restored on a trial-based period. You got 90 days to reflect. Give them 90 days to reflect. And they're going to be upset and they're going to be mad. But what are they going to do? They're going to come right back in 90 days and be like, well, I've calmed down a little bit. Yeah, okay, good. The company gives them way too much freedom. Like I said, the Heeseong thing was just out of pocket, out of control. It was just crazy. The moment they were on Weverse harassing idols and everything, I'm like, you're not going to sit up here and harass my idol. You're not. You're just not. You're not going to harass them on the Weverse. You're not going to be on the Instagram. We're just going to block you. That's just how it goes. Why can't fans be blocked? I said, y'all got me effed up in here. What do y'all like? Well, what can we do? Block their asses. That's what you do. The same thing that as a content creator, I block people all the time. You mean to tell me that Instagram, you can block people. X, you can block people. Block these effing people. and call it a day. Cut the comment section. Post. I would have RM posting shit. There would be no comment section. None. Deal with that. Y'all want to be abusive to RM? No comment section. Take your asses on somewhere. RM, keep posting videos and pictures, baby. Keep on, baby. Keep on. RM, come on, do a live stream. Cut the comments. Y'all just not gonna comment. Now what? You like, oh my God, yeah. Now let him have some peace. Shit. Let him post whatever he want to post. Say what he want to say on the Weverse. Cut the comments. Y'all ain't gonna comment. And then the people that do, or we just gonna let a few of y'all through. Fans would love that. Okay, let's just say we're gonna let 100 of y'all through. And all the rest of y'all can't. The 100 that get let through, they're like, oh my God, I'm special. Oh my God, RM, I'm one of the few people. See, that's how you got to do people. And send a message. You are now allowed to comment on Weverse and RM's messages. They would be like, oh my God, girl, I can comment. You make it seem like they special. Fans love that shit. They eat that shit up. So you make someone feel like they special. And the ones that the people are like, well, how did they get the comment? I don't know. I got an email said I can comment. You pit the other ones against the other ones. This is what people do all the time. So you pit the ones that can comment against the ones that don't. And then they were like, well, how did you get to? I don't know. I posted. Yeah. You have to do your research. You'll go and look at their Weverse. Go and see what they posted. The ones that sent RM letters of encouragement, you let them through. You send RM letters of encouragement, so you get let through. And you don't tell them why they get let through. You just let them through. Send an email out saying you've been let through. And then people are like, well, I don't know why I got let through. Maybe they'll figure it out eventually. That's how you direct the herd. You isolate some of them out, make the other ones feel special, and not everybody wants to be special. Psychology 101. So everybody wants to feel special. But the way to feel special, they understand on a psychological level, I got to not be abusive and rude, because if not, I'm not going to be let back in the herd. So the herd falls. So the other ones that want to be outside the herd, they fall in line. They like, oh, okay. Again, why agencies don't employ these tactics that work in politics is beyond. Politics do this all the time. This is the tactics that they use in politics. This is how they control voters and access and all that type of stuff. This is politics 101. This is what PR and politics do. This is how people manipulate audiences and narratives and all kinds of things. It's what politicians have done for years. They psychologically mind F the people. K-pop can use those tactics to mind F their audiences. And people will fall in line, and I'll sit back and giggle. I'll be like, I know what this is. I know what this is. Oh, I see what they're doing. I would have respect for the agency if they would start strong arming these tactics and force the fans to heal like a dog. I said fans can be trained like dogs. They can. They can. They K-pop, they can do anything else. They can do this. They can teach the fans to not act abusive and be mean. It's just the fans have been allowed to get away with it. You need to speak at the White House, United Nations. I'll just PR 101. The military and public relations for politics and government, they do these tactics already. They will put out false narratives out there in newspapers, and then they'll turn around and post something else contradictory, and then they'll have like talking heads with the same talking points out there. These are the things that politicians have done for decades and decades and decades. I'm not reinventing the wheel. It's what PR teams have learned in politics, how to mind F the people. These are the same tactics that dictators have used. These are the same tactics that fascist and communist governments have used. These are the same tactics that they use in Russia, same tactics that they used in World War II with Mussolini. These things can work in K-pop. It's worked for populations of dissidents and people, and then you isolate the haters and the naysayers. You isolate them. That's the best thing you can do, is to isolate dissidents and haters. That's what politics have done. That's what fascist governments have done for years. It's fascist tactics, yes, but it works. It has worked. It's worked on populations. That's how fascism, how they control the media, and it works. It's diabolical, but it's psychological, but it works. Like, how do you think people stay in control and power for so long? You have these fascist regimes that have been around, and people are like, how did they? I'm like, they control the narrative. All these people complain and isolate them. Make them marginalize them. Put them to the fringes. Make them look crazy. That's what you have to do. Oh, these people are crazy. You don't want to be a part of these people, do you? Because these people, they out in the cold. Like they don't even have any access. They can't. That's what you do. And you freeze people out. I've said it all. I've been saying this for over a year now. I was like, why don't y'all have these little K-pop groups and these army groups, and y'all have these crazy people? I said, freeze these people out. I said, just block these people, kick them out your groups. Just like, I ain't got time for the blue. That's what I would. I employ these tactics all the time. They talk about I do this all the time. Like I do it on a lower level. Like I just block people from my channel. Like I don't feel like this. Okay, I'll block you. Then people be like, "Well, why was I blocked?" Well, because you said blah blah blah. Well, okay. Well, I'm sorry. Okay, we good here. Okay, I can unblock you now. All right. Like you just freeze them out because people at our core, as human beings, we are really psychologically predictable. Human beings don't like being left out of things. And so once you start leaving people out of certain things or having access that other people don't have or you don't have it, then all of a sudden people are like, they don't want to be left out. They like, I don't want to be left out. Like, why am I left out? And then once they realize why they got left out, they will curb the behavior and not do it anymore because they don't want to be left out. A lot of this happens in K-pop. K-pop fans have kind of like a herd mentality. So you have to treat them like they're cows. And animals in herds with a herd mentality, they follow the herd. Wherever the herd is going, that's where they're going to go. Herds don't like outliers, then they're vulnerable. If you get separated from your herd, you're going to be eaten by a wolf or a lion or some shit like that. So the same thing with K-pop fans. They don't like to be left out of things. But knowing that, you just be like, if you want to be included, then I need you to get a dose of damn act right before you get included. And once you start putting that out there, that this is the behavior we're going to reward, and you reward good behavior. You punish bad behavior and you reward good behavior. Once you start rewarding good behavior in K-pop, the fans will fall in line. They understand that, okay, I can't say this and they say that because I'm going to get blocked. So I either need to take it to my own social media page, but I know I can't say this over here because I'm going to get blocked. I'm going to get left out. I'm not going to be able to see Weverses, and fans internally don't want to get left out. They want to be a part of their group and their biases, and they don't want to get left out. Once you start putting this take and reward system, people will fall in line. I mean, that applies to children, it applies to animals, it applies to anything. You reward good behavior. Oh, you guys are the good fans. You guys are supportive. You guys are nice. You guys are posting nice things. I'm going to reward you. The people posting bad things, y'all, okay, we just going to block you. Yeah, we saw that you posted that. Yeah, we don't like that. Just, oh, my access is blocked. Oh, well, guess you shouldn't have said that. That's how people fall in line. Like I said, it's what people do all the time. It's what governments do. Whoever kisses the ring gets access. That's how our government goes now. If you come on and you kiss Trump's ass, you're going to get government contracts. You're going to get you're going to get access to Trump. That's just how it go. I'm like, I figured that everybody understands this is kind of how the world runs. And so you don't get to go online and be like, well, I'm going to criticize Trump and but I'm still going to get these good government contracts. No, you understand that you got to kiss the ring. So the same thing with BTS. If you want access to certain things, then I need you to kiss the ring and you fall in line. I'm just like, why are we letting people talk bad about your artists? They should never be allowed access. You want to talk bad about my artists and stay your ass out there. You can't be in the Weverse. Can't be on the chat. No. To me, being on the Weverse chat is a platform that we don't own. It's a privilege. It's a privilege to have access to their IG or their X accounts or their TikTok accounts. That's a privilege. You ain't got to get on TikTok and look at Jungkook's TikTok or whatever. You ain't got to do that. You ain't got to see him doing his dance videos. Here comes Jungkook doing another dance video. No, you're blocked. You can't see that. So you need to reflect and think about what you got to do to get unblocked. Because JK's up here doing this. He's on the dance video. He's looking cute. And you're like, I want to see. Well, you better go somewhere else. Because people are like, oh, I want to see. Oh, I can't even see. I'm blocked from JK. Oh, really? Ooh, that sucks for you. So that's how I've been saying this all along, that these tactics work. and they should be used on fans. They for sure. Yeah, K-pop fascism. Yes, that's what we're doing. Yeah, you fascist tactics. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. You know, that's what you gotta do. Again, it is not a given. The way the fans feel is like access to their idols is this given thing that it's not a privilege. And I need fans. For me, I would try to shape fans to understand it is a privilege to be able to access their idols. It is a privilege to be able to look to see what they're posting in their pictures and what in the Weverse lives. That is a privilege that you can get on Weverse for free. So I need you not to abuse that privilege. I need you to understand that it's a privilege to have access to your idol, not a right. K-pop fans is way too bold for me. They have this sense of entitlement that I don't understand. They act like these idols are supposed to do everything, turn tricks, do jump around, do whatever they say and do. And based on what did they buy some? Like I said, they buying some albums. I mean, y'all been fans for a long time. That gives you the right to abuse somebody and say abusive things. I don't know. You don't get that right. You got to understand this is a privilege. This is a transactional relationship, and this is a privileged relationship. We're gonna institute some fascism. Yeah, if they want all that, they can go to they fan pages and or their own social media. They can do all that on their own social media off the official platforms. Whatever they do off the official platforms, Hive and agencies, they can't control. But they can't control what happens on their own platforms. They can't control what happens on the artist's IG and X and TikTok. They can control all of that and their Weverses, and they should be able to. They can't control what people do on fan pages and whatever. But to see the point about it is what I've peaked game a long time ago. What I'm telling y'all is that fans don't want to just stay in their spaces. They want to venture out into other spaces. I've experienced this in my own page. I'm like, if you don't like it, why are you here? Because people are fucking crazy. So I don't understand it for me that people will go to a idol's official, like I said, IG account, and they will spam the comments, whatever, because fans want attention. You eliminate that, I promise you, and they just got to go to their fan pages, their own website. It kind of dies, or they go to the Korean cafes. It kind of dies there. You know what I'm saying? People do these things because they want attention. They want attention from other fans, or they want attention for the artist. So that's why they go to the Weverses and spam comments and all this shit. Stay in their own lane, but they don't stay in their own lane. They want to bring it to other places because they want attention. I'm saying cut that off. I'm like, we're not giving you no air for this. So fans want attention. Again, if you want to get on your TikTok and complain about about Heeseyoung or whatever, then have at it. Go to your own TikTok. But no, they want to go to Evan's TikTok. They want to go to Enhypen members TikTok. They can't just stay on their own shit. They want to go everywhere else and complain. They want to come to my channel and other people's channels. That is psychotic to me. Stay on your own page and your own Facebook and your own shit and complain there. But no, they don't want to do that. So there need to be some punishment for that. Stay on your own lane, stay on your own platforms and your own little groups. Go and do that. Don't come out at the artist in Weverse and be yelling at other fans and yelling at the artist. No. That behavior should have never been allowed and or rewarded since the get-go, since the jump. It should have been shut down. There should be rules. Here's the rules. You get on here and you talk shit about my artist, you're done. You're done. Don't come back here. If you paid for a membership, here, cut it. We'll give them a refund. How many months they got left on we'll give you a refund. Have a good day. That's it. And then they will learn. Okay, I can say this on my fan pages and my own TikTok, but I know I can't go to Enhypen's channel and say that. Then they will learn because they want access. Fans want attention and they want access at the end of the day. And my point is starve them out. If you starve them out and if you institute these fascist tactics, these tactics that have worked since the dawn of time, used by governments and media to shape people, again, these are good political tactics, the fans would fall in line. It would curb some of this behavior because the fans would understand I can't get away with everything. Oh, I can't get away with everything anymore. No, we're not. And like I said, I would go a bit further if I was the agency. If it kept being a problem, I would get their fan pages shut down, because the agencies, if they really want to do that, they can do that. They can get fan pages shut down if they really want to. I would go that far, but again, I'm the Darth Vader of K-pop. I would start shutting down fan pages left, and they can do that. If the agencies really want to shut down fan pages, they could, because you're getting into, like, they can go to the platform and complain about name and likeness and all that kind of stuff, and then the platforms get scared and they get spooked, and they will be like, we're shutting your page down. They can do that if they really wanted to, but then they don't, though. But they could if they wanted to. I would start shutting down fan pages. I'm so evil. I'm like, y'all ain't gonna have nowhere to run. Just go somewhere else. Get off the platform. I would start suing people left and right. I mean, left and right, boy. My legal king. I'll be like, we suing you. We suing you. You getting a cease and desist. Everybody get a cease and desist today. That's how I would handle things. But yeah, they need moderators on Weavers for real. It is a cesspool of hell free for all. You know, I love that Jimin is enjoying his time. He should. Like, the K-pop idols have gotten so used to it by now that I don't think that they are bothered by things like people think that they are. Especially the longer that you're in the industry, the more thick skin that you have. But for me, as a PR person, it's just not a good look. And I don't want fandoms to think that they are free to treat my idol in any way. That's how I would feel. As a PR person, my goal would be to protect my idol at all costs. And I don't want fandoms to feel like they are so comfortable that they can just say whatever they want to say to my fucking idol and be like, well, no, no, you can't, because this is not a platform that you own. I don't own YouTube. I cannot come on YouTube and say whatever and post whatever and do whatever, because I don't own this platform. There are rules that I have to follow by as a content creator. There's rules as a poster that we have to follow by on YouTube. I can't just get on YouTube and just say whatever and do whatever. And the same thing for all the rest of these platforms. They have rules about nudity, about certain words that I cannot say on YouTube. I'll get banned or blocked, or my channel will get demonetized. There's certain things that I cannot do. So the idea that K-pop fandoms are allowed to go on Weverse and just say whatever they want to say is wild to me. It is wild. I was like, you shouldn't be allowed to say whatever you want to say. You don't own Weverse. They don't own that platform. I'm like, I can say whatever I want to say on YouTube. So if I can't do it, then ain't nobody else doing it. That's how my mindset is. I can't say whatever I want to say. I can't cuss people out. Uh yeah, I'm glad that they don't care. But there are some artists that do get affected by the hate and by the harassment. Um just because, some people are just more sensitive than others. But again, to me, it's not about whether the artist feels that way. To me, it's about training the fandoms to get a dose of act right. I don't feel it's helpful to anybody for fandoms to act this way. I don't think it's helpful. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help the artist. It doesn't help the agency. It may help the Korean media because they have something to report about, but I don't think this behavior is helpful. It's not helpful to the fandoms. It's just not helpful. It's not. I don't see where this behavior is constructive, and to me, it's gone on for too long. It's been allowed and fed into and excused for too long. When all of this could easily stop within 6 months, things would calm down quite a bit on social media. I promise you that things would die down a little bit if you would just have a zero tolerance for these type of things, and people would stop. People would be like, oh, I know I can't get away with that here, and they would just stop. But again, it takes time, it takes effort. They have to want to put moderators and stronger rules, but I don't think K-pop is really invested into trying to protect their artists physically, emotionally, or mentally, or security wise. I didn't see it enough in the past 6 months that I was convinced of it before, but I'm really convinced of it now. I don't think the agencies are invested trying to protect their idols. I think that the agencies see idols as commodities, and that's it. Commodities that need to work and bring the money. I think that there is a serious lack of care when it comes to the idols and their reputations and their mental well-beings, and just the overall nature of the K-pop fan base. I think it's kind of a kiki and a caw whenever they see things like this within the agency. I think it's kind of like a giggle and like, oh, well, it's fine. It's just publicity. It's no such thing as bad publicity. I think there's a lot of this notion that there's no such thing as bad publicity. And whatever it is, this is just part of being an idol. This is just normal. It is very normalized for fans to be abusive and over the top. And I'm like, why y'all let this go on? Because now people are starting to see that it's dangerous now. Before it was a kiki and a call, and it's not. Now people breaking into homes. Now people putting trackers on cars. Now people are breaking into dorm rooms and following artists around wearing lingerie. Like now people are starting to see, okay, these people, oh, they really crazy. Oh, they really, before when it was just online, it was cool. But now now the agency's starting to see that people are getting more dangerous, that people are actually starting to show up. Like people are now, they can fly all over the world and they have more access to the idols and they know where the idols are at and know where the idols are going to be at because of social media and people are trading information, selling information. Now, I think slowly but surely it's starting to dawn on some people in the agency that, okay, wait a minute, these people are getting dangerous now. Oh, it was just online. Like, that's fine. Now people are starting to show up at hotel rooms and airports and breaking into people's homes. Like, now they're starting to see that, like, okay, things have kind of gotten out of hand, but it should have been nipped in the bud years ago to keep the idols safe and isolated away from. There should be a distance between them and their fans. And now people are seeing that people are stepping over boundaries and doing crazy things now. I mean, putting trackers on cars, that's crazy. I mean, breaking into people's dorm rooms, hotel room all the time. Like now it's starting to get a little cuckoo. People are starting to be much more bold with it because people feel they can get away with it. They like, yeah, I can go and follow these people. It's fine. I'm like, okay. You think Stray could shit on list by next year, with some of them being 28, 3 years in military? Right. Yes. I think it's better for them to make a comeback at 32 than 35. You know. Yeah, I agree. I think the younger that they can go in and come back, I think it's gonna be better for them. Cause yeah, they getting in their late 20s, early 30s. You know, they starting to get long in the tooth. They wouldn't let you use the bathroom inside. That's our security. Well, it's in America, right? America don't play. They take their security seriously because they know there's some crazy people. They know people are nuts here. So people here, like, it's not, security here is kind of like, it's like a right here. It's like people understand that people are dangerous. Like people are really, really dangerous. And that's how it should be considered. All these people are dangerous. But again, the agencies, I've said it before and I'll beat this dead horse again. The agencies won't be happy until somebody really gets hurt. Until somebody breaks into someone's home and kidnaps somebody or hurts them or something like that. The agency won't take it seriously unless somebody's breaking into somebody's dorm or penthouse or hotel and they really end up getting hurt. Like they really end up meeting with a crazy fan or a hater that's trying to hurt them in some way. But right now, the agency, it's a kiki and it's a whoo, oh, they're in the house. Well, that's serious, but it's kind of like it's kind of like a joke now. It's not something that should be like, well, we should be concerned. Maybe we should start doing things online to try to mitigate these crazy people. It's like, well, that's just part of K-pop. That's just kind of how it goes. It's that attitude that I find baffling. That this is just a normal thing. This is just part of being an idol, and they gonna break in your house and they gonna murder your dog and whatever. It's just part of it. They gonna break in your mama's house and kidnap her. It's whatever. I'm just like, really, this is what we doing? Y'all think this is normal? Like, well, what can we do really? A lot. Like a lot. It's like, we'll add some more security people. It's fine. I'm like, they're not going to be satisfied that somebody really gets hurt. And when somebody really gets hurt, depending on what it is, there's going to be hell to pay with the fan. The fans are not going to have it. Let somebody break into JK's home and severely hurt JK. I don't even want to think. I'm just like, I'm visualizing that in my head. I don't know what would happen. Okay. I'm scared because it would be a near riot. Like armies worldwide would be like, would be on descend upon Big Hit like a rampant horde of loose wild zombies. Like it would be crazy if somebody would if some JK would really get hurt by somebody breaking into his home. Like it would I shudder the thought because I just can imagine like it would be such an uproar of anger. There would be like people would stand outside a hive, people be rioting, people I mean it would just be terrible if something would really happen to where he would get seriously injured or somebody would be holding him, by knife point in his home or something like that. It would, child, these fans would be rolling up on JK's home ready to just break in the house. JK, I'm coming to save you, JK. It'd be like a SWAT team of armies. Just we coming, JK, we ready. They would show up in all black and purple and they'd be like, all right, let's go. Okay, on your six, go, go, go. Girl, they'd be surrounding JK's house. They'd be breaking in the window. Psh, 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 we coming to get you, JK. We've come to save you. It'd be like a Navy SEALs up in there. I mean, they'd be coming from land, air, sea. Like, let somebody try to kidnap JK. Baby. It'd be like land, air, girl, it'd be like a SWAT team, Navy SEALs, girl. It'd be something, it'd be like something out of a Netflix movie, child. We'd be sitting there like, damn, do they got a SWAT, their own SWAT team? People like, we didn't brought our own team of experts. We're Army and we're from law enforcement. And we just come here to assess the situation. Right, regulators, mount up. All the Army military veterans would show up. I'm telling you, it'd be like SEAL Team 6 up in this bitch. They would show up with their own equipment, their own gear. They be having their own rifles. We got a sniper in the tree over there. Just have a sniper. I see him. I see her. They be like, take the shot. Boom. We're like, we got her, yeah. Girl, they be like, have a sniper in the street talking about take the shot. The police be like, wait a minute, they're like, no, just move aside, officers. We got to take the shot. Boom. They didn't snipe an old girl in a tree. They didn't snipe an old girl through JK's window. We got her. She's down, and sailing down. Oh my God. They will be like, boy, I'm telling you, girl. Oh my God. Oh, they say even after the My Chemical Romance concert, folks were still allowed to use the bathroom, or they were allowed to use the bathroom. Girl, they be like, take the shot. She be like, boom. So they're like, oh, we got her. They'd be like, a group of fans had sniped the assailant. She had Jungkook held. They go through the window. It's okay. We got you, JK. They over there untying JK. He over there tied up. Talking about, we got you. It's okay, JK. We got you. It's fine. Get a medic in here. They wheeled a medic in. They done brought their own ambulance. We JK, it's fine. We rested. We got the ambulance. Go on, bring the medical in here. We got it. Be careful with him. He's in shock. Just wheel him. They would come in like this. Army do come in there with their own medical team and everything. They all like, we got our own medical team. Move out the way. We don't need you. South Korea, you fine. Like they be pushing the police. They were going there and say this from JK, baby. I said, Lord, yeah, he be drug up out of there. They be trying to take JK to the hospital. They be guarding the door. They be like, what you want? Girl, I just think about that. I was like, Army would be no joke if somebody would broke in trying to hurt JK, especially JK out of everybody. Like JK, I said, they couldn't mess with not a member of BTS, but especially not JK. Now, come on, now, you don't be messing with JK. Now, you don't be messing with baby boy like that. You don't be messing with my nephew like that. Don't be doing nephew like that. I tell you, people feel some type of way about JK. They feel a level of, especially a lot of the older fans feel, especially the fans that have been the fans a long time, who's seen JK grow through the years, they feel a level of protectionist regarding JK that I have not seen in like the other members. People feel very protective over Jungkook because they seen him grow up over the years. And so it's hard when people been armies for a long time and seen JK when he was like 13, 14, 15 years old, all the way up to him being a young man. So I've learned that armies feel very they have a soft spot for JK. Him being the youngest, you know. Yes, JK would be so grateful. He'd be like, "Oh my God, Army saved me." They do. I call JK nephew. Like he nephew to me. I mean, he's incredibly handsome and gifted and talented. But to me, you know, people have a lot of protective feelings over um JK. Yeah, Jimin too. Oh, Jimin, please. They just I mean, just Jimin. Oh my God. Like when they came on tour, I think that JK and Jimin, like people like JK, Jimin, and Taeyong, of course, are the favorites. But especially Jimin. I was surprised in Dallas how they were screaming and hollering. They some there was a lot of Jimin fans, or maybe they were just the loud. They were really, really loud. But they were screaming for RM, they were screaming for Jimin and Jungkook and V too. But just it just seemed like when Jimin was on the screen, people, you know, people go crazy. I like I said, we were discussing BTS. We were talking about the members and stuff like that, but we'll get into that in a minute. But I didn't veer it off topic. But the other thing I want to talk about is KATSEYE. KATSEYE is another group besides Cortis. Sorry, y'all. I'm looking at something. I didn't know what that was. Y'all see, I'll be freaking out. KATSEYE is the other group. KATSEYE actually has 4 songs on Billboard right now, if you guys didn't know. KATSEYE is not a group that I'm a fan of. I am not a, what do they call them? I'm not an icon. I'm not. KATSEYE is a group that I have, like right now, Megan sprained her ankle. Like they're about to go on tour and they were finna do this Daisy Festival, this Olivia Rodrigo festival, but they had to cancel because Megan, I guess, was rehearsing and she sprained her ankle. So right now, KATSEYE are down to 3. Okay. So they know they couldn't perform with just 3. So it's very strange that members keep going on hiatus and we went down from 6 to 3. And I won't speculate on that, but KATSEYE has been catching a lot of heck online as well. I might do another video about it, about them and Cortis, talking about both of them in one video. It is very weird to me. The rhetoric around KATSEYE is very odd to me. There are so many content creators and people on YouTube who are talking about what they need to fix about KATSEYE, and I'm just like, but KATSEYE are successful. So I don't, there are some groups that have been performing for years and that maybe have like 1 Billboard song, maybe just 1, much less 4. And so I don't, these people with these videos talking about, well, they need to fix KATSEYE. I'm like, well, I remember when KATSEYE first came out. I didn't watch the show that they were on, but I do remember when KATSEYE came out. And when they came out, they were doing a song, touch, 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 touch. When they first came out with their few couple of songs, there were some people who really liked them since day one because they watched the show and they liked it. But when they first came out, there are people saying that they were mediocre. There are people saying that they were boring. There are people saying that they weren't going to go anywhere because they just seemed like every other group except there were different races of girls. They were saying that they're just okay. People were saying that they were mid. All these things were said about KATSEYE in the beginning, up until Gnarly. When Gnarly came out, it changed the game for KATSEYE. But in the beginning, people were not on with KATSEYE like that. People were just like, oh, this is cute. This is some experiment. It may or may not work out. They sound just like any other K-pop women group. People were like, yeah, they just all right. Gnarly come out, it propelled them. And then there are other songs have come out, like Gabriella and stuff like that. And so now they've gained more and more of a following. And then so now, since people for some reason don't like KATSEYE, again, not quite understanding, I can understand people saying that the music isn't for them or maybe they don't like the style of the music that they're doing. That's up to a person. That's valid. But to sit there and act like something's wrong with Cat's Eye when you want a group to sell, I'm like, I thought that was the point of the industry. As much as K-pop fans, and I know Cat's Eye are K-pop, but as much as people talk about charts and sales and tours and numbers and all this shit, Cat's Eye is doing all of that. And then all suddenly people are like, well, we don't like them. Okay, well, somebody gotta like them. I mean, you again, you can fake the numbers, but you can't fake tours. So again, in order for them to go on tour, there has to be a market there. They have to sell tickets. They went on a tour last year that I didn't get a chance to go to. Jennifer didn't want to go. I think Jennifer was out of town. But I still want to go to their tour. But again, they were in Dallas and they were at a big venue and they almost sold out. So I'm like, somebody's buying these albums, somebody's downloading these songs, somebody's going to these concerts. And it may not be me, but the idea that I'm going to get online and be like, well, Cat's Eye needs to be fixed. Fixed to what? So they be mediocre? And then the moment y'all try to fix Cat's Eye, then they tank. And let's just say, and then everybody gonna be like, Cat's Eye, they fell off. I said, y'all something else. I'm like, the moment they start retooling them and they fall off, then everybody's gonna be making fun of them, talking about, oh, wait, ain't nobody like Cat's Eye no more. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is sell albums, be successful. It's like people are mad because they're successful. I find that very weird. I'm just like, that's what I said. Fix what's wrong with them. People like they're supposed to fix them to do. I'm like, fix them to do what? Like, what are we fixing them to do? To be mediocre? And then, like I said, if you fix them and then they fall off, then everybody mad because they fall off. I was like, you fix them and then what? They ain't popular no more, and then they get blamed for it. I don't know what's going on with their hiatuses. I honestly don't know. I've heard so many things that I literally don't talk about it anymore because I have heard 6 or 7 different things from 4 different people. Like I'm like, what's going on with Cat's Eye? Y'all hear any rumors? And then somebody was like, yeah, this, and this, and that, and it could be this, and it could be that. I was like, okay, that's a lot of variables. And then somebody else is like, oh, I heard this and this and this. I was like, okay, next person. I've heard this. Everybody has heard all different things. Nothing is cohesive about what we're hearing about Cat's Eye. I don't know why that is. So I don't know if people just don't know. I don't know what's going on. But everything that I hear is not cohesive. It's just like, I'm like, everybody's then told me like 5 or 6 different things. And I'm like, and that's very odd. Because usually if I ask 4 or 5 different people, I may get a few answers, but then I can see that there's 1 or 2 answers that's the same for everybody. And that's what I usually come out and hint. But this time with Cat's Eye, I have heard many different things from many different people. And I'm just like, I don't know what to believe. So I just got to keep my mouth shut because I'm like, I don't know what's real. I don't know what's fake. I don't know if people are intentionally putting things out there. That's what it kind of sounds like to me. That the agency is intentionally putting things out there and just to throw people off. And I don't know what the truth is, but there's enough evidence out there that the agency is putting out things like false narratives to kind of throw people off as to what's really going on. So that tells me that there is something serious going on if they went through this much trouble to kind of throw people off. I think there's something seriously going on. And so I don't know. You think a lot of people don't like them because they attract a younger audience? I don't think they attract I don't think Cat's Eye attract a younger audience. Whenever I go and watch the Cat's Eyes, well, I know when they came to Dallas, and I go back and I watch their what was it? Well, that's Lollapalooza. But when I go back and watch their tours and concerts, I don't see a lot of people in their audience, and Cat's Eye's tickets are expensive, y'all. So people talk about a bunch of young kids watching their music. If you go on YouTube and look at their audience, it's not a bunch of young kids. I mean, young kids, what age are we talking about? My daughter is 12, 13 years old. Her friends don't listen to Cat's Eye. Yeah, teeny bopper. They're not a teeny bopper group. They're not. Like I said, my daughter's 12, 13. Her friends don't listen to Cat's Eye. Now, my son is 16. My son is 16. His age group is the age group that will listen to Cat's Eye, 16 and up. I don't see a lot of 12 and 13-year-olds really listening to Cat's Eye like that. They may hear their songs on TikTok videos, they may know their songs, but being like fans and going to concerts and tours, if you look in their audience, there's not that many kids there because again, their parents would have to go with them. Like if you're talking about kids under the age of 16, then we're talking about something that where their parents would have to go with them. Their parents would be buying these tickets. I look in the audience and I've looked and looked and looked and looked and I don't see a lot of, there's not, just like with BTS. When I went to BTS, there was not a lot of young kids there. The kids that were there, their parents were probably Army and they most likely weren't. I didn't see a lot of kids liking Cat's Eye at their concerts and tours. Well, every tour that I've seen, it's been a bunch of girls. And when I say girls, I mean young ladies. It's been like that when I'm looking at the audience, it's not a lot of kids there. It's not like a little kids, like 10-year-old, 11-year-old, 12. I don't see that. I see 16 and up. Mostly up. Mostly I see 20-something-year-olds. That's what I mostly see at Cat's Eye concerts. Everybody that I know that online that like Cat, like I said, I think people are confusing the people online with the people who are spending the money. But the people who are spending the money are not little kids. The people who are actively going to buy merchandise and tours are at least 16, 18 and up. They're not little kids. They're not little. Like when people say little kids, I'm like 9, 10-year-olds. No, they're not in the Cat's Eye like that. 9, 10-year-olds is not it. They heard the song Gnarly and they like the song, but they not like Cat's Eye fans. The ones that are fans I've seen are at least 18, you know. Today's show will have them young kids in the audience. Yeah, because they cater to families on that show. I think people are taking what they see at today's show and stuff like that, but that's not their fan base though. Their fan base online and their fan base in on concerts and tours have, if you look in the audience, you don't see a lot of young kids, you know. Yeah, I don't think that they're marketed to I don't think that they're marketed. I agree. I don't know any kids that are personally into Cat's Eye. But then again, that to me, that's on the parents and not on Cat's Eye. My 12-year-old, she's not into K-pop. But even if she was, Cat's Eye would not be a group I would let my kid listen to. But then again, once again in the West, I have to pull out how many young girls are listening to Meg Thee Stallion, Cardi B, and Tyler because they present a sexy image. They do. And younger kids, again, I can't speak for all the West in America, listen to Cardi B, they listen to Meg Thee Stallion, and they listen to Tyler. So that's all I'm saying. It's the same thing. The same thing that applies to Cat's Eye applies to any female artist. Sabrina Carpenter. How many little kids like Sabrina Carpenter alive? Sabrina Carpenter is not marketed to kids either. Sabrina Carpenter, I've seen her stage show. I watched them last night. She is not a kid-friendly artist. The way she presents, her music is not. But when you see her Sabrina Carpenter's videos and her stage show, she's running around in lingerie. She's swinging on a stripper pole. I'm not mad at her. I love Sabrina Carpenter. I absolutely love her. But there are young people that really like her. Like I see that. But again, that's just kind of like what America does. Like that's just, her songs are not explicit, but her running around with lingerie and swinging around a stripper pole, I don't know if little kids should be at this concert, but there are people who like Sabrina Carpenter too. But again, people don't complain about, my whole thing about it is people don't complain about kids liking sexy artists. I only hear this argument with Cat's Eye. That's what gets me suspicious and annoyed because I only hear this with Cat's Eye. And I'm like, y'all, I like, do we have to go through the gauntlet of female artists that presents as sexy? I only hear this with Cat's Eye. I don't hear anybody complaining about Sabrina Carpenter running around with lingerie and kids listening, watching her stage shows. I don't hear anybody complaining about Tyler, which a lot of people like Tyler, but Tyler is provocative. She dances sexy. Kids, they love Tyler. My daughter knows who Tyler is. Only with KATSEYE is this problem. And I'm like, why is this a problem with them? When they are not doing anything different, like I said before, what Pussycat Dolls did, they not doing anything different than what other groups did that people used to listen to back in the day. When Pussycat Dolls came out, there was 12 and 13-year-olds listening to Pussycat Dolls. But for some reason, I guess KATSEYE people, I don't, like I said, I don't understand the arguments. I don't get it because there have been a lot of sexy singers. Tate McRae is a sexy singer. I love Tate. Let me just say. I absolutely love Tate McRae. I love her. But kids like her music too. And all of her videos is, you know what? I love Tate. That's my girl, Tate McRae. But I only hear this stuff with KATSEYE. All of them, you know. Right. That's what I'm saying, V. Marie. You only hear this argument with minority female artists. You only hear this argument. Like, I'm just like, Tate McRae can dance all over the stage half naked. Sabrina Carpenter can dance. And then people are like, well, but then if it's some black women or brown women, then it's like, they're too sexy. I'm like, oh okay. Yes, Lady Gaga had her own, when she first came out, wore all these scantily clad outfits. I just find it very odd. I'm just like, why is this an argument? I can put on Sabrina Carpenter and I watched 3 hours. I was like, okay, let me get my ducks in a row. I was like, okay, lingerie. Okay, she wearing a bodysuit. Okay, she in a stripper pole. What? People like, yay. I'm like, okay, so we're not going. I always bring up Sabrina Carpenter because she is very popular and she's the closest example that I have. And I love Sabrina Carpenter. She's gorgeous. She's beautiful. Keep on doing you, boo. But there aren't many female singers that look like Billie Eilish, or I don't know about what Olivia Rodrigo do. I don't watch her. But all the singers that I watched, the ones that I watched this past week, I'm like, it just seems like KATSEYE is the problem. And I just, you know, even though I'm Sabrina Carpenter, I'm not a fan of her music, you know. I do. I feel like it's a lot of pearl clutching. I agree. Again, when I go back and watch the Pussycat Dolls, and they were singing very explicit songs. They weren't, KATSEYE songs aren't explicit. They're not talking about sex and they're not talking about none of those things in a song. Pussycat Dolls was singing Loosen Up My Buttons and In Mix. Somebody brought up In Mix too. In Mix was kind of, not In Mix. What is it? Little Mix. I don't know. They're a British group. People were talking about them too. And they're a British group. And I saw some of their stage, like Little Mix. I don't know their name. But anyway, they're a British group. They were out like 6 years ago. And they were like, you know, kind of British Pussycat Doll-esque. And I didn't hear, again, I don't hear these arguments when it comes to other groups. And there are a lot of female singer solos and groups out there that do what KATSEYE do. Like they talk about Tinashe and Normandy, whatever. I don't know these female artists, y'all. But people are bringing up examples of different artists out there that I'm just like, especially, like I said, the biggest one I can think of is Tyler, because Tyler has a lot of fans. And I've seen her music videos and I've seen what she presents, even with Lisa. Even Lisa's outfits are very sexy. I said, I don't understand how anybody cannot point anything about Lisa and Jenny when every time I see Lisa and Jenny at festivals or on stage, they are wearing the crop toppiest and they have little bitty shorts. And I was just like, so I saw Lisa's outfits and I'm looking at KATSEYE going, okay, y'all are pretty much dressed in as minimal enough clothing as you can. Lisa up here with a little top and little short shorts on. And I'm like, okay. And then she wearing her promotional pictures for her new album. She's wearing like this bodysuit that cuts here. And then they got the holes. And then her cheeks be cheeking. And I was like, Okay, but that's okay. But in KATSEYE is not. I don't understand it. I don't. Girls like little young people like Lisa too. And Jenny. Jenny went around here with a look. I was like, so I'm like, I don't know who's more scantily clad, you know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they to me, it's the content. It's like, are they talking about sex in their music? And they not. They not. Like you know, for the most part, Lisa and Jenny and Cat's Eye are not talking about like, you know, raunchy stuff in their songs. Like I said, the clutching of the pearls around Cat's Eye, I find it very interesting and curious because it is not a valid argument. They are not marketed. I've heard people talk about they marketed, they're not marketed towards kids. If the kids listen to the music, then that's on the parents. But from what I've seen in their audiences at their concerts, I don't see that many kids. I looked at many different concerts, many different venues. I didn't see that many kids. And then on top of that, I'm like, but kids like Sabrina Carpenter and kids like Tyler and kids like Meg Thee Stallion, and they probably should or should not be at these concerts. I don't know. It's up to the parents. But for me, who has a 12-year-old girl who's almost 13, I know what her friends listen to. And is we don't have teenager groups in America. We don't have K-pop-esque groups in America. We have grown women who make music that kids like because there's no other alternative. We don't have teenage or teeny boppy groups no more. All that's gone out the window. So if you're gonna like an artist or a group, most likely they're gonna do, I mean, most likely, 100% likely they're gonna be an adult in the West. But again, my kids' friends are not into K-pop. They listen to grown adults. They listen to grown male singers, female singers, and stuff like that. So to them, it's not that big of a deal because they're like, well, what else are we supposed to listen to? We don't listen to K-pop, but they do listen to Western artists. Whatever Western artists, again, I'm not familiar with who's ever famous out there as a Western female artist. There's like Doechii. I don't know what she does. I mean, I know she's a rapper, but I don't know how she presents. But like, I don't know these people like that. But I just always get a really weird, gross feeling about people criticizing Cat's Eye when I'm like, but ain't they just like another Western star or group or female singers? To me, they're no different than the Western female singers that I see all the time. To me, I'm just like, okay, they selling sex. They and then the dance moves that they do are not very overly sexual. So I don't see them doing a lot of like raunchy dance moves, and then they don't sing raunchy music. So I'm really confused. Meg Thee Stallion and Cardi B are singing grown folks music. They are singing raunchy music. Even some of Tyler's songs are very, not all of them can be somewhat titillating and flirty and an adult. But Cat's Eye don't sing adult songs. And then when I look at their music videos and then I see other people doing their dance moves are not overly sexual. I've seen people do their dance moves and I'm just like, okay, I got it. Like it's not overly, like a lot of their dance moves in their videos are not over the top, like, you know, hip thrust thing. And we're grinding upon some dude in the music. They're not doing. So I'm still confused as to what, what adult. I'm sitting there going, none of this is really like inappropriate. Like they're dancing around, they're throwing pillows. I'm like, they throwing pillows and they dancing like this and they dancing like that. And I'm like, okay, this with the Western standards is pretty lame. I mean, I'm like, their dance moves are high octane, but it's not overly like, like you up here, dry humping some dude, and you got your butt in the camera. Like it's not that. I didn't, I'm like, okay, like it's not overly raunchy. So I'm just like, can we go back to the City Girls song? What's that song? Take That, Shake That. I'm like, well, that's the song that everybody like. What's the City Girl song? I forgot the name. Where she talking about get the money, get the money, get the money. I was like, okay. Like I compare them to that. And I'm just like, it's not like they grinding their ass in the camera. Like what? I like, they're really just. And then I saw people do their dances and I'm just like, oh, okay, well, that's it. It ain't really like they snacking, they over here like this and this. Yeah, give it to me, daddy. Yeah. I'm like, they're not doing all that. They pretty just dancing, they just dancing. I'm like, uh-oh. I'm like, go cat's eye, go cat's eye, go cat's eye. I'm like, oh, get it, girl. Good girl. Like, it's not. So again, I'm still back to going watching Cat's Eye going, what's the problem? I'm like, I'm still like, go watch which video. I haven't which video. I think the last video I saw was the animal oh no, I seen that tutti fruity video, and then I didn't think it was that bad. What is the Hootie Fruity by Cat's Eye? I'm watching it right now. And like I said, if you take them out of the outfits, it and then put them in regular clothes, it's not like I said, when I went and saw people do the dances in the video, it's like, oh, you seen the videos? I'm just like, this ain't really I'm just like, and then like I said, if you take the outfits out the video and you take that and just their dancing, it's not, it ain't nothing. I'm like, the dancing itself is like, okay. Hold on. This is Tyler. If y'all can see, this is Tyler. You guys probably can't see it, but this is Tyler. They're doing Tyler. There's nothing different between this is Tyler's video. That girl, she came out with a song. This is Tyler. People love Tyler. Tyler. This is Tyler. They're doing this is nothing that ain't been done, that Tyler ain't been doing for a long time. You can go, I can pull up a Shakira video and Shakira's doing just as much. So again, I'm not quite understanding what she's doing that's any different than anybody else. This is Tyler on the Today Show. This is the Today Show video. If y'all can see it. This is her on the Today Show. It's nothing. It's the same shit that we've been seeing for decades. Right, Cardi B in her video on there. Yeah, I was like, it's the same shit that Tyler been doing forever. Like I'm just like, if you see Chanel, the song, Put Me in Chanel, I like that song. That's my song. If you say you love me, then put it in Chanel. You say you love me, then put it in Chanel. Put it in Chanel. It's the same shit. Like Tyler. She grinding, she winding, she grinding. Same shit. No, Tyler ain't doing no different than the Cat's Eye doing. Same thing. Girls love Tyler. I mean, my daughter knows who Tyler is. So I'm still not understanding how are these two things, how are they not doing anything different than what other stars that are doing the same thing. When Sabrina Carpenter came out and did Man Child and she had them little shorts on, and I'm just like, because in the West, sex sells. That's just how it is. That's just, it's nothing different. It's not different from the Pussycat Dolls, not all the way down, Britney Spears, all the way down to when Britney Spears came out there with the snake on and little bikini or whatever. I was just like, all right. Every time I see Cat's Eye, I'm just like, yeah, that's cool. I'm like, go ahead, ladies, great bodies. It's no different. What do you mean no one likes Tyler? Tyler has, who is flop here? You talking about the United States? I'm talking about Tyler as an artist, period. I'm not talking about her being, yeah, we're not saying you're not a fan. That's fine. I understand that. I'm not a fan of Tyler either. I'm talking about the aesthetic that people have a problem with Cat's Eye. I'm not saying that you have to be a fan of Tyler or Cat's Eye. That's it. My point is, people are dogging out Cat's Eye as if they're doing something different than what any artists have done before. There's more. I bring up Tyler because she's the most famous example. Again, Sabrina Carpenter, Tate McRae. Even though people, you may not like Tyler, but Tyler's successful. She's successful at what she does. So I understand. I don't know if Tyler album flopped or not, but I'm saying that Tyler is a recognized person. Sabrina Carpenter album for sure did not flop, and she's doing the same thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Ruth. I'm not saying it has nothing to do with being successful. My point is that people are dogging out Cat's Eye and saying that they needed to be changed because apparently they don't like their image and trying to say that things need to be changed or whatever. I bring up Tyler because Tyler is popular. Her videos have millions and millions and millions. This song, the Chanel video that came out 10 months ago, has 148 million views. So that's what I'm saying. That she's a popular, well-known artist. Okay, well, I don't know. I'm just saying in the West. I'm not saying what's happening in South Africa. And again, I'm talking about, I don't know what Tyler's album did or what everything did. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She's not doing anything different than Britney Spears and Tate McRae. Yes. Oh, she had to cancel her tour. Her tour where? Hold on. Tyler canceled her tour where? Again, this is not about her. I'm not a oh, she canceled her concert in Nigeria. I'm talking about Tyler being worldwide famous, honey. I ain't, she canceled her tour in Nigeria. That's the last thing I see. Lagos tour. Okay, that's fine. So I don't, again, I'm just talking about her being an artist. Oh, rated R99. We're talking about Cat's Eye. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about Cat's Eye, the criticisms regarding Cat's Eye. I'm saying that Cat's Eye is not doing anything different than any other artist. And people are saying that Cat's Eye needs to be fixed, but I'm like, but they're selling. So again, I'm not a Tyler fan. Again, okay, let's bring up somebody else. Tate McRae, my girl. I love Tate McRae. Tate McRae is my girl. My girl. Yeah, I understand but yes, besides that members are on hiatus. But yeah, I bring up Tate McRae. Tate McRae, that's my girl. I love Tate McRae. I am a fan of hers. I am a fan of hers. You said Cat's Eye should do this. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm just talking about female artists, period. It ain't got nothing to do with whether they worldwide famous. Again, Sabrina Carpenter is worldwide famous. So they ain't doing nothing different than Sabrina Carpenter. I understand that people may not like their songs, but again, there are plenty of artists I don't like their songs, but they're selling. That's the point. They're selling. I don't like girl groups. There's only a few girl groups that I actually like. I don't like girl groups. Just because I don't like the songs, it doesn't mean that I understand that what they're popular. I don't like music, period. But like I said, I don't like Stray Kids songs. But I acknowledge that Stray Kids is popular, that they sell, that they chart. I don't think that Stray Kids need to change anything because I don't like their music or I may not like their look. I don't care. At the end of the day, the only group that I'm fans of like that really is BTS. But I can acknowledge, okay, this group over here is popular. I don't care for Cortis too much, but I big up Cortis because they are popular. They sell. I do like Cortis, some of their music. I do. And I understand what they're trying to do. But I'm not like, well, Cortis needs to change because of what? Because I don't like their music. Cortis music is not made for me. Same thing about Cat's Eye. I am out of their demographic. Cat's Eye music is not made for me. I'm too old to be liking that kind of music. And I get it. So I don't have any problem with them because I understand that there's be music for young people, not for people my age. I know what kind of music I like, and I'm not into certain types of music. There are country artists that sell. There's like Ella Langley, but I'm not going to be like, well, Ella Langley, her music's trash. She's country. I don't like country. I'm not into country music. So, but I understand that she's probably going to win a Grammy and she's on top of the Billboard. half of the people on the Billboard top 20 right now in America. Either I don't know who they are, I don't like their music. I don't like Olivia Rodrigo. I don't like female artists, Western artists, period. But I acknowledge this person is popular. This person has had a lots and lots of hits. I don't like Taylor Swift. For God's sakes, I don't like fucking Taylor Swift. Good Lord. Nothing against her, nothing personal. But I just her music is not my kind of music. I don't like that kind of music. I'm a hip hop girl. But I acknowledge that Taylor Swift is a GOAT. She's the GOAT. She's very popular. People love her. People love her personally. Do I like Rihanna? Yes. Dolly Parton. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I stay in my music lane and I don't diss other people's music because I don't like it. I acknowledge that this people like it. So, I like Rihanna when she was around. I like Madonna. I grew up listening to Madonna as a kid. I love Dolly Parton. She wrote a lot of songs. She wrote a lot of songs. Why you like? I like Taylor Swift. I respect her. She's a good businesswoman. I respect Taylor Swift very much so because she's popular. She's a businesswoman. She's a businesswoman. I mean, I like her music, but I get it. But I don't know. I mean, to me, it's music. It ain't nothing personal. It's just that she's a good businesswoman. I don't like Beyonce. I'm not a Beyonce fan at all. I don't like music like that. But I acknowledge, I'm like, okay, I understand that she's popular. Yeah, I like Billie Eilish. I'm more of a Billie Eilish fan. Right. I'm not gonna bash somebody just because I don't like their music. That's childish. Like, I mean, but I acknowledge that, okay, this person is really popular. Yeah, there's people who don't like BTS. I live in a house. What are you talking about? I live in a household where people hate BTS. I have lived in a household where people don't like BTS. Yeah, that's my reality every day. Period. I'm people. I don't know anyone who likes K-pop. Not in my real life. I don't know anybody who likes K-pop at all. Again, my take is always on the music industry. Who is popular? Who is selling? Just because I don't like it, I acknowledge that this person is selling. This person is popular. But the idea to take somebody who is selling and popular, and then all suddenly people are like, oh, because I don't like it, then they either don't deserve to be popular or they need to change, is childish. I don't think that way. I like Billie Eilish, and I know people don't like her music, but I do. I like Billie Eilish. Nobody I know is like BTS. Period. Oh yeah, them tickets was hard to get Beyonce. I don't like I said, I don't like music, I'm not a music person, period. But I like the industry. That is the whole point of my channel is the industry. It's not about who's popular, what music I don't like. To me, my personal taste in music is personally hip hop music and trash. I like trash music. I tell you all the time. My taste in music is twerk music. So that's what twerk music. There you go. There you go. Talking about K-pop is a bunch of lip singers and fake singers. Okay, I don't have a problem with lip syncing either. I don't have that problem. Some of y'all be like, well, they ain't singing live. I'm like, shit. I lived through the days where nobody sung live. I've been to Britney Spears concerts, and I know Britney was not getting up there singing live, y'all. She was up there lip syncing. I lived through decades. I lived through the decades of where people weren't even singing their right songs. Were we talking about CNC Music Factory? Were we talking about just a bunch of groups back in the 90s? That it turns out they weren't even singing all that. The whole thing with Martha Wash was singing CNC. I lived through a decade where people weren't even singing their songs. Oh, I don't know that much about Tyler. I don't care about her. I don't like girl groups. I'm a boy. Yeah, Milli Vanilli. I lived through the Milli Vanilli decades where they weren't even singing the songs. It was like, who is that? I'm like, I don't know. That's somebody else singing the song. Yeah, okay. I lived through, there were so many groups back in the 90s that it turned out that they weren't singing that song. There's some groups I watched the documentary recently where I learned that they weren't singing their songs. I don't like Brianna. I don't know. Britney is a head case. Britney got more issues than just music. Yeah, I'm not a music person. I'm not. I like the industry. That's what I like. I like the industry. The industry is what fascinates me, not the musicians. I'm not a music person. I'm an art person. I'm books and art. That's my thing. Music, it's just background noise. I could care. I care about the industry. That's what I talk about. That's what my channel talks about. It's mostly the industry, not the music. I mean, there are plenty of channels where they talk about the music and what music they don't like, and which is subjective. Music is always subjective. I always respect art because again, I'm not a musician. I'm not a singer. So the people who sing and make music to me is interesting. That's fascinating. That's a talent that a lot of people don't have, do have. To be on stage and to sing is something I could never do. To be on stage, on that stage, and be the focus of all that attention is something I respect very greatly. It's something that it's a talent, it's a skill that I do not have. Is a great skill. It's a skill that my family has, you know. It's a skill to have. But what I'm saying is what I get mad is when people take their taste in music and be like, these people need to be fixed because we've been hearing these arguments for decades. People have to understand is that when it comes to music, it goes in waves and cycles and trends and stuff. When I was a kid, I grew up in the age of hip hop. I grew up when hip hop was, I was told hip hop ain't real music. Rap ain't real music. That's not a thing. Rap is horrible. It's talentless. I remember those days of being told by older people when I was younger that the music I listened to was horrible. Every generation goes through this. Same thing about rock and roll with Elvis and the Beatles, all the way up down to today. I don't lend any credence to that because what's terrible to one generation, one people, 10, 15 years from now, everybody's gonna look back and be like, well, it wasn't that bad. Because that's kind of how things go. I remember being told over and over again that hip hop wasn't a real music form, that hip hop was horrible, that rap was hideous in all of its forms. The beginning of hip hop was it was never taken seriously. People did not like it. People thought it was horrible music. People ain't playing no instruments and they're beatboxing, and people thought it was the worst thing ever. So I don't have a revisionist history when people look fondly. I was like, no, we lived through iterations where people made fun of all different types of music throughout history, whether it be rock, whether it be metal, whether it be punk music. People told people that punk music wasn't real music. So the people talking about this ain't real music, this ain't good music, I'm like, we've been through this over and over and over again. It's the same cycle over and over again with the generations. And I don't subscribe to that. I don't believe in that at all. I believe that music is music. And if it's not for me, it's not for me. I stay in my lane. I'm like, that's not for me. Okay. But I understand that, like, again, as somebody who liked punk music, I was told that punk music and metal weren't real music. That's not real music. It wasn't melodic. It didn't have the right chords. The singers were screaming into the mic. That's not real music. Okay. I was told that death metal wasn't real music. That heavy metal screaming into the mic, that's not real music. Okay. I'm like, okay. I've always been the end of the argument of that's horrible, hideous music. Now people are like, oh, you know, rock and roll Metallica. I was like, I remember when people didn't think Metallica was real music. So they're just screaming. I don't understand it. Oh, okay. Okay. Now there's a revisionist history. Now it's, oh, well, we always knew the Sex Pistols were a good band. No, y'all didn't. Sex Pistols had no talent. They sucked. They were a hideous band. Now they're trying to put them in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I was like, yeah. I remember when rap music was horrible, hideous, gutter music, ghetto music. It's music just for black people. Now we in the Hall of Fame. I'm like, boy, it just came full circle, didn't it? I was like, we have come completely full circle from music that everybody thought was trash to now everyone's like, oh my God, it's so wonderful now. I'm like, well, okay. You know, like nobody, everybody was like, you know, not it. Yeah, that's what I said. The same thing with KATSEYE and CORTIS. about the same thing. People have the same arguments about Cortis. Again, Cortis is not for me. I'm not 18, 19 years old. I understand that. My taste in rap music I understand what they're doing, but I understand that that's what trends now. Like that's what the young people like. I have children, so I'm like, okay, what do y'all like? I'm always asking them, what kind of music do your friends listen to? What kind of music? Because I'm always like wanting to know, like, what do young people like? Because what I like, again, with my old ass, is not going to be what young people like. I'm not an R&B person. I am a hardcore rap person. And no, I never forget Madonna. Madonna, she was one of my heroes back in the day. But I am a hardcore rap person. I like rap music. I like gangster rap. I like hip hop music. I like rap music. That's my wheelhouse and genre of liking music. I like gutter rap music. I like just nonsensical trap music. Just my taste in music is that. But I understand that like my taste in music is just mine. I don't expect everybody to be like, liking trap music. Like I don't expect that. So, but yes, I Prince was a musical genius. Yes. And MJ was a musical. But I can recognize, and again, because my family is a musical family, I learned to appreciate music. I learned to appreciate musicians and music. And I take umbrage because from the old people all the way down to the young people in my family are involved in music and stuff from some sort of way. Not me, because, even my kids, they play instruments. So I'm not a musical person, but I appreciate music for what it is. And again, I always tell people I stay in my musical lane. I understand that I'm old. I understand my age limitations, that there are music out there that I'm not going to understand because I'm old. I mean, shit. I'm not gonna understand Hootie Tootie Fruity because bitch, I'm old. Okay. Like I get it on a visceral level, like on a music level, but I understand that like on a taste level, I like that shit ain't for me. I understand that we live in a TikTok generation. We live in a generation where songs are 2 minutes and 20, 25, 30 seconds. I understand that a song has to have a good drop, a good hook, and they have to go and they have to have a good dance to be on a TikTok. Okay. I understand what it takes to make a hit song and why music has gone that way. We are living in a social media generation and there's nothing we can do about that. I can complain about it all day and I don't because I understand that like this is the generation, this is what the generation we live in. You have to give the people what they want. And that's just music industry is an industry. You are there to sell. These groups are there. Like I watch Asian Entertainment. She's done a series of videos talking about the music industry. How the fact that the reason why K-pop keeps cranking out these groups, because within the first 2 years, they have to sell. Like that is the point. People forget that the music industry is a business that has to make money, that they're putting in one to $5 million into these groups. So they expect them to sell quickly, early and quickly. And that's just the nature, and that's how the industry has always been. But it's hyper accelerated now. Now it's really like you got to make money. You got to make money. And I look, I'm like, get that money. How does the song go? Let me look up that song. Get that money, get that money. Like I'm not mad at that. But that's what the industry is. You have to make a return on your investment. And I get it. I'm like, okay, they have to crank out hits. But then the thing about it is like I said, my arguments with Cortis and KATSEYE is like, do you want the groups to be viable and successful or not? Do you want them to be successful or not? The idea that KATSEYE needs to be fixed is a stupid, insane ass argument because what do you want KATSEYE to do? Not make money? Because that's the goal of the industry, is to make money, is to be popular, is to be relevant. People talk about money, but relevancy is just as important as money. You can't have an artist that ain't selling that, there's indie artists that don't sell a lot of money, that don't, that aren't very out there like that. That's fine. A pop group is supposed to make money. They're supposed to be relevant. That's how they make their money. They all have to be relevant, like Ella Langley or whatever, you know, and stuff like that. Well, I don't go to no artist video and say nothing to nobody. Why would I? I don't care enough about that. But I mean, country music. I've never liked country music. I don't like country music. I hate country music. To be honest with you, I respect Dolly Parton. Waylon Jennings and other people, but I personally hate country music. It's not my thing. It's not my thing. I didn't grow up listening to a lot of country music, so that's just I don't. I live in Texas. It's nice, but I understand that Ella Langley is popular. Like I heard her song, like and I'm like, okay, like I'm like, all right, I get it. I understand Morgan Wallen. Again, none of this music is like I could listen to for like 2 seconds, and I'm like, okay, wretch. But I understand that their relevancy towards the industry and that they're very popular. That people like these songs, whoever. But I acknowledge it. But I don't understand that nobody's trying to fix groups like the videos I've seen about people trying to quote unquote fix Cat's Eye or people not being intellectually honest. I told y'all this before. I hate when people are not intellectually honest. I understand that people may not like Cat's Eye, they may like, but then when people try to case it in some kind of really high-minded argument, I get annoyed because I'm like, just say you don't like them. I came from a day, let me go on my soapbox. I come from a generation where people just didn't like shit. And that was okay. I come from a generation, a lot of y'all can back this up, the old heads, where people didn't like things. People were like, oh, I don't like this and I don't like that. And everybody was like, all right, cool. People like, you know what? I don't like that person. All right. Let me plug my charger in. There we go. My phone's almost dying. I come from a generation where people just didn't like shit. There are people, there are songs, that there are foods that people just didn't like. Like, I don't like that person. Why? I don't know. I just don't like that person. All right. Everybody was cool with that. Now, people can't just like things. People have to provide mind-bending, nonsensical, illogical, logical arguments for not liking shit. I told Jennifer about this every day. I said, back in our day, we just didn't like things. Like, oh, I don't Prince or Michael Jackson. You know what? Prince is really not my style. I just don't really like him. Oh, okay, cool. Now it's I don't like this person because their guitar playing is an A flat, and you're like, but it's not. It's really this, and it's not that. Well, their singing actually their singing is comparable to this group over here. Well, now it's cased in some kind of logical argument that I hate. I'm just like, people just don't like things. I'm like, cool. Like, I'm willing to accept that. But to hear videos about, well, Cat's Eye need to change their singing and their song. Just say you don't like their music. It's fine. It doesn't have to be, well, their music is brain rot. Okay, well, what about these? To me, all K-pop is brain rot. I said before, if you take Cat's Eye songs and have them sung by the Kiras or IVE or Heart to Hearts or Islet, nobody would bat a fucking eyelash. Have you heard Lemon Tang? Him lemon tang, tang, tang. I'm like, all right, ladies. Yep. Have you heard some of these K-pop songs? I listen to new K-pop songs and go through the list every week. And I'm just like, that's brain rot. That most of K-pop is highly stylized pop music. For people to sit there and say that Cat's Eye is doing something that what everybody else is doing is laughable. I'm like, have y'all heard K-pop? Okay. Most of K-pop is these highly stylized. If I hear another Lemonade, these songs have no like intrinsic value. These are just songs. Like some of these songs are nonsense. Let me hear you in the air. I like that song, but I'll be on that new shit. Have y'all heard that song? These are the songs that's in K-pop right now. It's not lyrical tour de force. Okay. When you sit there and listen to I'm like, this a song? Okay. Like, yeah, it's a lot of brain rot. It's a lot of brain rot out there. And so, like I said, I don't understand the arguments against Cat's Eye when a lot of the K-pop songs is just, it's just catchy tunes. It's just earworm. It's just, it's just like, oh, okay. Even going back to the older generations, even with my group Blackpink, hit you with it. Like these are not like singing about existential crises. Okay. All of K-pop is pop music, hyper stylized pop music. That's all it is. I don't understand why people don't like Tyler. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I wasn't there. I'm not a Tyler fan. I'm not a music fan. I'm not on social media. Yeah, we already see Cass. You're late. I have a whole playlist talking about the history of music. You're late. Yeah, I got the power, power. Like these are so again. My defense of Cat's Eye is they doing what all of K-pop do, which is catchy, earworm ass music. It's I got the power. Or the Big Bang song. Everything big, 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 big. Everything big. Or quarters money. Money, 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 money. Or quarters fashion. My cheek, $10, my shirt, $5, fashion, fashion, my hair. You know that? Hyundai, what's up? I'm like, y'all, these ain't good. These ain't songs that like, you know, stoke a profoundness in life. If you want deep lyrics, then you shouldn't be listening to K-pop. I don't know why you're here. K-pop is not deep lyrics. It's not. It's just not. None of K-pop is really deep lyrics. Most of K-pop is pop music. That is one of the quintessential linchpins of pop music is that it is not deep music. It is not metal. It is not it's not rock music. It is not like melodic music. It is not Billie Eilish. It's not Billie Eilish where she's talking about her life and existential crises. It's not that. K-pop is a hyper stylized version of Western pop music. It is. It has always been that way. There's nothing profound in a lot of these lyrics. They are not singing about their boyfriends and feeling ugly. And all the K-pop is it's lyrics that are superficial. But again, there is a market for that level of superficiality. And I like I said, I don't listen to girl groups. I don't pay attention to these fucking people. Like, but I can tell you, I listen to the new music and I'm like, it's catchy. It's supposed to be catchy tunes. Even ATs. She's so bad. And my lovely ATs. I'm like, I understand that that's a catchy tune. She's so bot. She's so bad. I like that song. I love G Dragon though. Are you a first generation? Yes, it's the dumbing down of music. It's been going on for a long time. BTS is the exception to the rule. I am iconic by mistake. I like that song, but it was a good beat. Again, I don't need profound lyrics. I'm not a lyric person. You can have a good beat and repeat the same word over and over again. I'm a techno house girl too. At the end, I like my techno. I like my house music. I like my rap music. That's it. To me, K-pop has never been this big profound thing. There have been some artists and some groups that have been standout. There's been some songs that are standout, but for the most part, K-pop is supposed to be fun. It's a fun genre of music. It's just fun, you know. Like I said, K-pop is not deep lyrics. Right. I'm with you, Free Marie. I know where if I want to hear some deep lyrics, K-pop ain't gonna be it. Like you know, that would be not the genre of music I'll be looking to for deep, profound meanings and lyrics. It wouldn't be K-pop. K-pop, the whole market value is to provide catchy music that is trendy. It is trend-setting music, you know. Deep dive into whose history? I've been all over BT's history for a long time. You like BTS lyrics in the history, they're a bit more deeper than the rest of K-pop. Yeah. But that's how BTS have been kind of marketed ever since the beginning though. But to say that BTS has deep lyrics compared to Western singers, no. Don't do that to Western singers. There are Western singers out there singing about real shit, death, poverty, abuse, real things. To me, those are deep lyrics. Um, Societal ills and stuff like there's always been Western artists for decades that have been singing about really, really, really profound things. BTS are a little bit deeper than K-pop, but not like when it comes to the rest of the genre of music. No, no. There are artists out there even right now that are singing very serious lyrics from what I hear. I don't know. I'm not into that kind of music, but yeah, well, rap it was created. It was, but not all rap was like that either. Rap had a lot of variety in the beginning. Rap started out as poetry, but then it became like the rap that I know. It was house music. It was music that people played at parties. It was people taking old records and spinning them and scratching them and putting their own lyrics over top beats of their old parents' records. That's the hip hop that I know and love. It's the deep lyrics too, but it is also the other side of rap is just having fun. Rap used to be fun. It's not fun anymore. It used to be fun. It used to be a lot of fun, But again, this is the march of time in music. I don't know anything about EXO. Blackpink is cool. Blackpink is okay. Like I said, I like beats. I like the Black Label. I like their beats. I like the YG sound. YG has a very distinct sound, a hip hop sound that I like. That's why I like somewhat. That's why I like Big Bang. Big Bang, yeah. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. That's just a good song. That's just a good song. I like a good bop, like the kids say. Bang bang bang. I don't know anything about EXO. I think I've heard maybe two EXO songs in my entire ass life. But if they come to concert, we'll go. Like I'm gonna go see Taemin, and I'm going to see XG in October, and then we're going to see Taemin in November, and then TXT is coming to concert in my area too in November. I'm trying to get tickets for TXT. I think TXT for sure because I like concerts. But I like TXT. TXT got a new song out. What is it? They have a new song out that I like, and I like the beat. I like that's kind of music. That's the shit I like. I'm a rave girl. I like a good hard hitting beat. I think Kendrick Lamar's lyrics are deep, are deeper than most rappers. But again, that's not my thing. That's my kind of music. I love TXT. Yeah, they Japanese album. They got a new song out. I love the beat. I am a beat person. I am a beat person. I like a beat person. I'm like I said, my favorite rap group is City Girls. Okay, that's it. You put a City Girl song on. I'm like, do it, baby, stick it, baby, do it, baby, stick it. Like that's my shit. I'm like, I want a slim fine woman. What's the twerk, 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 twerk. Yeah, you're gonna throw that. You're gonna show that. I used to. Oh man, my God, I could sing every City Girl song. I bet your little brother want to look like me. I love. I'm a City Girls fan. I'm a City's girl. One of my favorite rap songs is City Girls. I like the baby too. The baby, I like the baby. The baby got a new album out. I was like, hey, that's the kind of rap music I like. City Girls and the baby. That's my recent ones. My recent ones. I really like City Girls. I'm right. I like the song. What was it that JT did? I like that. That's what I like. I'm a Meg Thee Stallion fan. I don't like Glorilla. I don't like her, but I like Meg Thee Stallion. I like Hyolyn. Hyolyn is my girl. She does songs that's my kind of R&B kind of like I like stuff like that. Hyolyn is good. She's good. But yeah, I'm not a music person. Like I said, if I was a music person, then I would talk more about music on my channel, and I don't. I don't talk about music. Like I don't talk about the music styles. I don't do album reviews. I don't do reaction to songs because I could give two shits about music. I'm not a music person. If I'm in the mood to listen to some music, it has to strike me or I'm at the gym or something. Like I said, I could go years and probably not listen to music. It may be accidental, like if it's a song pop up or something. I don't when I'm living my day-to-day life in my car, I don't listen to music. I listen to politics. When I'm home at home, I'm listening to politics. You would see my subscriber list. It's science, true crime, and politics. That's what I watch ad nauseum. My kids get in the car and they immediately hear something. I'm like, we're going to listen to global politics news, or we're going to listen to financials. We're going to see what the market is doing. That's what I do. I'm like, what's the market doing today? Like, my kids are like, oh, here we go. Like, that's it. You know, City Girls is my kind of music. It's my kind of music. I like bops. The bop queen. I like the baby. I like City Girls. I like Meg Thee Stallion. I love Cardi B with everything, every music that Cardi B was like was like my ringtone for the longest time. I like that type of music. I like it. If we're gonna go back, then I like Tupac. I like Biggie. I like any song that talks about shooting someone. You know, I can sing every Tupac song. Y'all, like put on Tupac song, people be amazed. I know the lyrics to every fucking Tupac song. Every single Tupac song, I know it. I know it. People be amazed. They be like, oh my God, you really do know. I put the lyrics on. I be like, I just rattle off the lyrics because that's the kind of music I was listening to. I know every Master P song. I know every mystical song because I had a whole thing. I used to know every Nicki Minaj song before Nicki pissed me off. I don't like her no more. But whatever, there you go. I don't understand why people got a hard on for Tyler. I like Tyler's music. I don't care about what Tyler said about some bullshit. I wasn't there. I don't fuck with the Breakfast Club. None of these gutter ass people who talk about the music. I don't care about that. I care about the music. I don't care about what everybody else is doing. Like I told y'all before, I will be going to that Chris Brown concert because I like bops. I like bops and music. I don't care whatever they saying and got to say. I'm like, bitch, I don't care. I'm like, what you got to say? Okay, it ain't nothing that bad, or is it? Okay, then I'm unfazed. I'm like, is the music good? Now there's some people that do some really egregious things, like Kanye West. I stopped effing with Kanye because I just like that's a bridge too far for me. I'm like, we've gone too far here. Okay, I don't F with Nicki Minaj no more. We've gone too far. Okay, but everybody else, I'm like, okay, what you said? Well, okay, all right, good, great. I like whatever music I like. I like. It don't matter if a lot of people like it or a little people like it. It's just I love Tupac. I was a Foxy Brown fan back in the day too. I was a huge Foxy Brown back in the day. Like back in the day, I like Terror Squad. Like I'm a hip hop girl. That's where I came from. And when I say hip hop, I mean hip hop. I mean gangster rap. I mean gangster rap. Like there's levels to this with the hip hop ish. There's like the people who were listening to like Will Smith and shit like that. Then there was those of us who were listening to like Tupac and Biggie and Bone Thugs and Harmony, like that. That's my kind of gangster rap, gangster rap. Like like I'm finna go roll on somebody, like that kind of music. That's the kind of music I liked. I like a lot of that music. So like there's people who like Nas and Jay-Z. I've never liked Nas. I've never liked Jay-Z. I respect them for what they've done in the industry, how popular they are. They're living legends in the industry. Do I listen to their music? Hell nah. I couldn't get through a Jay-Z Blueprint album to save my life. Hell no. That is not my type of. I'm like, this is great. This is a little boring. I don't hear anything about killing anyone, so I'm out. I like raunchy, raw ass music. I like ain't no twerking in this music. Man, ain't no twerking here. No twerking. So yeah, I respect Jay-Z. I respect Nas and those type of like real rappers, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for shake that, shake that, shake that, shake that. That's what I'm here for. Do it, baby, stick it, baby, do it, baby, stick it. Like that's what I'm here for. Do it, baby, stick it, baby, do it. That's people like I'm like, turn that off. We all know what she here for. I want to rock. I want to rock. I want to rock. I want to rock. I want to rock right now. I want to rock. I'm like, put that Luke on, face down, face down, ass up, face down, ass up. I want to rock. I want to rock. I mean, that's what I do the round, do the round. Like that's what I came here for. I'm like, oh, Tupac. I'm like, oh, Tupac, yay. Then they somebody put on. I hate when I would go to places in like clubs and they put on like Jay-Z and I'm like, okay. And then I'll be like, can I please just hear some Luke? Can I hear some 2 Live Crew? Can we just can I please just get can I just get something? I like that. I like that kind of music. I like Miami music. I really like Miami music. Like I like Pitbull. Minky Rosa, Dame Hueva. I like that too. Shake, Minky Rosa. I was like, ah. They be like, oh, she heard her song. Yeah, I didn't put on some Miami music. I'm a Miami music girl. They like, oh, she didn't put on some Miami. They're like, oh, there she go. Everything else, I'll be sitting there like this. They put on R&B. I'm like, that's nice. They like, oh, you don't want to hear that? I said, no, I want to hear some. I want to hear some real rap music. I go to a club. I want to hear something. I want to hear some Luther Campbell. Okay. They like, she want to hear some Luther Campbell. I'm like, yeah, I sure do. Like I want to hear some Poison Clan. I'm like, shake what your mama gave. Yeah, that's what I want to hear. I was like, oh, what's my song? Reach for that wrist, spread the butt cheek, shake it like a real big booty freak. Touch your toes. I'm like, hey, that's my song. Hey. Oh, they're like, oh, that's her music. I was like, this is my jam. Hey. They like, your taste in music is just, I said that I'm a dance person. So I want to dance to my music. I'm not a vibe. I'm a vibe person if I want to go to sleep. I ain't trying to go to sleep. If I go to a club, I want to hear some club bangers. I want to sit around and be like we up in a motherfucking old folks home. I'm like, we in the old folks home today. I have friends that really like R&B and neo soul, and I'm just sitting there like, yeah, all right. I had a friend that used to sing in a band, and she sang in a neo soul band, and I would just go and be like, yay, girl, okay. I would support her. I support her talent. She was a good singer, but that neo soul, if I got to sit at a neo soul bar and be listening to Jill Scott, I'm like, get me the fuck up out of here. I was like, Jill Scott? I'm like, I went to a Jill Scott concert, and I was like, the whole entire time I was like this. I was like, what am I doing here? Why am I here? My friends were laughing. They were like, she is at a Jill Scott. They're like, wait a minute, Kiki's at a Jill Scott concert? I'm like this. I'm like, I don't even know what to say. Like, what do we? There's like, here's Jill Scott in Common. Fuck is this? Get me out of here. I was like, I felt like I was in a nightmare. I'm like, girl, I felt like I was like, this has to be a nightmare. Jill Scott's over there like, ooh. I'm like, oh, hell no. Nah. And then Common's like, yeah, girl, you weren't from the block. And then I remember I went to go see Lauryn Hill, and I was like, I'm like, yeah, let's go see Lauryn Hill. I'm like, you. Lauryn Hill's like, killing me softly. Well, no, you're killing me softly with this song, bitch. What is this? I'm like, okay, what is you can't drag me to a Fugees concert. Just kill me. I'm like, what is this? I just need to die right now. Like, I kept going to the bathroom because, like, who else did I see? Oh, we went to go see Anthony Hamilton. I was sitting there, Anthony. I was like, you must have taken me to a John Legend concert. Just do a twofer and just kill me right there. I went to a John Legend concert. I went to an Anthony Hamilton concert. Why am I there? I'm sitting here like, why am I? I'm like, I don't. Y'all liking this? Y'all? I'm about to fall asleep. Come back home to me, Charlie. Sometime. I'm like, no, sometimes I want to get out this arena. I'm like, get me out of here. They're like, did you like it? I was like, I had to sit through 2 hours of that. I was like, I gotta, I had to sit through 2 hours of Anthony Hamilton. And then I went to a John Legend's concert. And I was like, a John Legend, phenomenal talent, great voice. It's a no for me. I was like, John Legend, everybody. I'm like, John Legend. I'm like, oh yeah, this is. Didn't we had so much fun? I'm like, they were like, she don't have no fun. I said, I that would, all yes, Anthony Hamilton. What was yes, they put me to sleep. I don't like that kind of music. You heard me wheezing? Girl, I was like, put me out the culture then. Cause no. I'm like, and then they're like, what concert you want to go to? I was like, anything other than that? I want to hear big boot hoes. Stop with it. Let me see them touch the ground. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, they're like, she on like they're like, I have friends my age who are a little bit younger than me. And they would like in Dallas, they would go into like these neo soul club with all these old ass people. No, I should say no disrespect to the old people. I'm one of the old people, but I don't like old people music. So we would go like every time I go out, my friends would ask them what club are we going to, because they would go to like these neo soul kind of like smoking lounges, and I didn't want to go. Like they would be like, Kiki don't want to go. Do I look like I want to go? I was like, if I'm going, you guys are gonna have to buy me lots of alcohol because I'm gonna need lots of liquor to survive. Because I do not like that type of music. That type of music to me is for old folks. But then there's another club we used to go to, which it had like all the 20 somethings and the 30-year-olds. That's the club I would want to go to because they would play all the music that I like. I'm like, I am going because I want to hear some real club music. I don't want to go to the club and listen to John Legend and Anthony Hamilton and Jill Scott and Common and if I rule the world. I love Nas. I respect Nas, love you, respect you. But I'm like, that's not. So we would always fight. Like we would always go in tandem because I get to the point where I didn't want to go out with them because they would go to these. I was like, how are y'all younger than me? And y'all like all these old folks clubs and how y'all, I was like, and then we would go there and there would be an older crowd of people. And I don't really like that. And I was just like, look at all these old motherfuckers. But aren't you one of the old motherfuckers? I said, yes, but still, I ain't old like that. Like, I ain't old like that. And so we would go to these clubs and then we'd be around these older people that were like in their 40s and 50s. And I would just sit there like, this ain't fun. And then I was like, no, I want to go where the young people are at. I want to hear some music that I can dance to. And trust me, when the music hits, I am like, woo! I'm like, I want to get up and dance. And that's the point of me going to a club. If I want to sit around and sip on a drink, I can do that at the house. I came to dance. I like a specific type of music. I am watch me hooligan. Okay? I am a hooligan. That's all I need. I don't need BTS to sing about anything else. I need hooligan. I need fire. I need 2.0. That first half of the album, I was like, y'all know the first half of Adadong was me like, everything lit is fire. Everything lit is fire. That's my kind of music. Second half, I was like, y'all can have that, but that first hit, I need body to body. I need hooligan. I need fire. That's the kind of music that I like. All the rest of that shit y'all talking about, BTS and these profound lyrics, I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, great. I want to hear, watch me, hooligan. Ha, 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 hooligan. Like, that's what I came for. All the rest of that stuff, y'all can have. Like, like blood, sweat, and tears. I'll take blood, sweat, and tears. I don't know what they're talking about in them damn lyrics. I don't care. Okay. All I heard was it's the morning, I'm telling you, when I first heard Blood, Sweat, and Tears, I was like, what is this? It's a Latin feel kind of music. The lyrics has to make no sense. I don't care they sing in Korean. I don't speak Korean. I speak Korean just enough to be dangerous. I want to hear money. That's the kind of BTS music I like. When they start singing like Butterfly and all that shit, I don't want to hear that. Your girl do not want to hear that. I want to hear no fucking butterflies. I'm like, butterfly. I'm like, okay, yeah, great. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I'm like, give me some blood, sweat, and tears. Give me some Dionysus. Baby, Dionysus is my song. Dionysus, where the party at? I'm like, that's the kind of music that I like from BTS. All that other shit y'all be talking about, y'all can have all that. I'm like, I like the up-tempo songs of BTS. That's the songs that I like. That's the first half of Adanang is perfect for me. Like it's a lot of like hip hop infused, that's where I'm here for no like slow music. I don't like, first of all, y'all know I don't like love songs. I don't like romantic music. I don't like slow music. All that shit put me to sleep. I don't care about the lyrics because the songs that I like aren't lyric heavy. It's not lyrical songs. Hooligan is not a lyrical power to force. Hooligan is that's hooligan song. That's it. It ain't got nothing to do with anything else other than that. I don't care about all these other songs. Y'all be like normal. I don't like normal. I'm just like, Carolina, yeah. Okay, yeah, normal, yeah. yeah. Not my kind of song. I'm like, it's a rock, kind of a rock song, pop rock, move on. I'm like, no. I like Blood, Sweat, and Tears. It's one of my favorite songs. And all the rest of that shit, y'all can have all that. Like all these existential songs about whatever. I'm like, is the beat good? I don't know. I like the cipher. I like the third cipher and the fourth cipher. I like Da Sing. I like that song. I wish they would have done that song in my concert instead of Butterfly. Everybody's like wanting Butterfly. I looked around. I was like, who is wanting Butterfly? And then people like, oh, you guys got Butterfly. I'm like, am I supposed to be happy that I got Butterfly? I'm over here talking about Da Sing. Like that's what I wanted. I wanted hip thrusting. That's what I wanted. I was. That's what I ain't come here to hear no effing Butterfly. I mean, these people are like, oh, Butterfly. I'm like, they put Butterfly on. I'm like this. I'm like, okay, like it's not one of my favorite beats. I don't like Permission to Dance. I like Dynamite. I like Butter, but I don't. What? Girl, we already know. Like I don't like slow songs. I don't like. Then people like Butterfly. I'm like, who the fuck wanted Butterfly? Which one of y'all? Like, that's why I don't like y'all. I can't stand these MFers with they MF and Butterfly up in here. I was so pissed. I was like, this what y'all can't? Well, we Butterfly. I'm like, yes, give me Bapsay. Like, give me that. Give me Dang and give me Bapsay. Come on now. Like, yes, that's when BTS was at their peak. Give me them songs. I don't want to hear no Butterfly. Is this? Like, I understand people like that song for some reason. I don't do love songs. I don't do love songs. I don't do slow songs. I'll be asleep up in here. Butterfly had me like this. I'm just like, I like Run Bulletproof, Run, and I gotta go. I like that song and then the other song. I Want It On. On is one of my favorite BTS songs because I like the band element. I love the band to it. Were you disappointed? What was the secret songs in Arlington? I know Butterfly was one of them, but Butterfly is a beautiful song. Okay, girl. Yeah. Okay, girl, sure. Butterfly's beautiful song. All right. I don't even know what the fuck they even talking about in Butterfly. I was like, I don't even know what is these lyrics. Again, I've never read any of BTS's lyrics ever, whether they be in Korean or English. I don't care. Like, does the song sound good? Like for the longest time, I told y'all a story about Jim and Alone. Jim and Alone is one of my most favorite songs, but I thought it was a sex song. So I was When I heard Jimin Alone is one of my favorite BTS songs of all time. Like, period. Group or but again, I thought when I heard Alone and heard him sing the lyrics, I thought it was a sensual song. And I didn't realize, and I read the lyrics because somebody told me, someone's like, no, that song's about being alone. I'm like, oh. And then I liked it a lot less. I was like, I was like, it's cool, I guess. But I liked it better when I thought it was a sensual song, because to me it sounded like a sensual song until I heard the lyrics and I was like, oh, so this isn't a sexy time song. I'm like, okay. But I still like it though, even though I realized what the lyrics was about, you know. Chicago got your song. What song did Chicago get? Wait a minute, Chicago. What songs did Chicago get? So Chicago got something hip hop file. I don't even know what that is. I haven't even heard all of BTS's songs. Like I told you, I have to go from all the way from the beginning all the way to now because I have not heard all of BTS's songs. There's songs that I hear every day that I'm just like, what is that? Like I'll hear a song and be like, is that BTS? Or YouTube will recommend a video to me and I'll hear a song. I'll tell you, I hear songs inadvertently, like every couple of months, I hear a song that I've never heard before because I haven't heard all of BTS's songs. Because I'd have to go back and go through all the albums and really listen to everything. And I have not. That's a lot. And then the solo stuff, not even close. I haven't listened to all their solo stuff. I don't know what hip hop file even is. What is hip hop file? How old is that song? I have to go pull that one up. I don't think I've ever heard that song. I didn't know when people were talking about hip hop file, like there was a descriptor. Like I didn't know that was a song. I was like, are they describing something? So yeah. But yeah, I don't know. BTS, they cool, but I have to listen to that one immediately. Hold on. I have to listen to Hip Hop File. Okay, let me try to find it. I've never even heard of that song. Oops. Oh, this must be off of Dark and Wild. Okay, hold on. I'm looking at Tyler. I wish I had Tyler's fucking body. Tyler is so gorgeous to me. Like I would die to look like that. Like if I looked like Tyler, I think the world would be mine. Like I wouldn't even know how to act. I would be cussing people out every day more than I do. Okay, hold on. I gotta turn it down because they try to copyright strike me. I'm like, yeah, like Tyler pulled up on my phone because I looked her up. I was like, if I look like Tyler, oh my God. Okay, I'm listening to it now. Oh, it's a tribute to hip hop. Is there a music video? Wait a minute, I'm not watching the music video. I'm just listening to the song. Well, hold on, let me see if they have it in English. Hold on. Oh, yeah, they do have it in English. I've never heard this song before. Never, not even once. But again, I didn't know there was a music video. This just gives me the lyrics. What? I've never heard this song before. This is pretty good. Never, I didn't know this was a BTS. Never heard this song before. Like when they brought it up, I was like, what is that? Again, I thought it was an aesthetic. I was like, hip hop file. What does that mean? The DJ play. Oh yeah, that's right. The DJ plays the song at the thing. Okay, that's a cool song. But yeah, I haven't seen them perform it. I just heard that people were talking about it. Never heard that song. But again, I have not heard a lot of songs. They have a video that said Yoongi was so tickled. I was Tae Young rapping the verse. How old is this? Is this recently? Oh yeah, this is just a day ago. Oh, okay. Apparently Kim Tae Young was rapping. That's what they were saying. I'd have to go back and watch it where they're live. They do have a version. Wait a minute. Is this real? Because sometimes people be making up. This is from 8 years ago. Wow, I have to go watch that. Yeah, I've never heard that song before. It's interesting to hear a BTS song whenever I hear BTS songs that I've never heard before. Never heard that song before. There you I heard too. Again, I saw that and because I was like, what is file? I thought people like it was a something. I know it was a real song. Is this a nickname? What does this mean? I was like confused. Be a song. I have to see it live. I don't know. We have to see it. Like I said, y'all, I don't listen to a lot of like a lot of times when I watch BTS's concerts, it's just for research purposes. Like somebody like something will come up in the Korean news and they'll talk about something that happened live during their concert and then I will go and try to pull the video. So a lot of times when I go watch their concerts live, it's not for pleasure, it's for research. Cause somebody wrote about something or somebody told me about something. So I'll go and watch the footage. Like I'll sit there. And now I can really watch the footage now because my concert is over. And before I was avoiding all of the concert footage because I didn't want to spoil things for me. But now since my concert's over, I went back and watched like right after my concert ended, I went back and watched three different dates at three different times just for research. And then other times people have told me things and I go back and watch because I'm comparing what people are saying in an article or a news story or something like that. So a lot of times I watch it's not pleasure. It's just research. I like, yeah, let's just research for me a lot of times. But yeah, now I can go back and watch whatever because I don't have to worry about, oh, is this gonna spoil my because I didn't want to spoil it. Which I did really good, y'all. I did really good for all of these months. Was Namjoon happy that they were singing hip hop file or hip hop lover? That's what it's called online, hip hop lover. In the place I was reading it. I have to go back and see it. Like I said, research purposes. For all my concert going, I don't really watch a lot of concert videos like just by itself without it being some research. Cause I mean, I just there's like concert compilation videos, not those I do like, where they take one song and then they do clips from different concerts and put it together. I do like those. I find those interesting. I do like those, but it's usually just one or two songs, and they put the clips together from all from different concert for the same song. I find that interesting. Now that I do like. I find that fun because it's good to see them perform the same song at different venues and different time periods. And so I do. There are some videos that I watch like that. But I do. I watch it quite a few videos like that. Sugar looks happy performing the old songs. Yeah, he's having a nostalgia moment. He's like, "Yay, old songs, yay!" But yeah, I didn't know that was a song. I had to go back and see it. I have to go back and see what else was I going to talk about because I was talking about Cat's Eye. I'll probably end up doing a whole video about I've done many videos about Cat's Eye. And again, with Cat's Eye, like I don't even like Cat's Eye, but I find myself defending groups because I defend a group a right to exist and be treated just like everybody else. I want K-pop to be in Cat's Eye is not even K-pop. I want groups to be treated just like everybody else is. People in the West can do whatever and present how they want to present, and people don't blink an eye. The same motherfuckers that complain about Cat's Eye will turn around and watch Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion and be like, it's okay. That's one thing I hate about the K-pop industry, and that just makes me angry. Is how even though Cat's Eye is not K-pop, people expecting them to adhere to some kind of like K-pop morality rules or something. But then Western artists are free to just do and run around the stage with their ass out. And no one's like, oh, well, maybe they shouldn't be doing that, or who's watching, listening to the music. Nobody has these arguments. I can't pull these arguments for KATSEYE when I don't have the same arguments for Western artists. And that would make me a fucking hypocrite. And I hate being a hypocrite. I'm not a hypocritical person. So whatever standards that people have for KATSEYE should be for everybody. Everybody should be mad about Sabrina Carpenter running around on stage and her fan base. Everybody should be mad at Tyla because her fan base, even though people trying to throw shade at Tyla for some reason, she's a gorgeous, beautiful woman. She wants to run around on stage twerking or whatever. That's her business. And Tate McRae can run around on stage or whatever. All of them can do it. And then nobody bats an eyelash. But then KATSEYE comes all these caveats and conditions. And I hate that because they are not K-pop artists. So they shouldn't be held to the K-pop fandom standards or the puritanical standard of K-pop, which I can't stand anyway. But the idea of trying to hold them to some standard than everybody else is crazy. Like I said, I don't even like KATSEYE. I don't like Mano. Y'all know, okay, because when it comes to Mano, I wish she was out of the group. Y'all know how I feel about that. But yeah. Do I think KATSEYE should disband? Yes. Do I defend them? Yes. Do I like Mano? Hell no. I don't like her either. Do I think Mano should be bounced from the group? Yes, indeed. So don't get it twisted. She should still be gone from the group. They don't change anything. The hiatus situations don't change how I feel about the group. I still think the group should disband, but still, Yeah, so yeah, I agree. It's like people twisting themselves in knots, and I'm like, it logically doesn't make any sense. It's illogical for people to listen to one artist and then listen to another artist, but this artist can't do with this artist. They're all artists. They're all artists competing for the same audiences and the same eyeballs. That's the name of the game. The name of the industry is to make money. KATSEYE has 4 songs on Billboard. 4, not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 songs on Billboard. And then people talking about they need to change and do something different. What would you have them do different? Should they come out there wearing burqas? I mean, what? And then they would lose the eyeballs. It's for me to sit up here and say that sex don't sell in the industry. It does. There are plenty of artists that can tell you it does. Sex sells. For female artists, of course it does. It does. It gets you eyeballs and it gets you attention. I didn't make the world. I just live in it. That's all I can tell people. I didn't make this world. I just live in it. I understand how the Western industry is marketing female groups. That's it. If you're mad at that, go get mad at the industry. But that's what the industry is. It's always been like that. This is nothing new. When Britney Spears is out there with a snake and she's talking about, I'm a slave for you. Britney was selling sex. When Britney Spears was, oops, I did it again in a schoolgirl outfit, Britney was selling sex, y'all. She was selling, oops, I did it again. She ain't talking about falling down those stairs, okay? She ain't talking about she dropped something on the floor. We all know what that song, growing enough to understand what that song was about. When Madonna was up there twirling around and Madonna was doing her thing, she was the queen of skin and sex selling. Madonna was a sexy woman. She was sexy for her time. She knew what she was doing. When she was talking about love and she was running around and like we all knew what was going on. I'm like, okay. Like I knew what it was back then. Madonna was a sexy woman. That's what she was selling. Not just her music, but her looks, her sensuality. Madonna's up there kissing women. She was in videos with men and women and gay men and women, and she was striking a pose and she was voguing and all that. Madonna was up here wearing a bustier. Remember, she's wearing those big cone things on her breasts. I remember all that. Like people suddenly just, I don't know what happened to people. Forgot that Madonna was up here running around with a bustier on and a bodysuit and her booty cheeks was cheeking. I remember as a kid watching all of these things going, okay, like Madonna was out there doing her thing when I was young. And I'm like, All of a sudden now we're like in puritanical hell now. Like all of a sudden we're like, well, we can't do that. I'm like, what do you mean? What are we talking about here? I'm like, they've been doing that. Madonna been running around lingerie and long before KATSEYE were even born. Before they was born, Madonna was running around talking about justify my love and rolling all over the floor. And I'm like, you justify. And they were banning Madonna's videos and they were mad at her because she talked about things that people wasn't supposed to talk about. And she was just like a prayer. She was hanging from a cross and the church was on fire. I remember all that. It was Madonna was controversial. I was like, what happened to the days when people used to be controversial? Can we bring back? At least Madonna was interesting. Back then, like MTV was banning a Madonna video every other year. Like Madonna, no, she can't do that. She can't be talking about like a prayer. She talking about Papa don't preach. They was Papa don't preach. But I'm in my mind, I'm keeping my baby. They tried to ban that video too. They were banning Madonna every other video. Madonna was the GOAT. She was the queen of controversy. She was on the cover of every magazine. She was on the cover. She was on every music video. All of us little girls idolized her. And Madonna was up there doing all kinds of things. She was the first artist to have like openly gay men in her video. They were banning that too. She's, like I said, she's rolling around with Dennis Rodman. They banned that too. Madonna had so many videos that were banned on MTV and she didn't care. She was still winning awards. She was still selling out tours. She was still popular. And now today, if somebody would have told me in 2026, now people are like, oh my God, look, they're dressed in some scantily clothes. I'm like, okay, y'all. I remember when Madonna was running. Y'all, okay. Like that people would be shocked because they have no momentum of memory. It's just kind of like, well, we ain't seen this before. What do you mean we ain't seen this before? Of course we have. I'm like, I've seen this a lot of times before. And I'm just like, every couple of years, there's a reiteration of this over and over and over again. And then people again act brand new and shocked. And I'm like, how we keep going through this? We have YouTube. You have videos on YouTube. You can look up these videos of these stars that were running around doing these crazy ish back then. Again, Britney Spears was up there with a snake in a bikini on, y'all. Like, what are we? I'm like, on national TV. Everybody was like, "Whoa, she up there with a snake. Hope the snake don't bite her. She good, Britney. Okay." And now all of a sudden people are shocked. I'm like, what? I feel like I'm in some bizarro land. I was like, and now people are shocked because people. I was like, Lord, we have like landed in the puritanical dark ages. I'm like, what is happening? No momentum. The church hated Madonna. Yes, Vanity. Yes, I was a big fan of Vanity 6. I love them. I posted a whole post talking about y'all. This is nothing new. Like, you can go I watched Vanity when I was a kid. Don't you want a nasty girl in the night? A whole little nasty world. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? They were talking about, do you think I'm a nasty girl? Do you know Rick James is running around? That's the reason why black folks got banned on MTV is because of Rick James. Rick James was over here singing all kinds of things with all kinds of half-naked women in the pool, you know. Rick James is like, she's a super freak. He had all kinds of scantily clad women. Rick James thought he was the man out there, y'all. Rick James is the reason why black people was banned on MTV. But yeah, Rick James was running around with women, and I'm just like, y'all upset because what? I was like, what? I feel like I'm in some kind of weird dystopian, like bizarro world that everybody forgot what came. Even 15 Pussycat Dolls, people forgot about that. I was like, Pussycat Dolls running around talking about loosening up my buttons with lingerie on stage. Y'all forgot about that? Oh, okay. We should. All right. I was there. I'm like, I was there. Pussycat Dolls. They had a whole show. They looked like a bunch of strippers, like they were stripping. I don't know. There was a bunch of scrippers. So I was like, y'all, it's wild to me that like people just then forgot and act like everything is new. I'm like, it may be new to you, but it's not new. The petty arguments of, well, I don't like the music and I don't like them. Okay, that's fine. But The idea that they need to change or do something differently when they're selling. When they're selling out tours, they're selling. And that is the point of every artist is to sell. So, but do KATSEYE need to be disbanded and Mano kicked out the group? Of course. Of course. Of course. If I see somebody else bring something up about Mano, I'm going to scream and I want her gone out the group. I want her just gone out the group so bad. The day that she get kicked out the group, I'm gonna be like, by the time, let's just end this and just get it on it. I can't. And nothing against Mano personally. I don't know her. I don't know anything about her, but I don't like what this hiatus and this has done to the rest of the group and how the narrative has shifted. And I think a lot of the hate that KATSEYE get is because of the quote unquote Mano fans. I guess again, I don't believe these people that they are Mano fans. I just think these are Hive haters and they just jumped on the bandwagon. No, she's not out of the group. Now, come on now, girl. She's not out of the group. No, she's still on hiatus. But I can't stand this because I think that Mano doesn't have a lot of fans as people claim she is. I think these are just Hive haters who want to jump on the Hive hate again as anything else. Because I can't understand how a group that's been around 2 years that all suddenly people are rabid fans of one person in one particular group. I don't buy it. I don't care what anybody say. I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. Like the math doesn't math. When I look online, it doesn't add up. Same thing about New Jeans. I will beat this dead horse forever. The same shit about New Jeans. People want to talk about New Jeans got all these fans. I said, oh, I can't wait till New Jeans come out. I just can't wait. I sure can't. I cannot wait till they come out. Oh, I cannot wait. Because I'm like, fans, I need y'all to put, because I have a sneaking suspicion that initially there's going to be a lot of interest in New Jeans. And then after like 6, 7 months, it's going to kind of die off. And then everybody's kind of going to be kind of over it by then. And then New Jeans will just be like another mediocre group that will fade off hopefully into the background, because I don't think that people like New Jeans the way people think they are. I think people latch on to causes and shit because it's the cool thing to do. I think it was the cool thing to do to like New Jeans or to champion Mano, because that's how people think, because people are effing stupid. This is how it is now. I think it's getting to the KATSEYE where now it's a cool thing not to like KATSEYE or CORTIS. It's kind of cool now. And so, yeah, it is the company's fault for dragging this out. I don't know why they're dragging it out. I have no idea. But no, she's not officially on. But like I said, I don't know why. I've heard so many theories that I don't know what to believe anymore. But I don't. Yeah, it's the company's fault for not. Like I said it before. I don't think that Hive has handled this right. But I do want her gone though. I do want her gone because I'm a scorched earth person. Like, to me, I'm like, you're a problem. You got to go. Like, I like New Jeans. I would prefer that they would just disband, but I know the company's not going to do that because they've invested a lot of money into the group. But I prefer that they would just give everybody some peace and just disband. And the same thing about Cat's Eye. I would prefer that Cat's Eye would just disband and just give everybody some peace. But I know that that's not going to happen. Mano has fans, but not like the people are purporting online to be. I think a lot of this is just high haters. I really think it is. I think she has fans, yes, but not like social media would lead people to believe. A lot of it is smoke and mirrors. She has fans, but not like that. People are acting like she the end all be all, the crooks of the group. I'm just like, Cat's Eye ain't even around that long enough, y'all, to even be. I just don't understand. Like, I can understand if Cat's Eye been a group that's been around for a while, like, been around for 4 or 5 years, then I would be like, okay, I get it. But 2 years in, I told them people online, I say, y'all out your effing mind. Like, 2 years in and y'all this crazy over some chick that's been in the group. I think Cat's Eye been around 2 years. I think, yeah, I think it has. I just don't believe it. When I start looking online, looking at people's profiles, I'm like, you're a Hive hater. You're a BTS hater. A lot of the people who are championing Mano, when I go back and look at their profiles on social media, and I do, they're fans of other groups that are not Cat's Eye. They are fans of they're Blinks. I said, wait a minute. You're a Blink and you mean to tell me you're a fan? Come on now, come on now, come on now. I was like, hmm. I was like, it seems suspicious. A lot of these people are fans of other groups. And then the narrative about Mano being a black woman. I told everybody, hold on. Okay. First of all, I'm not familiar with Mano enough. I don't know if Mano even classifies herself as a black woman. So I tell people, I warn people, before you sit there and champion Mano as the Angela Davis as fucking K-pop, I would probably take a step back and be like, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. I don't even know if Mano considers herself black. I'm like, first of all, she's European. She's biracial. I don't even know what Mano has said that she considers herself. I don't know. I have not heard her unless people know something different. Again, I didn't watch that reality show that they were on. So I don't know. So I was like, and then people trying to say the company's racist, and I'm like, the whole industry is at some level racist, but I don't know what this is about. So I tell people, why can't we just wait to see what happens before jumping to conclusions? I would like to know what's going on first before I'll be like, yup, the company's racist. I'm like, based on what? I don't have any facts to base that on. So until I get some facts, she's not fired. She's on hiatus for what? We're not quite sure. People are literally just making up shit now because they don't know. And I'm like, okay, we don't know. I'm perfectly happy knowing that we don't know. I'm fine with that. K-pop fans just can't be fine with being like, well, we just wait and see what happens. No, K-pop fans can't just be okay with that. They have to go on this tinfoil hat, like, well, this happened in this video, and then they're picking apart what the girls say and what the. I was like, why y'all doing this? Can't we just wait to see if she's gonna come back or not? And if she don't come back, maybe we'll know. Maybe we'll something. Maybe we'll never know. I'm fine with that. I'm cool with that. The fact that people are picking, things apart. That's true. Fans are people going to follow you wherever you go. I agree. I don't think any of those people will follow her if she goes solo. I agree. I'm with you, V Marie. Are these people going to follow her when she's solo? Same like the New Jeans Danielle fans. Are y'all going to go with Danielle when she goes solo? They're not. Danielle will be free tomorrow, come out with an album. People will be curious. And then 3-4 years from now, y'all going to be like, what happened with Danielle? I don't know. She came out with that. These people are not going to follow her. These people, Mano goes solo tomorrow. Follow her. They will go right back to Cat's Eye and be fans of Cat's Eye or move on to another group or something else. So again, these quote unquote fans are not real fans to me. To me, they're just troublemakers and ish starters. To me, that's how I feel that they are. That these people love to jump on something and they love the drama. And they love the drama more than they like supporting their favorites. They love the drama more than they like supporting their biases. Again, if people would focus their time supporting the groups and the people that they do love and do like, everything will be fine. But there's so many people that like drama. K-pop fans love drama. They love to start shit. They love to be involved in who's Mano's gonna come back. Ooh, y'all, and at the end of the day, they don't even care. They don't really care. They just want to be a part of the drama. They just want to be a part of something and want to be online talking about something, and they want attention. I could live a million years and never understand human beings. Human beings baffle me every day. Human beings do something. I'm just like, what? Like, I'm just be objectively going. Every day in K-pop, I read or I hear something that I'm profoundly confused by. I don't understand people in K-pop. I truly, like, I don't understand human beings are fucking weird to me. Human beings are so weird to me. Like, they're just weird. They're just weird. Like, people do things and I'm just like, that's not even logical. Because for me, everything has to be logical. Like, it has to make sense. Everything has to be fair. Everything has to make sense. That's how my mind works. That's how I make sense of the world. And for people to turn around and just twist themselves in like psychological knots, trying to make things make sense. And you're like, You know that don't make no sense. And then try to justify it, and it still don't come out. I'm like, that still don't make. And then they logically can't back up their stuff when instead of just being intellectually honest and being like, well, this is how I feel. People have a right to feel whatever they want to feel, but when people start trying to back up their feelings with logic and facts, and then it doesn't make any sense, and I'm just like, okay. Like it just gets weird for me. That's why dealing with people is so tedious. I don't know. I don't know how y'all get on social media and deal with people again. If I had to get on social media and deal with these people on Instagram, Twitter, Weverse, or whatever, I would literally be cussing people out every damn day. I would literally be cussing people out every day. My patience is so thin to deal with human beings because I'm like, if it doesn't make sense, I'm be like, wait. If it doesn't make sense, my natural reaction is aggression. I'm just like, that doesn't make any sense because I'm like, I, I get angry. I get angry when things do not logically make any sense. I have a hard time dealing with human beings because I'm like, that don't make no sense. And then I want people to explain to me why it should make sense. And then 9 times out of 10, people can't, and I get angry. I get not angry. I get frustrated, and so my natural reaction is to cuss people out. I think that's my other reaction. It's just like I want to cuss. Look at here, MFR. Like that's how kind of my mind goes. Oh, she's gonna cuss. I'm like, yep. I get frustrated to the point where I'm just like, now we're getting into profanity. But I just, you cuss them out. She said, I don't care. Oh, well, go ahead, girl. Oh, God, okay, girl, go ahead. That you see, Callie agree with me. That they just want to be part of the drama, right? Exactly. So, like I said, with the Mano fans, to me, they just want to be part of the drama. They don't really like Mano or anything like that. They just want to be part of the drama. Like I said, I've seen the same things with New Jeans, with Danielle, and now with Mano. It's the same. It's the same thing over and over again. And when these people lead these groups, they won't care. The same things that happened with XO and CBX. The same things. I went back and looked. Everybody was like, CBX should leave. They should leave SM. They should go about their way. Everybody's like, oh, we're gonna support you. Blah 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 blah. CBX left XO and left SM, and now years later, people are like, oh, they shouldn't have left. They should have stayed. They made a big mistake. And now CBX career is non-existent because they decided to sign with 100 and they haven't made no music. They haven't done anything. They going broke. And then people are like, oh, well, they should have stayed, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what happened to all the supporters that CBX had? That they should leave SM? I thought y'all was all about that. No, they're liars. K-pop fans are notorious. They encourage CBX to leave and oh, we're gonna support them forever. And now since they're gone, they have not supported them. So again, I tell people you can F around and leave if you want to, but these fans out there, you can't trust them. They always talk about they're gonna support somebody. And then the moment you leave, and you go to a smaller agency and you don't have the same promotions or the same resources or the same music, then they done with you. They like, oh well, like oh well, that person's a has been. They ain't cool no more. I was like, I like these fans ain't loyal. You can't trust them. You know, like they not loyal. Has she been gone for 9 months yet? Um, how long has this man been gone? Since April, March. Let's see. I think she's been gone for 5 months. Is Baekhyun doing good? He had a Vegas residency win. I didn't hear about that. Of course, I don't keep up with them, but oh, okay. I don't know why I looked up that, but anyway. Oh my God. Anyway, let me stop. I'll be a messy, y'all. I just saw something that I wasn't supposed to see. Oh no. Oh no. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm reading about the Chaga one thing that they just came. This is a few days ago. Oh, we. Oh, we. Anyway, I'll get into that later. That's a whole ass hot mess. Anyway, we. We. Baby. Okay, anyway. Whew. There's some allegedness on here, baby. Oh God, okay. Whew. Now reading about Baekhyun, baby. There's some tea going on right now. Whew. Oh my God. Eesh, eesh, eesh. Okay, anyway, let me move on. Baekhyun, the last time he did a tour was in 2025. He did a Reverie World Tour. Wait, from June to November. Yes, that's before the Chagawan thing popped off. Blah 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 blah. I'm reading about his tour. Yeah, that was last year. That was last year. Yeah, that was before before the whole Chagawan thing got on and popping. Girl, okay. Y'all be having my kids over here. Oh my God, let me see. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know last week my kid was turning on the TV, and I'm like, so I was like, yeah. Woo! Like, don't be over here with turning the TV on, girl. My kid over here be flitting around. I told you she has another remote, and it'll be trying to hook up to my TV, and my TV be like, I'm like, oh, okay. Good night. Enjoy the weekend. That's the tour the label didn't. Oh, that's the tour the label didn't pay for. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was sitting there reading some tea online. I was like, oh. I was like, I'll read that later. Some things started to pop up. Like I said before, the Baekhyun C thing is messed up all the way around because he is pretty much tethered to Agency 100. And Cha Gar-won is now being investigated and she got arrested and all that. And then there's some rumors going around that he was seeing her. Girl, I don't know what to believe on that one, but that was what the rumor was. The rumor was that Baekhyun was seeing Cha Gar-won and that she moved, and beyond that she moved in to the same place that he was staying at. That's the rumor. And then like, to be honest with you, that's not even not a rumor. She does live in the same building, high rise that he lives in. But they were saying that I was like, she had a husband, and I found out that her and her husband had separated. So there's some rumors going around that I guess he was knocking the boots with Cha Gar-won, I guess. But I take that with a grain of salt. But several people have said that, and I'm like, what? I was like, well, maybe she just moved in the same building with him because she owns the building or whatever. But people were like, no, they might be knocking the boots, Gina. I said, oh, I hope not. I hope he has better taste than that. But then again, it's a man, so who really knows? Who knows? Yeah, I'm like, it's a man, so I don't put no credence with these men folks. Like they do all kinds of scandalous things. They be seeing all kinds of women. You be like, what? I'll be like, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. They were like, every man, like people be like thinking, oh, because he's a K-pop singer, he not seeing her. I'm like, girl, I didn't heard the worst. So I didn't heard K-pop singers singing all kinds of women that you would never think that they would ever be with. That you be like, a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna do a video next week talk about that because I have a video I did and I released it about the male idols in the industry and they're like the realistic notions of being a male idol. Because over the past 2-3 weeks, again, I was shocked to see how many people online and my subscribers that were saying things about like male idols and BTS in particular. I was just like, oh, I was like, oh, okay. Then I was kind of like, this is weird, and I'm like, I don't, I said it in my video. I don't know what is it about male idols that people think that male idols are enlightened. I was like, is it the singing? Is it the dancing? Is it the body rolls? I don't know what it is. Is it the Weverses? Is the V? I don't know what it is about any male idol that what people see that gives me a feeling of safety. None at all. I don't see anything in male idols that make me feel safe. Matter of fact, I told people in my video, it is quite the opposite. It is knowing how male idols are brought up in this industry, it is quite the opposite. Like to me, y'all know I always say I don't male idols are cool, but to me, most of them are weirdos. I say that all the time. Most of them are weirdos because that's what I hear. I hear all these weird stories, and I'm just like, it sounds like most of these mofos is weirdos. And they're like, yeah, they are. I was like, it just seems like this is a bunch of weirdos. I'm just like, okay, this one's corny. This one's creep. This one's a weirdo. This is really shy and weird. Like, this is a bunch of weirdos to me. I tell you that all the time. I said, man, I was a weirdo. And I said, the women in the industry, they know this. They know. They like, I said, they've been trying to tell y'all for decades that I said, y'all be thinking Burning Sun is just some kind of aberration. I was like, that's kind of like the norm. I was like, y'all think Burning Sun shit was just that guy? Y'all think it was just Burning Sun Opa and his little merry band of miscreants? I'm like, baby, a lot of these idols run around in these groups and they be going to these private rooms and having these women. And I said, that's kind of like what they do. What Sangre was doing was not anything unusual. Like it was just he just got caught, really. He got caught up in doing stuff that he really shouldn't have been doing. But at the end of the day, I'm like, that's kind of like what you do when you're rich and famous. Like I learned from Chinese people too. Like Chinese people, like the rich Chinese people, like they understand. Like they understand what these Chinese people, these Chinese artists be doing. Like they know instinctively that these actors and artists be cheating on their wives and cheating on their husbands and they be having babies out of wedlock. Like in China, it is very scandalous in their entertainment scene. It's wild. It's wild. There's a lot of blackmail. There's a lot of like forced contracts. The industry is wild. And I think that the Chinese understand more than anybody. They're like, they understand that their idols probably ain't the up and up kind of people. They understand that there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that's very like weird and dirty and sometimes illegal that go on and to be a Chinese actor or singer, it's wild. And I'm just waiting for K-pop fans to kind of wise up and realize that their industry is not and like I said, it's not even hidden. The K-pop thing just confounds me because I'm like, I go on Patreon and I post stories all the time about like people doing all kinds of crazy things in K-pop in the industry. Like all kinds of men having babies and people like ex-girlfriends stalking their lives. Like I post these things all the time. And then somehow people just don't want to, I guess, face reality that this is what the industry is. I was like, I don't know how many times I got to post stories about people's ex-girlfriends accusing them of all kinds of weird things. Story after story after story of some ex didn't release cacao messages or pictures of their ex or the dude that they used to date saying strange things, doing strange things, and just being not who everybody thinks. I don't know how many stories do I have to post before people understand that, like, oh, okay, so this is what's hidden underneath. I'm like, yeah, yeah. I'm like, it's out there. It's not like I'm discovering any kind of secrets or anything. It's literally on the Korean message boards. It's on the news all the time. I talk about it all the time. And you talking about Becky was trying to get a reduction in rent. He was like, "Hey, mama, let me go ahead and get that. Let me get about thousand off per month." I don't blame him. I'm not trying to knock the hustle. I wasn't mad at Becky. Let me just go back. I was not trying to knock the hustle. I'm not trying to knock nobody hustle because the hustle, like it's real out there in these streets. It's real. So again, I ain't never trying to knock nobody's hustle, but I be trying to get people to see like what the industry really is and that these men in this industry are just like any other men. Like just been this notion lately that BTS or K-pop idols are different than any other man, and I'm like, based on what? Is it the singing and the body rolls that I need to know about? Like, based on what? Like, is it this? Is it this? Is it that? I'm like, based on what? I don't have any evidence. After me watching hundreds of BTS videos, like them interviews, Run BTS, We versus. I've watched V lives. I've watched all kinds of media with BTS in it. Every member, I've sat there and watched hour after hour. After watching that from all the way from the beginning, from the time that they were first starting. Oh yeah, sorry, it cut me off. After me watching all of these V lives and these videos, nothing giving me an indication. They're Korean guys. The more I watch, the more I'm convinced that they're Korean guys. Like their mannerisms, like I'm like, they're really Korean. They're just dudes. Like I just see BTS as just men. I don't see them as like any different than like my homeboys or my brothers or my exes. Like I'm like, they're just dudes. They're just they sing, they're talented, they sing, they dance, they look good, they do some good body rolls. They do the body rolls, got y'all, got the body roll. But I just see them as just men. Like to me, they're just dudes. And I'm thinking to myself, they're dudes. So whatever that dudes do, I'm assuming that's what BTS does as well. They're just dudes. Like I've known all kinds of dudes in my life. Friends, I've been friends with a bunch of dudes. I've dated a bunch of dudes, and to me, all men. I've dated men, American men, Korean men, all kind, and they're just dudes. Like all of them were just dudes. They were just they get up in the morning, use the bathroom, they burp, they fart, they pee, they poop, they act like men. Men act like men. Men get on my nerves so bad because the way men act is just dumb. But they can be dumb, they can be foolish, they can be mature, they can be immature. To me, BTS are just men. Like they're just I can just imagine that they have all flaws, thoughts and things that are probably not progressive and not some of them are probably borderline misogynist like all the whole gauntlet. They're raised in a Korean society where it's very patriarchal, so I I understand how Korean men act in that way, which can be good or bad just depending on your personality. But they're just dudes. Some of them are probably a bit more enlightened than others, but then some I could see being very traditionally Korean, and that's annoying. I've dated a man who was very like kind of traditionally Korean. It was very stifling and misogynistic, even though he didn't see it as a way. And he was a mean guy. It's just his ideas about women were what I would consider like old school, like old fashioned. And I'm not an old fashioned kind of girl. Like I'm just like, I'm not gonna cook for you. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not a cooking, cleaning kind of girl for a guy. So I'm not a very traditional kind of person. So that just didn't work well for me. But most of the Korean guys that have been open minded are still a little bit too tame for me, still very conservative for me. And that says a lot. So dating Korean men was kind of like, they weren't, even the open minded ones, they still weren't like what I would be considered like open minded in the West. So I think about BTS a lot when I think about my experiences talking to Korean men. And I'm just like, oh, I think to myself, are BTS like this? Because this is really boring. You love Korea? I love Korea too. Uh, right, that's what I'm saying. I like BTS because they seem like regular dudes. I don't want BTS to be superhuman or gods. I mean, they just they to me I like the fact that they're guys. And I think and I've talked about it before. I've done videos about how fans in K-pop like to de-emasculate men. They want these K-pop idols to be something other than men, like to transcend manhood and masculinity. That there is a level of de-emasculation with Asian men, period, across the board, that people see Asian men as like the model minority and safe. I did a whole video talking about it. That they're like, if these were Western men, I don't think people would feel the same way. For sure, in the hell, if they weren't black men, they people wouldn't feel the same way. But even if they were European white guys, I don't think people would feel the same way. It's just something about like Asian men to a lot of women are safe, or it's the unknown because they've never dated Asian men. They don't have any Asian men in their country or their region. They've never had any contact with Asian people, period. I think it's some of that too, because some of the things that I hear, the idealization of Asian men and women is wild to me. But then I can understand because a lot of people don't know any real Asians. So it's like a fetish. They are a fetish to people. And I understand that as a black woman, I understand that a lot. I understand that people, I've been put in a category of a fetish before. Like people put black women like they see something on TV or music videos and then they act like we're just objects. Like we're not real women, we're not real people. We don't I'm like I'm just I've had all kinds of men say all kinds of weird things to me, including Korean men. And then I'm just like, oh, okay, so you're going off of a stereotype. And they don't mean any harm by it. They think they're complimenting me, but really I'm like, okay, well, I'm not that way, you know. So but I've heard that from other just Korean men, just men, period, about black women because I don't fit the archetype of a stereotypical black woman. I'm quiet, I'm kind of shy. And then I've had people that I work with like say really weird, kind of low key racist shit to me. And I'm just like, and I had to sit there and think, well, what does that mean? And they're like, I'm real quiet. And they're like, well, you're real quiet. I'm like, I'm always quiet. And they were like, and then I had somebody like I worked with a long time ago was like, come on, girl. Well, I know how you black women are. I'm like, I was about to say, bitch, what? Like I looked at her and I said, no, I don't. How are we? Well, black women are very outspoken. I'm quiet and shy. Like, what do you? I'm like, okay. It's like I didn't know what to say to that because I'm like, I said, well, that's not me. I said, I that's because they see a stereotype. What they see on TV and music is these wild, bold black women. And really in person, I'm very low key and I'm very introverted. I'm very shy. I'm very skittish around people. I'm not a people person. But again, I've been put in this vein of like, oh yeah, black women, y'all are. I'm like, who we what? Like, I'm just waiting for it. I'm like, what you got to say? I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good. I'm like, and so when you're not like quote unquote the norm, then people say things that are very highly offensive, and all that. And the same thing with Asian people. People think Asian men are safe because they're supposed to be meek and mild, and because in our media we don't see a lot of Asian men in their full totality of their personalities, which is very dynamic. There are some Asian men that are very stubborn. There's some Asian men that are very aggressive. And so, but we don't really see that in Western media. So it does a lot of us a disservice to not see real images. K-pop and K-dramas is like this, debonair, uh, you know, debonair Korean man, and he always knows what to say. Or sometimes they're stoic and they're quiet, and they're the savior, they're protector. And I'm like, Korean men ain't really like that. Like, it's fake. Like none of that it's just an idolized image of Korean men. That's not real. Korean men have flaws. Korean men cheat, lie, sleep around. Some of them are hoes. Some of them are not. It's the same way. And so I think with K-pop idols is the same thing, is that people like gravitate toward them because they feel like Asian men are safe. Asian men aren't like black men. They're not like Latino men. They're not like white men. They safe than these other men out there. And you see it a lot with fandom when it comes to music, when it comes to other artists, other male artists that aren't Asian. They treat them a different way than they do Asian male artists. You see them babying Asian male artists that they would never do it to Black or Latin or white artists, they would never do that. So it's just all that is weird and wild to me. Like even my kids notice it. My kids is like, this is so weird. I'm like, right. And then my son is like, it's because they're Asian. I was like, yeah, that's some of it. And he was like, that's just weird. I'm like, same thing with Asian women. There's a fetishization of Asian women, that Asian women are demure and delicate and submissive. And I know Asian women who are definitely not like that. But that is the stereotype that is put out in into the media that people kind of gravitate towards too. That Asian women are cutesy. And I'm like, y'all, that's just K-pop singers. It's not. And so all of that is just one of the weird, wild, disturbing things to me in these fandoms, that like it's like they don't want men to be men, and that's wild to me. I want men to be men. I want men to be men. I want men to fart and burp and drink beer. I don't mind that. That's how I expect Korean men to do, because Korean men like to drink most of the time, and they like to cook and eat, and they can be stubborn and brash. I want men to be men. I don't want them to act like little boys, like little 14, 15 year. I have a 16-year-old. I want a man to act like my son. Like, what is that? That's weird. And so it's just, I find it like K-pop is very de-emasculating. And that is just very weird to me. That is so weird. As much as I don't F with men, I don't want them to be de-emasculated. I don't want men not to have their power, just like I don't want women. I don't want us not to have our power. I want everybody to stand in their own truth and their own power. But the idea that I want them to be weak or effeminate, or I don't, not unless they want to. If that's their personality, I accept it. That's cool. Hey, I'm an ally. But I don't expect, in order for me to like them, I have to think that they have to be safe, and safe equals not being masculine, not being a man. That's weird to me. It's like I want you to be depowered and defang. I don't get that. I don't. So I got a video where I kind of touch on that, but I really didn't get too deep off into it unless I do it. But I just, that's weird to me that people want people like that. I don't like no weak person, especially no weak man. No, Asian American men are not Koreans. No, I'm talking about Koreans, 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 not Asian. I ain't never dated no Asian American man. Well, I take that back. I've dated two Asian American, but I've dated Koreans, like Koreans, like not living here, living in Korea. I don't. Asian American men are not. Asian American men. You must be dating American men if you're going to go down that route. Anyway, American men. There's nothing I found more distasteful than American men. I can't. I don't have a level of patience for American men. My preference is not American men. I don't care what race they is. I just be like, the way they act, the way America is socialized, it's not my taste. There's just, I did a whole video about that a long time ago. American men are socialized in a way with their dating habits that is equal across the board, but that's just how they're socialized, and they can't help it. It's just the way our society culture treats dating is very weird. It's very flippant, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's very flippant, and I don't like that. People in Korea stay in their lanes, like economically. Like you would never have like a plumber like dating like a corporate office worker. It doesn't happen. People stay in their socioeconomic class, and that's one thing I appreciate about Koreans in dating. Like they are very class conscious. They're very socially conscious. Social and class matters a lot to them, and they wouldn't even step to you if they're not in your same class. They won't even talk to you. Like they'd be like, they'll bow out. They'd be like, oh no, I can't. You make a lot more money than I do. I'm gonna walk away. I like that. I don't like, oh well, here I'm Joe Blow waiter, and then here I'm gonna try to talk to you. Don't try to fucking talk to me. Like really, are we be doing, like I'm looking like, who are you talking to? Like I no waiter, no, no, nope. I'm like, I'm out of here. Koreans don't do that. They will ask you where you work, and what kind of level are you? Like they'll try to get to know you, like trying to figure out how much money you make to see if you guys are on the same level. And I appreciate that. It's very class and economically conscious. And Korean men are very like down to the point. Like if they just want to be with you for the night, you'll know that. If they just want to fool around with you, just go on a date, you'll know that pretty early. Like they'll tell you, like I just want to have fun. Okay, all right, sir. Yeah, you're less likely. Yes, yeah. You never had a problem. I can't stand American men. Just can't. I'm a person that is very straightforward. I love Korean men that are very Korean and Chinese men are very straightforward. They are very it is no stretch the imagination what they want, whether it be just intimacy, whether it be just having fun with you for the night, or whether it be like trying to get to know you. You will know where you stand. American men are not like that. American men are too wishy-washy for me. I'm like, I don't need you to butter me up. If all you want is just lay and play, then I need to know that in the beginning. Korean men are like that. Korean men will let you know in the beginning that they don't want a relationship. They'll tell you. They be like, I don't want a relationship. I just want us to go out and have fun. I appreciate that. And it may not match what the person is wanting, but it's a very straightforward approach. And again, with Korean men, they will ask you where you work, what's your profession, your age. They'll ask all these questions, try to figure out whether they should even be trying to talk to you. If they are not on your level, Korean men will walk away. Like they will be like, oh, okay, that's cool. But if they realize that you guys are not economically on the same level, it's a wrap. I like that. They recognize it. And like I had Korean guy tell me, he's like, oh, well, I don't, he's like, well, I'm just a low level worker. I don't even make that much money, blah, 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 blah. And so he was just like, no. I was like, okay, cool. That saves me time. Great. He just straight up. He's like, I don't think I'm on your level because, he was like a low level civil service worker. And I appreciate that. I'm like, I was like, Korean men are amazing. I was like, because he was like, I'm not even going to waste your time. He's like, you are like an executive and I'm not. And I'm like, oh, okay, great. Done here. Because my mindset is, I agree with you, sir. So it was cool. It was like, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Okay. Because that matters. That even like talking to that, and it should matter. It doesn't matter here. In America, you'll have some dude to work at a bar that will try to talk to you. And I'm just like, I don't like, I like that. Some people don't like that. I like that. I like the social economic pecking order. I think people should stay in their social economic lane. Like, you know, dudes that are not making as much money as me trying to chat me up and then if I'll be like, I'm not interested, and then they get upset about it. American men are too wishy-washy about what they want. American men will be like, oh, you're so beautiful and you're so pretty. And I just want to get to know you. And it's a lie. They really just want to get in bed with you. And if you don't give them what they want, then they will ghost you or leave when they don't get with it. When it should be laid out in the beginning. I am just looking for this. I'm just looking for that. I like that. That's what I want, what I expect from a man. Tell me what you want so we can just cut to the chase. Like, what do you want? I ain't got time for you to be trying to butter my biscuits and put gravy on them for you to turn around and be like, well, I'm not really ready for a relationship. Okay, you didn't wasted 20 minutes of my time. Okay. Conversation is done here. When you don't want what they want. And so everybody should just come in and be like, I'm just looking for intimacy. I'm just looking for a friends with benefits. I'm just looking for somebody to just have fun with tonight. Okay. Or I'm looking for a relationship. Okay. Like we can do that. But American men, God, ugh. Oh my God, it's like dealing with children. It's like, I'm like, just cut to the chase. Well, are you trying to hit the skins or not? What do you want? Okay. Uh if they never straightforward. Oh, I always have I always I mean, I don't ask because I don't deal with men, period. But I'm just saying that I'm a very straightforward person. I learned that men don't. There are a lot of men out there that don't like that. They don't like the straightforwardness because I am not, look, first of all, I'm not a flirtatious person. So that's, I'm a very, again, my personality is like my personality with everybody. The only people that I speak really sweetly to is my children. When I'm dealing with a man, I'm just like, okay, what city you live in? What do you do for a living? People get offended about that because I'm just like, what city you live in? What do you do for a living? How much money do you make? Like people get, American men get offended by that. They want to sit here and do this tit for tat. Oh, how you doing? Oh, I'm fine. Oh, you sure are pretty. Oh, you're so handsome. Oh, I really like that tie. Bullshit. Bruh. Where do you live? How much money do you make? I don't have time for all this. I don't have time for all that. Just cut to the chase. Then we can get to the other shit later. I am not flirty. I am not that person. I'm they're like, oh, you're really straight to the point. I'm like, yeah, because I'm trying to determine whether I should talk to you or not. Like that, they have to answer a few questions before I get to the point where, okay, I want to get to know you. Once you get past that hurdle, then we can get to know you. But a Korean man, I ain't ever gonna worry about that. They love it. They're like, oh, you're straight to the point. Like they're like, you're like Korean woman. I'm like, right, because Korean women are like, how much money do you make? What university did you go to? What kind of where your family live? Where's your parent? I mean, Korean women are like, they are straight to the point, honey. Korean men are like, I ain't dating no man that don't make this amount of money, that ain't this tall. He don't make enough money for me. I was like, oh my God. He doesn't make enough money. I was like, wow. Like, geez, they rough. I was like, tough crowd. But men here, they want you to, I'm not a flirt. I'm the least most flirtatious person ever. I'm just like, can we get down to the get down? Like, okay, what do you want? And I will say it like that. I have a bit of abrasive streak to me. I'm just like, what do you want? Like, what do you? I'm just like, they like, wow, Keisha. I'm like, but that abrasiveness is because it allows me to like, let's just cut to the chase and get down to the get down. But I think, like I said, with American men, there's a lot of, hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine, great. Anyway, so is that an age thing though? I think it can be an age thing. I think it can be. I've dated younger guys. Like I've dated guys in their late 30s and 40s, which is younger than me. And it just depends. I don't know what anybody younger than that does it, because if I go back any younger, it's going to start to be criminal and weird. But I don't know what men in their 20s do. I don't know. It gets weird. But if I start dating somebody in their 20s, early 30s, it starts to get a little weird. It gets, well, not a little weird, a lot of weird, because they're like young enough to be my child at that point. So you got to be at least be 38 and up, maybe 35, but that is really young. So that's kind of like you're my child at that point, even though my kids are teenagers. But still, that just gives me a really weird feeling to date somebody younger than 40. It's weird. So I feel weird talking to someone younger than 40. I'm like, because that's younger than me. So, but I don't know what young people do. But at my big ass age, at my age, once you're over the age of 40, you should know what you want. You should understand what your wants and needs are. And you should be able to openly, freely discuss what you want and what you need and what you're not looking for. Even men over 40, they don't know what they want. Even men over 40 in America, let me put it in America, they don't know what they want. I've ran into plenty of men who are like, well, I don't really know if I want a relationship. So in other words, you just want to have sex. Like, let's just cut through all of that. Men in America feel like they have to finesse women. They feel like they can't come out and say what they really want because it's going to drive away the women that they want. That is the dichotomy in America. There are men out there, they know they could go out and lay and play with women. There's plenty of women out there that want that, but they don't want that. They will come for women like me because they understand that women like me, we not hoes. That's the thing about it. They don't want the hoes. They can get the hoes, but they don't want them. They want stable women who are stable financially, mentally, and emotionally stable. They want women like us instead of going and laying and playing with them garden tools. Go find you a garden tool if that's what you want, but they don't want that. There's this weird dichotomy of American men. So they know that they can get a garden tool, but they don't want a garden tool. They want to come mess with you. So I just shut them down real quick because I'm like, I already know that what you need is a garden tool, and I am not a garden tool. I'm more like a backhoe. I'm more like a tractor. Back it on up. Beep, 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 beep. I'm more like a dump truck. Like I'm not, but that's how this is the games American men like to play. They'll be like, oh no, I'm not really looking just for that. But they really are though. But they think that if they woo you long enough and they talk to you long enough, that they will be able to get you into bed. And then once they have you in the bed, then they take off and leave. Then they go. And I'm just like, but because they won't be upfront about what they want because they trying to trick you because they don't want garden tools. They want somebody quote unquote respectable, whatever that means. So American men are weird like that. But Korean men and Chinese men, they know which girls are the garden tools. They understand that. And that's the women that they will go for. They will go and be with any kind of chick that'll let them hit it. The less things they have to do, the better. Like they like, oh, I ain't got to talk to them. I ain't got to take them out. I ain't got to. They're like, okay, ding, 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 bingo, winner, chicken dinner. The less that an Asian man has to do, they okay with that. Because if it's just something physical, because they ain't gonna sit up here and finesse you because they like, well, if I want to finesse a woman, why do I gotta go through all these hoops when I can just go get the woman that is just gonna give me it to, as long as I bring some cooking oil and a watermelon, and she's gonna give. Uncle Red. Wherever the red uncle. And like all they had to bring was some cooking oil and a melon. I'm not saying they know better. It's just a different style. Every men in America are just social. Our dating, the way we date in America, is not logical in a lot of the rest of the world. And it's nothing about race or anything. It's the way Americans are socialized to date. The way at an early age that men and women are socialized to date. It's not saying that Asian men are better or worse. It just depends on how you see it. But men in America, the way we date is ass backwards. It is, I can work anywhere doing anything and I can go talk to any woman. That's how American men think. Not everybody, but the majority of them do because that's what we see on TV. On TV, there is no social hierarchy. So there's no social hierarchy taught in the homes. It's not what school you went to, what family you went to. For a lot of the rich families, that is a thing. But for the average person, that's not really a thing. We're taught in America that, oh, if you're a plumber, it's okay if you be with a chick that's a lawyer. Like, oh, that can happen. That's no problem. I don't think that's a thing. That should be a thing. I don't think personally that should be a thing. Like I said, my first time going to Korea and dealing with Korean men, and dealing with Korean women, they were like, y'all American women are crazy. Y'all let anybody talk to y'all. I learned from Korean women. They got me together, honey. They was like, we don't talk to no man would even dare come to us. We are professional women. We make good money. Why would we go date some dude working at a restaurant somewhere? It's unheard of. They're like, only in America do y'all date like this. Well, y'all date outside y'all social class. I learned that not even in Korea. Men in other countries are like that too. Men even in Africa, it's like that. I done made some Africans like, they're like, Kiki, I have a degree. What do I want to be with a man working at a, what is it? What is that haircut? The barber, the barber. Like, even my African friends are like, that's insane. Like, they would never even entertain, or a man even come up to them with this notions of, it's just equality and it's just love. You gotta love who you love. They're like Americans. You American girls, y'all just accept whatever. I'm like, yeah, that's true. So I got hip to the game very early on from international friends that the rest of the world is like, okay, that's weird. That in Europe and America, you have these unequal relationships that people think is antiquated, but really is something that it works for me. But in America, like, it's just attitude in our society that, oh, I can date anybody and do everything. And I'm like, you shouldn't be allowed to date everybody and do everything. I do not think for one second I'm gonna go out here and date a millionaire unless I look really, really, unless I'm skinny, pretty. I'm looking or presenting a certain way. Like, I wouldn't dare be like, but that's in America, it's just like people just like, oh, I can go date a millionaire man. I'm like, girl, what? Like, oh, okay. Like, it's when in other countries that's really not, that wouldn't be really realistic. Like, I like the social economic pecking order. I like that. I like that. And then again, like I said, with men in America, it's socialized in our society that you can't just come out outright and ask a woman for sex unless they are a certain type of woman. That if they're a respectable woman, that's something you don't really ask for, that you don't really go there in the beginning. Like, once you get to know somebody, then yes, maybe so. But in the beginning, these things should be laid out. In America, you have people that will date you and date you and date you and be like, well, we're not really together. That doesn't really happen in Korea like that. Like, you kind of know in the beginning from the get-go whether you're a girlfriend, whether you're just somebody you're dating, or whether you just a jump off. It is pretty explicit in the beginning of what both of you guys are going to have to agree. I'm not saying that there aren't men out there lying and cheating. Of course, there's men out there lying and cheating everywhere. But it kind of, especially when you're a foreigner dating someone Korean, then it's a whole different dynamic. But it's just kind of like, in America, there's just this game that I don't understand. It's just, I gotta call you and I gotta get you. That doesn't happen in Korea. I like you, you like me, okay? I'm like, okay, like, that's just it. You go on one date with somebody and they're like, we like each other. Do you like me? Yes. Did you have a good time? Yes. I like you. Okay, great. Like, it's not like, well, I gotta go on 6 dates with you and then I gotta really get to know you and I gotta talk to you a little bit. I don't like all that. I'm like, let's just get on with it. But that's just how we're socialized to court and to go on multiple dates with people. When in Korea, they don't. I'm like, that's not really a thing there. It's not like a man is not going to spend 4 or 5 different dates on a woman and spend money on her, and they're not getting something out of it, or that person's not their girlfriend. It's unheard of. They're like, I'm wasting my time. I'm gonna date this woman. He's like, I'm gonna be broke. Like, Korean men are like, I don't have enough money to be taking you out on 5, 6, 7 dates, and we just kind of figure it out, and we don't know whether we're together or not because we're still in the talking phase. There's too many phases in America. There's the talking phase, the getting to know you phase, the date. I'm like, what is this? What is this? In Korea, after 2 or 3 dates, y'all can be this person will be in a relationship with you. They like, okay, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. That's it. That's it. It don't take. I've been dating this guy for 3 months, and then we're still trying to figure it out. I'm like, okay, and I've fallen into that trap, and I've done that. I've done all that. Well, we got to get to know each other, and da, da, da. And then when I went to Korea and realized that people don't really do that. They just, you date someone a few times, and then like all of a sudden y'all are together. Y'all, and the guy will come to you and be like, "You're my girlfriend, okay? Do you want to be my girlfriend?" Like, that's the conversation. You'll date a man in America, and it's just like, oh, well, it's just kind of implied that we're together. I wasn't asked. I like to be asked. Are we boyfriend and girl? I don't want to be the one doing the asking. Okay. Like, the man will come to you and be like, it's been 3 dates. We're together. That's it. Are we together? Yes. Okay. Or no. But that's it. Americans, that's just like, I gotta get to know you, and we gotta talk, and we gotta feel each other out. And after that, after 3 or 4 dates, I'm bored. I'm like, well, that's been fun, you know. It is. It's a game, you know. Right. Yes. You see it in TV shows and music. Yes. And music videos. It's dating without an expectation. In America, you are expected to give your time, your money, sometimes your body without any clear expectations. You're just dating a dude and you're just kind of feeling it. I don't know. No, no, no. That's just the way we are socialized. That you have to get to know somebody first before you start being boyfriend and girlfriend. It's insane to go on 2, 3 dates and all of a sudden you guys are in a committed relationship. Well, for fuck's sake, in Korea, it's not. I didn't. It's not. 2 or 3 dates, they ready to be like, okay, we ain't got Korean men is like, we ain't got time for that. That's how most of the society goes. There's just, it's not this. I'm going on 10 dates and then we just got to figure. But that's the way America teaches people how to date. We have to get to know somebody, and you shouldn't expect too much when you're dating. What do you mean I shouldn't expect too much? I expect the third date. The third date, I went out with my Korean boo, and he was pulling out couple gifts. Third date, third date, couple gifts. We're a couple. They don't have that in America. They look at you crazy, like, I'm not gonna buy you anything. Couple gifts. That's the one thing I love about Korea. Third date, I got this keychain, you got this keychain. What is this? Oh, it's a couple gift. What's a couple gift? They thought I was crazy. I had talked to someone in Korea and they're like, y'all don't have couple gifts? What's that? I didn't know what that was. Never heard of it. It's a Korean thing. It's an Asian thing. I'm like, you guys like have like couple stuff? Yeah. What do you mean? And then we have like matching clothes. The dude I was dating, he went out and bought a shirt and he handed one to me and I said, what's this? He said, oh, it's a shirt. I said, what am I supposed to do with this? And he was like, I bought one too. I said, okay, did you get them on sale? He was like, no, we're supposed to wear them together. I said, oh, oh, so oh, oh, that's cute. Oh, so we have the same shirt. Yeah. Okay, so next time when we go out, you wear your shirt and I wear my shirt. Oh, so this is how y'all doing it in Korea. Girl, I was like, yes. I was like, oh, so this is how y'all doing it here. Oh, y'all doing it like that. I had to look it up because I didn't know what a couple gift was. No man in America has handed me some shit going, we're gonna be men in America be like, oh, that's corny. That's corny, you know. That's how it is. It is. It's matching clothes. It's a cutesy thing. Again, it's not for everybody, but it's one thing that I liked about it. I did like about it. Now these days with men, after the third date, they may be again. There is an expectation sometimes that they're going to sleep with you. There's an expectation sometimes that they don't really know. Some men are like, well, I have to get to know you a little bit. That I guess these are talking about older men. I'm not talking about like 20 something year olds. Matter of fact, I think it was better when I was 20 than it is now. I think it's worse now than I think it has been in a long time. Even when I was dating when I was younger, it wasn't this bad. But yeah, that's the kind of but by the time the third date come, I again with me, I tell a man I'm not going to sleep with you. So if that's their expectation, then we'll end it right there because I'm not. So there you go. But a lot of men expect by the third or fourth date that you're supposed to do something intimate, or there's the expectation, especially if they're taking you out, that you are going to reciprocate in that in some way, shape, or form, or form. That they expected to get something out of going on these dates. Again, a lot of society has changed because of this red pill shit, because of the manosphere and stuff like that. A lot of the dudes that I've talked to, they have heard this shit, follow this shit, that they are new dating rules and all this stuff that again, that I feel like are very toxic and not helpful to the dating, the whole dating situation. But I like couples gifts. I like that there's 30-day, 60-day, 90-day, like they have couples holidays. Like they have like 100 days in a relationship. you're supposed to get a gift. And then another 100 days in the relationship. So Korean relationships go by days. It's not by months. Like and I like that. I like all of that. That is something I have never experienced. I've never experienced when I was a young person, never experienced ever that this is normal. You get couples gifts and then you give gifts to the person like every 100 days. There's like instead of anniversaries, like year. No, your man gives you something like every 100 days. It's like, oh, we made it 100 days. Here's another 100 days. Here's another. So you're always having like little dates and little things beyond just your regular life. It's always a very sweet, like they have couples holidays, like they have a red day and a white day in South Korea that is just celebrated for couples. Christmas is a very coupley kind of town. There's always a lot of things about like couple. There's cafes that are just for couples. There's things to do that are just for couples. It's very couples friendly. And so those cute little things are the things that I like. I like those little cute things. It's something different because again, in America, the most men that I've dealt with, that's not something that's socialized. That's not something cultural, germane to us. But men here are just, it's just a level of again socialization in our society where TV and movies are like, oh, well, just date or date around. I don't, and again, I don't have a problem with that when everybody knows the truth. But in America, there is this notion of I'm dating this woman, or this man and this woman, or whatever, for men and women. That's kind of like a given that men and women are going to kind of like weigh their options and seeing with what man that they're going to, or what woman that they're going to deal with. They may be talking to you and talking to another girl or talking to a few other people. That's just kind of like how it goes. And it's kind of like that's kind of the expectation. If they're talking to you, then you kind of that they're probably talking to other women as well. And so, but a lot of times, sometimes they're honest with you, sometimes they're not. Again, in Korea, it's not really like that. Once they're focused on you, you're their person. That's it. Like 9 times out of 10, that they don't have time enough to be focusing on two or three other men or women. It's just like I want to be with you, and that's the person I want to be with. It's a public way to celebrate your relationship, which I like. I like that, and it's just very thoughtful. Hello, Joy. And like I said, Korea is not the only person that deals with relationships like this. Like I said, internationally, it's a lot of um, sweet things like this, like couples cakes and stuff like that. It's a lot of sweetness like that. There is a lack of romance in America's relationship, especially if you're waiting for men to do it. It's yeah, you're going to be waiting a long time. And men in America and the West are not the most not what I would consider very thoughtful romantic men. And then that's my problem. Why I've been single for a long time because and then with Korean men, this is the biggest thing. Intent. Men in America, because the way they're socialized is I see you when I see you, I will call you, blah blah blah. Baby, I'm a woman that likes attention. I started talking to this Korean dude. I thought he was nuts until somebody explained to me this is all Korean men are. Korean men are very attentive. If you don't like, again, dating a Korean man is not for everybody, but it was perfect for me because the moment I gave this Korean man my cacao and we exchanged, baby, 6 in the morning. Hi, how you doing? Good. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, I'm fixing to get up. I'm finna do this and this and this and this. I'm like, okay. What are you doing today? Well, I gotta start work and I gotta do this. Oh, okay. Okay, have a good day. Okay, boom, boom. 2 hours later, I'm back now. Okay, you back? Okay, yeah, you had some errands. Oh, I'm done now. What are you doing? I'm still working. Still work. Korean men are very attentive. They feel like they will love bomb you and they're very attentive. And I like that. I'm like, this is what I've been waiting for all my life. I'm the type of person that because I'm so busy and in my own world, I need a man to pull me out of that. I need a man that's going to pull me out of my own world because I can be very neglectful. And so I no, no, yeah, all guys must have died, honey. Yes, because I'm telling you, they are not romance the version of romance. No, there's no romance. I don't. Ain't no romance there. Korean men are very attentive, very attentive. American men are not. They are socialized not to be. They call you, text you. What I don't know. My Korean man would cacao message me and then turn around and call me. What are you doing? Da-da-da-da. Nothing. I'm just 3 hours later. Hey, what do you I am not used to anyone on my ass like that all the time. That's just that was the biggest shock. And I'm like, are all Korean men like this? And then Korean women are like, well, yeah, because the Korean women I know have never dated. Well, I had one friend dated an American man and she couldn't stand it because American men, she said the same. She was like, I agree with you. She's like, I've dated them. They don't call you a lot. They don't Korean women are used to being Korean men are very attentive. They are very like they will call you all day. They will I mean, it's some people don't like it. Some people are like, is this normal? Korean men will call you all day. Like they and I again, as somebody who's in her own world and I need somebody to pull me out of it. I have to have somebody. I like a man who's very attentive. I like a lot of attention from a man. That's my biggest thing with American men is a lack of consistency. When you first start talking to a man, is they want to call you and want to talk to you, and then like after a week, or if they feel like they quote unquote got you, then their behavior starts to fall off. With Korean men, the ones that I've had relationships with is not like that. They were always very attentive. Again, this is somebody who lives in another country. My Korean dude would buy me stuff and have stuff sent to my house. I've never had a dude in someplace else buy me shit and have shit sent to me. Okay. I mean, he was literally on Amazon ordering shit and was like, okay, go pick it up from the locker tomorrow at 5 p.m. Like, that's kind of how it went. I would go to the locker and be like, oh, like, that's kind of how it went. Like, here's the link. Go pick it up from the locker. Like, that's kind of how it went. Somebody that's in another country. Most American men, they got to be with you for a long time before it was never something I had to ask for. It was something totally unexpected. I would just mention, oh, I want this because Korean men, they have a real stubborn pride where they want to pay for things. Korean men are very like patriarchal like that. They feel like but I have never had an American man ever be like, oh, I'm gonna pay. I mean, not unless we're dating for a while or we're in a serious relationship or we living together. Then yes. But for somebody that I've been knowing for a month, I mean, this dude was sending me gifts through Amazon. And it wasn't anything expensive, but it was just like, I would mention something. I'd be like, oh, I'm having a real bad day, blah, 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 blah. And then, he would just order a little trinket or something. Through Amazon. I was like, all right. I mean, because we're not in the same country. So, you know, but again, I like a man who's very attentive, who's very like calling me. What do you do? He would call me when he got up throughout the day and before he went to bed. We would FaceTime, well, not FaceTime, but cacao message live before he went to bed, at lunch, and before he went to bed every day. Like it was, I want to see you. I want to talk to you. I'm like, I'm not really dressed right now. I don't care. So I would have to get up. I was like, okay, let me spruce myself up a little bit before I get on this video chat. And then we would talk for like an hour. And then like I would get off the chat with him. And then like literally 20 minutes later, he'd be like, well, it was so nice to talk to you, blah, 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 blah. Like this is nonstop. And for some women, it's too much. Some women are like, oh, I don't like that, blah, 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 blah. I would probably say yeah. I think Korean women are used to a lot of attention. Yeah, dating there now finding someone and dating there is hard. It is hard. Their birth rate is low is because a lot of people aren't getting married, a lot of people are hooking up. Korea is like South Korea is the hookup capital of Asia. I'm no lie. South Korea literally is the hookup capital in Asia. And like people with the young people, not older people, but the young people. It is hookupville. But the young people know it and that's what they prefer. Like there is a lot of hooking up going on. There are whole apps in Korea that are just for people to hook up at bars and clubs and stuff. But everybody understands that this is the thing. So people understand why the birth rates are low and the marriage rates are low, because South Korea, quiet as it's kept, has a huge hookup culture. People aren't dating like that. Young people, they are literally just hooking up. And everybody knows it. And it's kind of like this open secret, but that's kind of like from the young people I know, they're telling me that's what goes on. There's a lot of STDs in South Korea, but it's a very hookup culture. And which again, there's nothing wrong with that, but hookup culture ain't marriage and relationships. People don't have the money or the time for relationships, so they just go to clubs and bars or friends and they just meet and they hook up and then that's it. But at least again, like I said, in Korea, at least they're honest about it. As long as you're not a foreigner. Not a foreigner, it gets a little dicey. But it's a big hookup culture there. I've talked about it before. It's like STDs are rampant because a lot of times the Korean men don't want to wear protection. But that's a whole nother. I've talked about that before. There's people that done videos about it too, about how STDs are rampant in South Korea. Like it's with the young people. Like the numbers have doubled in the past 10 years. It's gross that the men don't want to wear condoms. South Korean men do not like wearing condoms at all. And it's just weird. It's gross and it's weird. But I mean, they're not the only ones. But yes, there's a STD problem, especially with foreigners. So you'll go home with a souvenir and an STD. So I tell people you're gonna go home with something, and it might be a souvenir and an STD. Shit. Especially as a foreign woman, they tell them foreign women look out because it's true. These Korean men will finesse you and get you into bed, and you know that they know that you're gonna go back to your country and it's just a hookup, but then they don't want to wear protection, and then you'll end up going home with something. I like to be smothered. I like to be smothered. You come with some. I like to be smothered. I have to be smothered in order to feel like the person is interested or to keep me interested because I'm very busy. So I can be very neglectful. And I admit it, I can be very neglectful. If I was in a relationship with a man, I could see what my lifestyle would be neglect because I'm not very thoughtful that way. I need somebody that is extra thoughtful in that way. Thoughtful. And it doesn't have to be all day long, but I need somebody that's going to put the work in. But at least I'm honest. I need a man that's going to put in more work than I will. That's just how it is. It's not fair, but it's just the truth. Like this is the honest to God truth. I need a man that's going to put in work. And I tell a man, if you're not ready to put in work, you can't be with me because I'm too busy. I have so many things that'll distract my attention that I have to be with a man that's gonna just put in work. And I never understood that, and I always thought it was unfair because I used to have like very busy men tell me that, very corporate busy men, and I understand it. I'm like I get it now. Like it's not fair, but at least I'm honest about it. I'm honest in knowing that if I be with a man, he's gonna probably have to put in a little bit more work than I have. I'm not a whole bunch, but just a little bit. It's gonna be him putting in 60 and me putting in 40, especially in initial stages. He's gonna have to really work for it because I am so busy and drawn to other things. And then as me and my personality, once you get used to being single for such a long time, whenever somebody does enter into your sphere of life, it's jarring. It would take a while for me to get used to. The longer you are single, the more you are set in your ways and used to your routine, and you're not used to having another person there. So I would have to have somebody that would have to crash course his way into my life. That would really have to be like, "Hello, I'm here." I'm like, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah," because I'm so used to not dealing with another person like that. I'm just used to doing my own thing and having my own routine. The longer you become single, just the easier it is just to be single. And so I've been single for a very long time and it's easy. But yeah, it's easier for me to be single. But dealing with men, again, I don't know where y'all are meeting men at. The way to meet men these days, you have to meet them online. And so my experience is from meeting men online because that's where everybody meets men at is online. dating apps. I mean, dating apps. Yeah, you come home with a souvenir. Get that souvenir, girl. But yeah, it's dating apps. So again, that's the only way you can meet men these days is through dating apps. And so that is the experience. What's on dating app? You have to weed out the frauds. There's a lot of people with fake names and fake pictures and all this kind of stuff. But dating apps is the only way you can meet people. Um, yeah, there is a thing called love bombing. Yes, Korean men do that. They do love bomb, but I like it. I like it. But again, meeting men on dating apps, that is the kind of experience that you'll have. I'm a dating app professional. I matter of fact, in my old YouTube life, that's one thing we used to talk about is dating apps. I was with a group. I've been on dating app podcasts because that should be my whole level of expertise. ah, oh, you're not getting. I get on dating apps. I would tell people to just experience it. It's an experience. I'm a dating app professional. That's what I used to talk about on podcasts. I had people invite me on podcasts where we would talk about dating apps and being single back in my past life, my past. But I got off of that because I just accepted being single and just moved on. It is too hard to be on dating apps. It's very aggravating. It's very frustrating. And it also depends on your personality and where you live and what kind of men you're looking for. I tell everybody wants this one size fits all for dating and men, and it's not like that. People have their own preferences and their own personalities. What works for one person may not work for somebody else. I people have their own type of men physically and emotionally and mentally. Um, so that's everybody's results may vary from dating apps because people may live in an area where there's a more men into the dating pool, and then it, like I said, it whether you live near a big city helps, but even like I said, I'm not the only single person. No, I used to belong to a single group of women, and we would all have the same issues, and we were all in different cities in America. We would all have the same issues. I don't interact with men. Why would I? No, I don't have any men. No, no, no. I don't. I don't need male attention like with male friends. Like that's a whole different. If I've had male friends in the past, I'm like, we're friends, we're cool, that's fine. But in a relationship, in order to keep me engaged in a relationship, I need somebody to engage me again because this is a new phase in my life where I am super duper busy. Like busier than the average person. And so I have to have somebody, and it's not fair, but it's just the truth to keep me engaged because I'll just, like, if I don't hear from a guy all day, I could go days and not hear from them, and I'm fine because I've been single for so long. So to have a man like a romantic partner, around me or interested in me or doing the things that romantic partners do, that's odd to me because I've been single for so long. Like that's something I'm not used to doing because I'm like I've been single for a long time. So I'm used to just doing my own thing, living my own life. Like I'm just used to not having a male friend to me is different than having a boyfriend. A male friend, I when I had male friends, I would talk to them once every couple of days. Maybe like send a text message like, "Hey, what are you doing? Hi, bye," and that was about it. And that's fine. I could not talk to them for a couple of days, and I would forget. I'm a very negligent friend too. I can't just say it's right. I'm a very negligent. There are people that can tell you, "Oh, she's a very negligent friend too." Like I have to have friends that do the same because they were like, he could get lost in her own world. I'm one of these people that I get busy and focused and I will be lost. I have to have people to be like, okay, you need to come up for air now. Like you work, I'm a workaholic. So I work and work and work and work and work. And I do a lot. Like I do a lot. I have YouTube, I have Patreon, and I have my regular job that I work at 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. So then I have to do videos. Like it's a lot. So for someone that wants to fit into my life, they're really gonna have to be like, hello, I'll be working, working, working. And they're gonna have to text message me and be like, can you take a break? Okay, I can take a break. Because Jennifer does that. Jennifer does that. Jennifer will text message me and be like, are you still working? Can you please just come up for air for a minute? Okay, Jennifer, go take a break. Okay. Because I'm kind of a workaholic. Not kind of I am. And so even with friendships, I'm very negligent. I have to have Jennifer is good because Jennifer will text message me and be like, hey, hey. And then if I don't respond to her, she'll be like, excuse me. I said, oh, sorry, I was working. So even in my friendships, I have to have somebody that kind of puts in a little bit more effort than I have because I'm just busy. It ain't like I'm trying to ignore Jennifer. I'm not. I don't. But Jennifer won't be ignored. She'd be like, girl, I know you working. Like she already knows what I'm doing. So she's like, what are you doing? Or if I haven't talked to Jennifer all day, she'll come on the live stream. Jennifer's in South Korea right now, by the way, y'all. But Jennifer will come on the live stream. I haven't talked to her all day. She'd be like, hey, what are you doing? She'd be like, have you eaten? I ain't talked to you all day. She'll come on the live stream and start talking to me. Because I haven't talked to her all day. My Saturdays are really, really busy. And so to be with a man like that, he really has to be like, hey, girl, what you doing? Oh, okay. Here, pick up the phone and call me. Talk to me. Okay. Like you can take a break and talk to me. Yes, I can. Okay, let's talk. Like I have to have somebody kind of pull me out of my own world and like engage with them. And it doesn't have to be all the time, but just until I get used to having that person around as a distraction, because I consider men a distraction. It's a distraction. Okay, good night, Goldwyn. Oh, I don't ever feel neglected. I could just work and work and work. I'm not a people person. That's another thing. I'm an introvert and I'm not a people person. I can work, 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 and that's all I would ever do. If I told Jennifer if I didn't have my kids, I would literally just work. I would focus on work all the time. Working, I mean, it's not I don't consider YouTube really work because it's kind of like a hobby, but I would focus a lot of my time. I'm a very like energetic person, so I would go work. I would be at the gym all the time. I go to the gym now. I work. I'm supposed to work 5 days a week. I work 10, 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. Sometimes I log on Sundays. I'll probably log in tomorrow. Then I have my two kids to deal with. I mean, I have a 12 and a 16-year-old, and all that entails. So I have to take them places, go places, drop them off, do things. They want to go places. I'm basically the chauffeur. I have my YouTube. I have my Patreon. I do 5 videos and edit videos. I do 5 videos a week, y'all, and then I edit videos. And I'm editing in the car. I'm editing. I drop my kids off places. I edit. I edit when I'm at the gym. I edit on my lunch breaks at work. At night, I edit. And like I said, I have to be mom in between all of this. So it's a lot. It is. When I tell people, people are like that. I write a Wattpad. I have to write. I have to take time twice, two, 3 times a week. I write. So I'm doing this. I stay up until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I have to get my kids up at 5 a.m. So I go to bed at 1. I get up at 5:30. I take my kids to school. I come home and I go to sleep for about an hour, hour and a half. I get up and I start working. I don't take a lunch break. I work until my kids get home from school around 3:30. Then I'll go to the gym. Then I'll eat. Then I'll come back and deal with my kids until about 8 o'clock at night, and then that's when I'm working on videos. That's literally my life all day, every day, all day, every day. Arranged marriage at 22? No, I would never marry anybody ever again. I understand that you're in a culture that may be an arranged marriage at 22. No, I couldn't be married ever again. I don't ever want to get married again. I've been married. I had a good marriage. I love my late husband, but I would never. I am not an advocate. I advocate for marriage, but I understand that like people's cultures where they have to have arranged marriages and things like that, which I respect. I understand that. I had a friend from India and she was in an arranged. She got married when she was 25 to her husband and it worked out for her. They have like 4 kids and it worked out for her and she's been married for a long time. But marriage is not for me. I'm not a marriage. I wasn't a marriage material when I met my late husband. He wanted to get married. I didn't. That's the kind of man that I had. I met a guy who was like Jen, who had Jen's personality. My late husband was very unserious, where I can be very serious and focused. My late husband was a lot of fun. Um, he was much more relaxed than I am, and I can be very intense. And so I need somebody kind of like that yin and the yang. But my late husband was very attentive. He knew that like I could be very neglectful of my health because I just get. He knew I was a workaholic a long time ago. So, but I wasn't this bad. I think I'm worse now than I ever been. But I was lucky to have a husband I got along with. I have to have somebody that matches me intellectually. We have to match politically. That's another thing that is very hard to find in the United States, especially I'm living in Texas. So I have to find somebody that we have a lot of things in common. Me and my late husband had a lot of things in common. And my late husband was the doter. He was the sweet one, the doter. I'm not doting. I'm not. I'm not bent that way. I I find that men, period, Korean or otherwise, they want that, and I'm not warm and cuddly. I am not the most affectionate, warm and cuddly person. Y'all wouldn't believe it. I write some of the most romantic, heartfelt shit ever that people are like, I cannot believe you're such an asshole. I'm like, people are like, you wrote, I can't. They're like, how does that even work? I was like, they were like, you write the most romantic things, but in person, I'm like, I am not physically affectionate. So that's just, I'm truly Jungy all the way. I'm so Jungy in my person. I'm very reserved and I'm not very like touchy feely, huggy. And I find that like with men, especially very traditional men, they expect the woman to be the giver. Like, I'm not going to cook for you. I'm not going to clean for you. I'm like, what the F do you think? Like the way I talk to you guys is how I would talk to a dude. Like I talk the same way. And I find that some men don't like that. So it takes a very special man to understand this and be like again, my late husband, he found it all cute and amusing. He found every gruff edge about me cute and amusing. He would be like, that's cute. He would smirk. And I was like, what are you smirking about? And he's like, you're so funny. You're so cute. I'm like, I'm all into whatever, John. Oh my God. Like he thought my rough edges were cute and amusing. But I'm not gonna change for anybody. That's just how I am. I have to have a man that's gonna be a bit more gentler and but still be a man, like and assertive in some ways. But when it comes to all the touchy feely romantic stuff, they're gonna have to be that. Like they're gonna have to be the touchy feely one. Korean men are like that, believe it or not. I think that's why we get along so well. I was a lot. I could be gruff around the edges because my Korean man, the 4 Korean men that I dated were all very much love bombers. They all were very like sweet and very kind, and they just would talk to me in hushed tones, and I like that. I was just like, oh, they were always very sweet. I mean, my Korean oppa would call me and be like, "Baby, what you doing?" Like I like that. I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'm fine." Like I would never, I ain't like that. I ain't going out like no simp, but I just my attitude is like I'm not very romantic, even though I write a lot of romantic things. I write a lot of very romantic things. Now, when you talk about intimacy, now that's my realm of expertise. Now, if we want to talk about that, I got it. Hey, no problems there. I am not a cold fish in that department at all. At all. At all. You want to talk about feelings? I'm like, let's talk about love and feelings. I'm like, let's not like, hey, let's talk about intimacy. Okay, let's go. Okay, this is what I like. Okay, have you heard of a downward dog? Like I did, I'm ready to talk. But when you want to talk about love and feelings, I'm like, I don't feel comfortable with that. Well, you want to talk about doing that reverse cowgirl and that downward dog. I'm like, okay. I'm like, this is what I like. Okay, see, you lay like this, right? And then I'm like this, and I swing from some sort of rope. I'm just swinging on a swing, okay? And then you come in. Y'all are like, they like, she nasty. I'm like, hell yeah. I was like, that's what you want to talk about. Let's go. Like, you have me thinking about my writings. I am so romantic in my writings, but I'm not in person. I'm a very like, I'm not a warm, affectionate person, except with my children. My children, I am. But with a man, I'm like, yeah, bet. Bet that player. Like, and that's how it was with my late husband. And my late husband was like, my wife is many things, but she's not warm and fuzzy. I was like, I'm not. And then, like I said, it messes me up because men kind of, not every man, but kind of expect that out of women. And I'm not like that. But like I said, me and Korean men, we had no problem. American men, they get agitated with it. Korean men, they loved it. They absolutely loved it. They love. They didn't have no problem, or they didn't have any issues with it. I've never been told, you know. I've been told by a lot of Americans. I've dated. Let me tell you something. I have dated a lot of men. Like when I tell you I've dated a lot of men, I have lots of experience dating men. Lots on many different levels. I've been a mistress. I tell people before, I've lived probably more dating life than most women have because I've been a mistress, I've been a wife, I've been a side chick. I've been to me, it's funner being a mistress than it is being a wife. I think I had more fun being a side chick. I used to tell people I'm a professional side chick. I prefer to be a side chick than a, because at least with side chicks, I've learned that men are much, much more honest about their intentions and what they want. And it's a really transactional relationship. And I appreciate that. But I've been a side chick, I've been a mistress, I have been the mistress that they knew about. Like I'm so cool that like one dude I dated, his wife knew that we were dating. Like it was kind of like a polyamorous, but I wasn't with, I'm not down with women, but I have dated a dude where I've dated three dudes where their wife knew about me and they liked me. Like I met his wife. Like we all had dinner one time, and I was like, it was awkward, but hey, I could do a whole video talking about. It was awkward, but she didn't mind because she was seeing another dude too, so it was fine. It was all gravy. But I've been in situations like that because I was very adventurous when I was younger. But I've dated lots of men, lots and lots of men. I've been on dates with lots of men. Again, being on a dating app is not like it was. I tell people back in the day when people were meeting people at church or at work or through friends, like that's not how dating happens these days. Now it's everybody I know, whether they be in their 20s or whether they be in their 50s or everything in between, uses dating apps. And all of us, a lot of times, men or women, have kind of some of the similar same relationships because people get on dating apps and they have various degrees of success and seriousness. There are people who just get on dating apps and they do it because they're bored. They treat it like it's social media. There are scammers on there. There's, like I said, fake profiles, fake people. There's people catfishing people with fake pictures. There's people who are cheaters who have husbands and wives and boyfriends. There's polyamorous people. There's all kinds of people on dating apps. And you have to weed through a bunch of these men to try to find ones that are suitable and compatible, but then ones that are actually serious. People ghost you, people breadcrumb you, people kittenfish, catfish, breadcrumbing. I know all the terms and everything in between. That's just what we have to deal with, dealing with relationships today. And people want to know why people aren't getting married a lot. And I think one of the reasons is because of dating apps. I think that's part of the problem as well. But dating apps back in the day when I was doing it, it used to be a joke. It used to be, oh, it's a joke. Now it's not a joke. Now it's just the standard way that everybody meets everybody now. What's the difference between a side chick and a mistress? See, a side chick is somebody that's around every once in a while. Like you only see your dude every once in a while. You don't really see him a lot. A mistress is somebody that is an ongoing thing. A mistress is somebody that's consistently with this person. Um I've experienced life as both. My time as a mistress was fun. I absolutely loved it. I got taken on trips. I got to go all kinds of places. I got, it was consistent. I knew when to call. I knew when he was going to call me. I knew when he was going to come see me. I knew when he was free. I knew when he went on business trips. I went on business trips with him, but his wife didn't know about. That's it. Side chick. I've been a side chick where I would see this dude like 3 or 4 times a month, and then I didn't talk to him for a couple of weeks, and then he would pop up again because he was busy and his he had to wait till his wife was away. Like I would see, well, when I was a side chick, I would see him on holidays, like a lot of times where his wife would go visit family, and then I would show up, during Christmas. And so, like sometimes I was just like the holiday side chick. Every time his wife away on vacation with the kids or something, he would stay at home and then I would go to his house. So that was kind of my side chick experience. But being a mistress is a lot. It's a positive experience that I had. It was fun. It was fun. I had more fun and more honesty being a side chick and a mistress than I ever would as being a girlfriend, because they, again, these men that I dealt with, they they were not honest with them, with their wives or themselves, but they were honest with me though. But they were very brutally honest with me. And again, it was just easier. I didn't have to worry about dating no dude. We all knew what this was for. We all knew what it was about and what it was for. So there was no pretense of, I got to talk to you and I got to know your personality. It was, I don't know his personality. I don't have to like him on a personal level. I didn't care to know him on a personal level being a side chick. Now, when I was a mistress, this person that I was a mistress for, I actually knew him and dated him a long time ago. And then we met on Facebook. He contacted me on Facebook and he was like, "Hey, da, da, da." And we had actually dated. So when I was a mistress, there was feelings there because we had dated when we were younger, a lot younger. And it had been many years, like 20 something years later. And then he found me on Facebook. And then he hit me up. And then he was like, "Oh," and then we were just chatting on through Facebook. I didn't think anything of it. And he was married and he has kids and all that stuff. And I didn't think nothing of it. And then one day he was like, "We should meet up for lunch." And again, I didn't think anything of it because I'm oblivious to anything. And so we met up for lunch, and then that was it. I just thought we met up for lunch. We talked about the old days. We talked about what we just caught up. And I just thought that he was just being friends. I didn't think anything about it until like a week later, and he was like, you know, starting to flirt with me and stuff. And I was like, "What is this?" I was like, "But you have a wife. What?" And then he was explaining to me about his marriage and he was unhappy. And then, we just gradually started talking again. And then one thing led to another, girl. And, one thing led to another. So, and then next thing you know, I was full-time mistress. And then I cut it off because like it got to the point where he was like going to divorce his wife. It's a whole story about that. But he was going to divorce his wife. And no, I did not want him to divorce his wife. I did not want to be a stepmother to any. I have my own children. I'm not trying to be a stepmama to nobody else's kids. Child, he was just trying to swap one wife out for the next. It would have been miserable as hell being his wife. I don't want to be nobody's wife. And I told him, I was like, "I don't want to be nobody's wife." And I told him this over and over again. And he sat there and told me he like screenshotted me divorce papers. He went to a lawyer. Girl, I was like, "Oh no," I had to run for the hills. So I just told him, I said, "I can't do this. Like, I'm not wifey material. Like, I'm not trying to, like, I got kids. Like, I'm not moving you in. I'm not dealing with you. You crazy?" So I just had to tell him. And then he was heartbroken. And then he stalked me for a little bit because my ex, anyway, it's a whole thing. But anyway, so my ex, he stalked me for a bit. And then like I had to block him off of Facebook and he would start new profile and I had to block him off of Facebook. And then I had to change my phone number. And then he threatened to come to my job. Like it was a whole thing that went wrong. So again, it was good until the end, until he was talking about he was gonna leave his wife. And I told him, "You don't want to do that." I was like, "I don't." And then he was like, "Well, and it's not saying we didn't love each other. I love this person. I still have feelings for this person, even though it's been many years when we were together, but I still have feelings for this person. But this person is volatile and they are manipulative and they're a Pisces. And I would say, y'all stay away from them Pisces. Don't stay away from a Pisces man. Yoongi, Sugar's a Pisces, and I wanted to Sugar act like, because his moods, like when Pisces are focused on something, they are super focused. And when they feel like they're going to lose, like it's a game, Pisces cannot handle it. They don't like losing. They don't like being told no. And so my ex, did my kids meet that person? Hell no. My kids ain't never met no man I ever been with. How did I become wife? I'm gonna tell you the story. I told people the story before. How I met my late husband. We met online. We started talking just normal, like we had a lot in common. We started dating, and then we dated for a while, and then we moved in together, and I was faithful and everything was good. Um, my late husband started to talk about marriage because we had lived together for 4 years, and he was like, "We should get married," and I'm like, "No, I didn't want to get married. I didn't want to have no children. I didn't want to get married." I told him that. I said, "I don't want to get married. I don't have no children, John." And then he was like, so every now he would throw hints about getting married and children. I said, "I told you, I don't want no kids. I don't want no effing children." And I remember Jennifer would tell him, "Well, she doesn't want children. I don't want to get married. I don't want to get married." I said, "We live together. That's good enough. We have a home. We live together. Why do we have to get married?" And then we would argue about it all the time. And it became more frequently us arguing about it. So I didn't want to get married. And so he came to me one day and he was like, "I'm moving out." I said, "What?" I said, "Okay, stop playing." Because I thought he was just in his mood and he was pouty. I said, "You're in a bad mood. You had a bad day at work." He's like, "No, seriously, I'm going to move out if we don't get married." I said, "Whatever." Three days later, he's like, "I told you I'm moving out." I said, I came home from work. I'm like, "What are you doing?" He had half his shit packed. He was like, "I told you I'm moving out if we don't get engaged." I was like, "You can't be serious." I said, "John, you not." I said, "No." He's like, "No, I'm serious." I was like, so I was given an ultimatum. I was told that we were going to get engaged or he was going to move out. We had a house together. I said, "Where are you going to go?" He was going to go back to his parents' house. I said, "Give me a few days to think about it." So he gave me a few days to think about it, and I thought he was going to change his mind. No, he's serious. He's serious about it. And then 3 days later, I was like, "Are you still on this?" And he was like, "No, for real, I'm going to move out." And I knew he was serious. So I was like, "Okay." So 2 weeks later, we went down. We went to the mall where I live. We went to the mall and we went to a jeweler at the mall. And um, I begrudgingly picked out an engagement ring. I was like, "Okay, fine, give me that ring." And so I picked out an engagement ring, and that's how I got engaged. Yes, romance. Yeah. So that's the romantic way how I got engaged. I was given an ultimatum. I was taken down to a jewelry store. I sat there in the jewelry store like this and I said, "Okay, give me that one, whatever." And we walked out the jewelry store. I took the ring and I said, "Are you happy now?" And I stuck it on my damn finger and I said, "Okay, fine, whatever." And I remember I went to work the next the next day and people are like, "Is that engagement ring?" And I was like, "We're not going to talk about it." And I told my coworkers would tease me because they know I didn't want to get married. They would ask me, "When are you and John going to get married?" I was like, "Never. I'll never get married." And they teased me about it. And they're like, and then I had to go to work and I was like, "I'm engaged." And they're like, "Why do you not look happy?" I said, "Because I'm not." I said, "Because I was forced to." And that's how I came to be engaged. And me in my mind, I'm thinking, I'm going to stretch this engagement out forever because y'all know I didn't want to get married. I got pregnant. So 7 months into our engagement, I got pregnant. And then my late husband, his insurance was better than mine. And I looked at our insurance costs, and my costs were way high. And the only way I was going to get on his insurance is if we're married. And he teased me. He's like, "The only way you're getting on this insurance is if we get legally married." And I said, "Shut up." And so we went to the Justice of the Peace on lunch break, and I got married. I got married on my lunch break, and I remember I got to the Justice of the Peace, and I said, "Okay, let's do this." And I was on my lunch break, and we went to the courthouse in McKinney, Texas, and we stood there in front of a judge, and he was like, "You now pronounce you husband and wife." And then my husband kissed me on the cheek, and then we made our way to our cars, and I was like, "I'll see you tonight," and that's it. And I got back to work, and I said, "Guess what, everybody? I'm married." And they start laughing, and I said, "No, I went on my lunch break, Justice of the Peace, and I got married." And I was like, "Here's a copy of the certificate." And people are like, "You went and got married on your lunch break?" I got married on my lunch break. That's how I became married. So I needed his. Y'all laughing. Y'all are like, "This is what hell of a. This is a true story." So I became married, and so on my lunch break because I was pregnant and I needed his insurance. And then like the next day, I we faxed in a copy of the marriage certificate, and I had to be added to his insurance because I was pregnant. And that's how I got married. I got married December 14th. I always forget but that was never really our anniversary. That was kind of like our wedding anniversary. But we considered June the 20th, which is my birthday. We considered that like our real, because me and my late husband, we actually met and went on a date, which is around my birthday. So we considered that our real anniversary. So we kind of had two anniversaries, in June on my birthday, and then also in December. And I remember it was a cold December day, and I had a little scar from and I was pregnant. I was very pregnant. And that's how I got married. And so I've never had a wedding, but I do have to tell you guys, when I got engaged to my late husband, that was my seventh engagement. I've been engaged 7 times in my life. 7 times. 7 times somebody tried to wife me up. 7. I tell people, and people are like, "Are you kidding?" No lie. I was engaged 7 times throughout my life. 7. And I never married none of them, just because I like rings. Did I dress for my wedding? No, I did not. You got married for the insurance too at the courthouse? Hey girl, high five. Did I? No, I didn't know. I had my work clothes on. He had his work clothes on. I had my work clothes on. We met, got married, lunch break, went back to work. That's it. It was not a big deal. It was not anything romantic. I don't do romance. And my late husband got what he wanted, which was me married. So that's what. Yeah. So I like my ideas of marriage. I was like, I got married and I didn't want to get married. I didn't want to have children or get married. And my late husband made both of those things happen. He was like, yes. I feel like this is a trap. I used to tell my late husband all the time. I used to tell people, I said, my late husband trapped me into being here. I used to show up and be like, hi, I'm his wife. I've been trapped to be here. He's like, stop making that joke. The joke is embarrassing. It's horrible. I was like, but it's really kind of true though. He's like, what? He's like, why do you tell people this? I was like, because I kind of like trapped to be here. Like, because again, I don't regret marrying my late husband. I don't, for sure, don't regret having my children. Having my children was the best decision I didn't make. Having children was the best thing that's ever happened to me. Better than any marriage, better than meeting my late husband. But again, my late husband was a real one. Like he was a very unique person. He wasn't perfect, but he was unique. He dealt with my level of idiosyncrasies flawlessly. He never we rarely fought. We rarely argued. I would bicker at him, but my late husband didn't take anything. He didn't take any of my shit seriously. Like he would just let her grumble a little bit. She'll be okay. Like that's how he dealt, and he would make me laugh, and I would get out of because I can be very what's the word? I can hold a grudge for a real long time. If somebody makes me angry, then I learn to just not f with you. But he stopped, me from kicking him out a few times. Because I'm the type of person I just don't want to be. I don't want if I feel like I don't want to be dealing with you, then I'll kick you out. I'll be done with you. Like that's not just my attitude with people. I was like, you get on my nerves, you got to go. So I don't have a level of tolerance for normal people, which is good. I don't have a tolerance for people. I'm just like, okay, you're gone. I have a slew of friendships and relationships that'll tell you that. I used to have a 90-day rule that people used to joke about. People used to say, okay, like dating me was like kind of like a new job, that if you last 90 days, you're good, because most of them did not last long. Most of the relationships I had did not last 90 days because about day 60, they would start to get on my nerves. By day 60 come, I'm like, my friend be like, oh, my friends will be so happy if I met somebody. They're like, oh, you met this guy. You guys been together for 2 months. They like, uh-oh. I'm like, they're like, what's wrong now? I was like, I would always have some litany of complaints. So when I met my late husband, I said, we'll see if you last longer than 90 days. My late husband was determined. He was like, I promise you. My late husband, we used to talk so much ish. Like I would just sit at him and then be like, you're real smug. And he was just real smug about it. Because I told him, I said, you won't last 90 days. And he was like, oh, really? You think I won't last 90 days? I said, of course not. I said, they never do. I said, especially you. And you understand, my late husband was 9 years younger than me. So I was convinced. I was like, you're not gonna last long. You 90 days, youngster. Okay. I'm like, you are literally just a child. We'll see if you're gonna last. My late husband's like, I may be young, but I promise you I'm gonna last 90 days. And I said, okay. 90 days came, he lasted 90 days. And he was like, see, I told you. I said, oh, whatever. I was like, you know, because back in the day, I was really mean. I was really, 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 really mean. I was kind of like rough around the edges a lot. I'm more mellow now, but and nicer. But I was just like, I would tell him all the time, you be better be glad you lasted this long. My late husband be like, just you watch. He be like, watch me. I said, whatever. And then my lady, he lasted a lot longer than 90 days, and then 6 months went by. And I'm like, I cannot believe he lasted this long. And I didn't think he was gonna last that long. But he did. And he laughed. And my late husband used to tell me all the time, he's like, we're gonna get married. I said, whatever. No, we're gonna get married and we're gonna have babies. And I was like, okay. I was like, psst. I said, you're delusional. We're gonna get married. Watch, watch, watch. We're gonna have babies. Watch, you're gonna see. I said, whatever. I said, whatever. I said, I don't even know if I even like you a lot. It's been 6 months. I don't even know if you're okay. Because that's just me. You know, I ain't gonna go out like no simp. And so he was like, I promise you. He told me, we're gonna be together. I said, you're always so smug. I hate when people tell me that. We're gonna be together. Just you wait and see. Oh, you're so smug, John. Oh, I can see him in my mind now. Well, we're gonna be together. And he would poke me. We're gonna be together. He's like, you're such a hard ass. And I'm like, leave me alone. He's like, but deep down inside, you're really a pussy cat, which is true. And I said, whatever. And he was like, you're smiling. I said, whatever. I said, he's like, see, you're such a pussy cat. I said, leave me alone. I'll just walk off. And he's like, we're gonna be together. Watch, 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 wait, you see. I never believed anything he told me that we were gonna be together. And he was right. He was right. He was right. He was like, see, I was right about everything. He was right. Cause I didn't think, cause I'm like, I told him I've been engaged at time 6 times. I've been engaged 6 times. I said, what makes you think you were going to stand the test of time? You out of all people, youngster. Literally, you're 20 effing years old and I'm older than you. I'm literally like 28, 29 years old. What makes you think you, youngster, are going to withstand me? And he was like, just watch. I promise you, just watch. My late husband told me just watch over and over again, all throughout our relationship. And he got his way about everything. Every step of the way. He was like, he got his way about everything. I don't know how he did it, but and so for me, in order for me to have a relationship with a guy, he has to really love me a lot to be like, we're gonna be and really be invested in us together and really, really love me. Like really, really, and I just or really, really just be interested in me enough to be like, I'm going to, put in effort and put in work. And not me just wait for me to do the heavy lifting because I ain't gonna do it. My late husband knew I wasn't gonna do nothing. But again, my situation did my late husband, he adored me. He absolutely adored me. Like Jennifer here, she would tell you, she'd be like, my brother adored her. Jennifer will tell you, her brother, she's like, my brother adored Keisha with everything in his spirit. He thought I was this prize because I was older, I was more mature. My husband thought I was so beautiful. He thought I was so smart. My husband thought like I was just the best thing that ever happened to him. He would tell Jennifer, this is the best thing that ever happened to me. Like she's the best thing I've ever known. Like, and so to have somebody that feels that way about you is I never had a man feel that way about me ever, but he did. But my late husband did. He thought the earth and the moon and stars shone because I never had, and he would tell me this, and I would never have a man. I was like, whatever, you're just stupid. But I was like, I never had a guy ever since then, before them, ever have so much faith in me. Like my late husband had a lot of faith in me, a lot of faith in my abilities. He had a faith in my intelligence. He would go around and tell everybody, my wife is so pretty, she's so smart, she's so put together, like she knows all these things. And I'm like, okay, just big up in me, yeah. And so, my late husband, he was just a different, we were in a different era of men when I met him in the early 2000s. Like it was just a different time then. Men were just different. Like, I mean, it's just different. Things have changed a lot from 2020, 2001, 2002 to now, things have changed in 22, 23 years. Men have definitely changed. It's just social media has messed a lot of things, has jarred a lot of people's, has warped people's views of relationships. That's why relationships scared. It's hard. So I mean, it's just hard. It's hard being in a relationship. One man going through a divorce, he wants to nothing to do with her or the kids. Oh wow, that's sad. But that's just how it went. It was a fun time. I was one of the luckiest people to actually have a good relationship and a good marriage. And so I don't have any bad things about my marriage, but I just don't think that marriage is for me. I thought I was lucky to get married, but I still don't believe in marriage for me. Now, if other people want to do that, that's fine. But for me, um, yeah, I have a job. I work too much. I work way too much. Jesus Christ. I work way too much. I'm a workaholic. I'm trying to go on vacation, but I don't know what I want to do. But I'm just like, work just keeps calling me. I have a very stressful job. Like, my job is stressful too. I work a lot. But yeah, I just think that like dating and relationships and men have changed noticeably since the time I was younger. Um, Being married for a long time and then dating was hard again. Like I said, my late husband died. We had been together almost 10 years, and then to try to jump back in the dating pool was very hard to do. And then it was very jarring to date at a different time, and then 10 years later try to date and then realize that men have fundamentally changed. Like, I was in shock. I was like, what the heck is this? I was like, and then like I didn't know about dating apps and all this stuff. And then then people recommended me, well, get on dating apps. And I did that. And then dealing with men was so much more harder than I remember. I mean, I was like, I don't remember it being like this. And then everyone's like, oh, things have changed. And I was like, what is happening? I'm like, what is this? I was like, it was just, I was like, I didn't have to jump through all these hoops when I was dating before. I didn't have to do all of these things. Everything just kind of naturally fell into place. I got on the dating apps and was like blown away. Like, it was jarring. Like, I was like, I feel bad for people who've been divorced, who are widowed now these days, to be married to somebody for 20 years and then date now in 2026. I'm just gonna pray for you. I'm not even, I don't even believe in God, but I'm gonna pray for you. Okay. I'm gonna light a candle. If you are separated or divorced and having the date in 2026, I'm just gonna pray for you, because it is not how, I mean, to be married for that. Because I have a friend that was married for 20 years and then she just jumped back in the dating pool. And she is like, is this for real? She's like, is this for real right now? I was like, girl, it's for real. I was like, what? She's like, I don't even know what men. She's like, is this how men act now? I said, girl, this is how men act right now. She like, what in the world? I was like, yeah, yeah. I do. I've talked about the red pill thing. Yes. Yes, the red pill, the social media and the red pill thing has fundamentally changed how men think. A lot of men, especially the younger ones. Now, the older ones too, but especially, like, there's a certain demographic in there, like the 30s, the 40, 50-year olds. Yes. Yeah, it is fundamentally changed how relationships are dealt with, and how men, and that's why I stopped dating. That's why I stopped it, because it's too hard. It is fundamentally too hard to date these days. It's not. And I like easy things. I like things to flow naturally. I don't, I don't. I like things to flow. You know, you've been with your husband 20 years. No matter what happens after him, I'm going to stay single for the rest. I When my late husband knew he was dying, it was never a it he was so confident. He was like, you're gonna be okay. And I was like, I would tell him tearfully, I am not gonna be. I didn't have enough confidence I was going to be okay. He was like, you will get over this, you will be okay, because he knew he wasn't going to live for very long. And he was like, you'll meet somebody else, you'll have someone to take care of you and the kids, you'll be fine. He honestly believed that. He thought, he was very, we used to conversate about it, that I would really meet somebody else and that I would be married and I would find love again. And I didn't believe it at first, but I kind of had confidence that it might happen. And now I'm like, no, no. I'm like, now I don't believe it. I will believe that I will be single probably for the rest of my life. I do believe that. I do believe that. In my bones, I believe it. I don't think I could ever find a man that I would be looking for enough to settle down with. I know I wouldn't marry him, but I mean, even just to be in a relationship, I don't think I'll ever be in another relationship again. I think this is it for me. My last relationship, we were together for 5, 6 years. He's probably watching this live stream right now because he watches it. But he messed it all up. So that's on him. He messed that up. How he messed that up? I ain't do nothing. I'm innocent. I ain't be got no. He messed that all up. And so after my ex, I was like, that's a wrap for me. It's a done deal. I can't see. I have like I said, after you're single for a while, you just get used to being single. Like you get used to like sharing your life with no one and just doing your own thing. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think you just kind of learned. I just learned how to be single. After a while, I didn't think I would ever be this cool with it, but now I'm just like I've made peace with it, and I'm just like okay. And again, I don't think that my personality is conducive to going through all the things you have to do to to date and be in a relationship. I want things to be easy. I am perpetually tired and I like things to be easy. I like to meet somebody that I'm attracted to, that I have things in common with, that is not an alcoholic or a druggie or an ex-con or I'm done with those types. Yeah, growth. Anyway, I'm tired of bad boys. I've dated a lot of bad boys. Um, but just somebody nice and calm who has their own. It's hard for me to find somebody who were on the same level financially. Like that's the biggest. The older you get, the harder it is because most of the men who are my age, who are in my same socioeconomic income, are married. They are married. They have wives and girlfriends. I mean, not unless they're widows, but once you get older, it's like this conundrum of okay, like I like younger guys. I've dated nothing but younger guys, but me dating a 38-year-old, what level of I would have to have a 38-year-old that's successful. It has to have his I want a man that has his own everything. I have my own everything. I work hard. I do a lot. He doesn't have to work as hard as me. That's fine. Then I want a man that's into fitness, that likes to work out, that likes to eat right because again, I can't be sitting up in here, slugging down my protein shake while he's eating a donut. Like our lifestyles have to match. I have 2 kids. I don't want a man involved with my children. So he's going to have to be okay not meeting my kids. He can know about them, of course. I'll tell him about them, but I don't want a man involved with my kids' life. So it's not going to be like that. I want a man who doesn't want to get married. I don't want to live together either. I want him to live it on his own house and I live in mine. And that's it. I don't want a man laying up under me. I don't want a man at my house. So that's another thing. Don't come over my house and lay up under me. That's not good. It's not a good look for my children. So I would have to go to his house or his apartment or whatever. My kids don't really mind me dating, but stepfather, I don't want this man involved with my children. Like that my ex, we were together for 5, 6 years and he was not involved with my kids like that. Like people were amazed at how I did this. They knew of him, they met him, they seen him, but it was no like we were having family time. I don't need family time. I need me time. I don't need family time. I don't need him to take care of my children. I'm good here. I have a 16-year-old and a 12-year-old. No, I don't need anybody taking care of my children. We're good. We're fine. It's not a requirement for me. So if he, he's not required to take care of my kids, I don't want to be required to take care of his either. So we're good here. Um, but yeah, so I need somebody that's, we have the same politics, because that's the biggest part of my life is politics and service. So that's another thing. Like, I like to do volunteer work, and that's the biggest part of my life is not K-pop, it's politics and service. So he doesn't. Of course, I don't expect him to like K-pop, but I do expect him to care about people. I like a person who cares about people, who's not self-absorbed. So a person that really thinks about the earth and people and social justice. Like, I have to have somebody that we're gonna have conversations. We're gonna talk about religion and race and all these things, because that's the conversations that I have with my children. That's the kind of conversations I have with my friends. Like, me and Jennifer, we talk about politics, and we don't sit around and talk about K-pop all day. We do talk about serious things like what's going on in our society, voting. I'm incredibly involved in voting. I used to be a poll worker and all that shit. So that's important to me. When the election starts up again, I will be poll working again. So I have to have somebody that we mesh. That's my person. Like, that's my person. I'm his person. It's very hard, especially me being in Texas, I think, to really find that. I think if I lived in California, I would probably find a man that's much more my speed than in Texas or up in the Northeast. But I think me living in Texas is like, I don't want a man with a beard. That's the other thing. I don't want a man with a beard. So I want a man that knows how to keep himself together. Because when I go out and I get all glammed up, that's who he. That's what he's going to see. Most of the time, he's not going to see this stripped down version of me. He's going to see Glambot Keisha. He's going to see Glamazon when I go out of the house. So I have to have somebody that kind of matches, complements my style. I'm kind of an emo girl. I'm kind of a hip hop emo girl. So they kind of like gotta be like kind of like, like hip hop too. And so it's a hard thing for me to find somebody very compatible. They stayed friends. You think I think I'm gonna be single for a very long time. Like, I think that it's going to be a long time. I think probably for the rest of my life. I really do, because I don't think the person that I'm looking for exists. I don't think the person that I'm looking for is out there. So I just don't see how this. And then on top of that, even if the person does exist, I don't think I would meet this person, because I mean, where am I going to? I would have to meet this person online, and online dating is just tedious. I'm done with it. Like, I'm frustrated. I will go on to it and go off and go on and go off. If anybody's been on online dating apps, and you know how frustrating it can be, and it's very frustrating. But again, it's 2026. You're not going to meet any man. It's incredibly difficult, not unless you have this huge social network and you're going to clubs and events and parties. I'm not a social butterfly. So for those of us introverts, again, I don't know where people even meet people anymore. Like, it's 2026. Where are people meeting people? I mean, where are they going to meet people at? Why they get divorced? I have a friend that got a divorce and stayed friend with her ex. Her and her ex are real good friends. Like, they go on vacations together and stuff. I know that sounds weird, but I have a friend that she divorced 10 years ago, and her ex husband are really good friends. I would be friends with me and my ex are friends. It's just that him in a relationship is neglectful. He's not. Oh Lord, is my ex trying to call me? Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. I'm like, let me see. Is my ex trying to? You see me? I'm like, wait, is my ex trying to call me, bitch? Okay, my ex not trying. I thought I was like, is my ex trying to call me? He was like, look, I'm on the last girl. I'm like, you just. But me and my ex, we're friends. Like, we're cool. We're friends. We're friends. Like it ain't like we best friends, but we're cool. But relationship wise, he not he not relationship material. Ooh wee, I'm in trouble. I hope my ex is not watching, which he probably is. He probably watching it going, did she just say I'm not my ex? Okay, you damn well know that you are not relationship material. Thank you. Please don't. Cause he know he not. He know he good. He good for a good friend. He's good for lay and play, but he's not like relationship wise. My ex just don't have that, he don't have that gene in him, or whatever it is that makes a person not to be a good. It takes, I would say for some men, it takes they have to learn by example or they have to be told because it just doesn't come natural to a lot of people or what it means to be in a relationship, whether they be men or female. There are women out there who don't know what it means to be in a relationship or what they want or what's important. And everybody's different. But there's just some people that are just not emotionally and mentally equipped to be in a relationship. Let's put it that way. My ex is not emotionally or mentally equipped to be in a relationship. He has issues that a relationship just makes worse. Mm. We want that love. My ex know. What does it mean to be in a relationship? Everybody is different. I come with a lot of demands. I come with a lot of demands because I know what I bring to the table, which I bring the whole table in the house with me. I bring the whole table, and I'm not afraid to say it. I bring the whole damn table and the floor underneath it, and the chairs. I bring everything to a relationship. I don't have any dramas. I don't have any past baggage. I don't have no substance abuse. I'm a pretty cool person. I'm a kind person. I'm in a relationship. If I'm left to my own devices, if we grow, then I can grow with the person. And I'm great at trying to resolve problems. I won't be quick to cuss you out just because of relationship. Me and my ex, we rarely argue. Like every guy I've been with, they have nothing but glowing reviews for me. I have because somebody posted something online. What would you do if you got all your exes? What would happen if you got all your exes in a room? I said nothing. I said all of my exes would say what's up because I don't have any exes that hate me. All of my exes, they love me. Like all of my exes have nothing but good things to say about me. All of them. I have not done none of these people wrong. They've done me wrong, but I have not done anything. If I got all my exes in a room, they would literally hug me and be like, "How you doing?" I don't have any bad relationships. I don't have any exes that hate me. All my exes love me. Matter of fact, some of my exes have tried to get back with me over the years, but I don't. I try not to go back. But all my exes, everybody know that all my exes try to get back with me. That's not a flex. That's just truth. I have exes that are married that have tried to get with me, and like because our relationships, it was them that messed up the relationship, or it was just mutual. But 9 times out of 10, they have done things that made me in the relationship. They have acted in ways or said things or done things that I'm just like, I'm done. And I just run away. But they know it's their fault. 9 times out of 10, my exes know it's their fault. I did not do anything to hurt them. Or so if I got all my exes in the room, it would be fun. I would be like, hey, how you doing? Like it would be kind. My exes don't have nothing bad to say about me. Nothing. I don't think no exes have anything that's bad to say about me. They all pretty much, yeah. My exes, they reach out to me all the time. And they're like, hey, how you doing? Da, da, da. I'm good. Like, oh, we see you doing the YouTube thing. They're always encouraging and kind. And even some of their wives like me. Their wives are like, oh, you that one. I have exes that their wives that they're married to now hate all their exes but me. They were like, we hate all those bitches except for her. She's cool. They were like, she's kind, she's cool. Like she don't try to. I'm like, I'm not trying to get them back together. And they know I've just treated them with kindness. If I see a wife, I see a picture of them. Like when I used to be on Facebook, my ex would post pictures of him and his wife. I'd be like, "You guys are looking good." Da, da, da. And they'd be like, "Who is that?" He's like, "That's my ex." They were like, "Oh, she's so kind. She's so sweet." I'm like, "Yeah, because I'm not trying to get back together with him and I don't care." I would be like, "Oh, you guys look so cute." And then when my ex had a baby, I was like, "Congratulations." I was one of the first people to congratulate them. So his wife loves me. His wife is like, "Your ex is real cool. She's real sweet." I'm like, "Thank you," because I don't want none of these dudes back. So I'm always kind. So a lot of my exes, their wives and girlfriends really like me. They like, "She's so sweet. She's so funny." I was like, I'm friends with like, there's one ex I have that like me and his wife are Facebook friends. I'm not Facebook friends with him, but me and his wife are. She cool. Like they like me. I'll tell you, people like me. Because they know I ain't trying to get back with them. Like I ain't trying to. Who didn't get married? Me and my ex. Why did me and my ex get married? Me, I don't want to get married. First of all, I said before I don't want to get married. I don't have any desire to be married to anybody. Period. I had a late husband and that was it. But I don't want to get married. I didn't want to get married before, during, and after. I don't want to live with nobody. I don't want to cohabitate with nobody. I would get married to somebody if they live in the house next door. Like the house next door is empty, or across the street is empty. Like we could be married, but just not. I don't want to live with a man. And I have kids, so I have two kids. So that's another thing that stops me from getting married. Is I have two children, so I ain't doing all that. I ain't no. I ain't. I got two kids, and that's another reason why. But so yeah, I don't. Every guy I know I dated, they know. I tell them in the beginning, I don't want to get married. I ain't having no kids. I'm too old to have children, and I sure in the hell ain't getting married. No, and they have to be okay with that. They have to understand that we are not, and we're not cohabitating. I'm not living with no, 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 oh no, oh no, 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 no. I ain't living with no man. No, 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 no. Or he living with me, or us living together. No, I don't. Ooh. Like the idea of living with a man is so distasteful for me. Like I just want to go over there and hang out with your house a little bit. You make me some dinner. We have a little romantic evening, and I want to go back to my house. I don't want him in my space. Like I gotta share a closet. No, I ain't sharing no closet with. I gotta share a bathroom. I got two sinks in a walk-in shower. I gotta share a bathroom. I'm a clean freak. Like I'm a germaphobe. I'm a germaphobe. Period. Oh, yeah. Most people do have. I don't want my kids to be with. I don't want a stepfather situation. I don't want that. I don't want to have to like deal with all of that. That's a lot. I've seen my friends deal with it. Like I have friends that are step parents or they married somebody and they have kids. I want to raise my kids the way I want to raise my kids. I don't want anybody having any input in that. I want to raise my kids how I want to raise them. I don't want to have to deal with somebody who feels like they need to interject their own morality or whatever. Period. Like I said, I had a relationship and my ex was not involved with my children. He was not. We were together, but we didn't live together. He was not involved with my children. I don't need nobody to pay. I've been paying my bills ever since my late husband died. I don't need no help that way. Cleaning the I'd have to find a man that would be a OCD clean freak. Like I just most men aren't. They're not. Like it's like dealing with another child. And I don't like my kids. I have to get on them about cleaning the house. I don't want to. Nah, I don't need nobody to pay the bills. It's and then like I said, sharing a closet. I don't want to do that. Sharing a bed. I don't want to do that. Sharing a bathroom. I don't do that. I don't. Ugh. I just ugh. Like I think like I want to vomit, and I think about like sharing my. To me, my home and my room is like my sanctuary. I got a bunch of BTS stuff in here. Like my whole room and bathroom is BTS. I don't know if a man is going to willing to deal with that. I have pictures of BTS hanging on my wall. I don't know if a man would be like, He was like, "What is that?" I was like, BTS. Like I would have to explain that to a man, and I don't know if I can explain that to a man in terms that he would actually understand. Like I don't know. Like I would have to sit down and be like, "Look, okay, there is this group of BTS. Okay, like Dynamite, Butter BTS. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so I am a content creator and I talk about like I don't know how I would even begin to explain to a guy about what I do as a content creator because it's a side of me that a lot of people don't know. Like my kids know, Jennifer knows, people at work don't know what I do. People I've dated, my ex do. My ex knows what I do, but he doesn't get it. He doesn't he subscribed to this channel, but he doesn't get it. Like he doesn't understand it. He thinks it's weird. And then so for me to explain to a guy even that part would just be such a weird he'd be like, "What now?" Okay, look, I'm a content creator on YouTube. It's K-pop and K-pop. Wait, what? And see, if you come to my room, what is this on the wall? It's BTS. It's Bangtan Soyuda. It's BTS. Go to the bathroom. What is this? It's K-pop in my bathroom. What is all of this? I can just imagine the reaction. He'd be like, "You have a bitch, you got a BTS." But I'm like, honey, I just, we just got to learn to cohabitate. We just got to learn to cohabitate. Like, I don't know what to do. We're just gonna have to learn to cohabitate. Oh, hell no. No, 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 no. BTS don't go nowhere, baby. You lost your mind. BTS is not going nowhere. Nowhere, nowhere, nowhere. My BTS and stuff is not going anywhere. So again, I couldn't cohabitate with no man because my BTS stuff in my bedroom, having to explain that would be really hard. I don't think they would. I don't think most men would be like, "Sure, I want to come to a bathroom and." Oh, you Silver Army? Hey, what's up, Silver Army? Oh no, that is no workroom. No, 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 no. Catherine, I'm trying to explain to people why I can't date. Like, we can date, but he won't be at my house because my bathroom and my bedroom are BTS. I have a BTS pillow for the love of God. So I don't think any man would be like, "Yeah, that's cool." They'd be like, "What?" And I'm not moving my stuff. So that's why I said, like I said, I wouldn't cohabitate, not just because of the BTS stuff, but because I just don't want to share space with a man. I just don't. I find it weird. I've been not cohabitating. I haven't lived with a dude since my late husband passed away. So that was like 2012. So yeah, it's been a long time. My late husband passed away in 2012. I I don't and then when my late husband, it was challenging enough living with him to be honest. Didn't really like it. Um but it's something I just tolerated and I got used to. But I just I'm a clean freak and I don't feel like fussing at somebody else to go clean and do things the way I want it done. And so no, I just rather just not go out with that. And I don't want to share closet. I don't want to share closet or bathroom. I really don't want to share bathroom with nobody. It's just I find that gross. It's gross. Men are gross. A man would have to really be like a really neat order clean. I haven't dated that many clean freaks. I'm trying to think what men how many men have I dated that have been really orderly and clean? Not that many. Not that many. I mean, some of them are semi clean, but like me clean, like I'm really like OCD level. Like you can eat off my floors clean. Like, and so I would have to have somebody that was at least really really clean because they would have to be as fussy about it as I am. But I would drive a man crazy with my level of like, what is that? Pick that up. What is that? Like, and I don't want to do that. That's too much work. I don't want to sit there and nag a dude to death. I don't want to do that. You know. Oh no, I have to have a clean house. You feeling the same way, Catherine? See, there you go, Catherine. There you go. I think, like I was telling people earlier, I think once you become single for a long time, you get really set in your ways and how you like certain things and how you do certain things. I think there's just a learned behavior with a lot of single people that I know, whether they be male or female, BTS or not. It's just a lot of people like the longer you were single, the more you just used to being single. You just I like to come home and relax and have my own space. I like to be able to like go and live my life without explaining to somebody like where I'm at, or if I, need to stop by here, I need to go do that. I'm just used to living my life to where I don't have to tell anybody where I'm at besides my children. Then I tell my kids, I tell my sister-in-law. But the idea that like like I said, I don't even like sharing a bed with nobody. I like to be able to stretch out, and I'm gonna get me some BTS sheets. I want to get some BTS sheets and pillowcases, and I'm gonna roll on out. Like I can imagine, like I think that some people are they just don't have a personality for cohabitation. I think that I have always known this about me for a long time. I never, when me and my late husband met, he's the only man I've ever cohabitated with. Like before that, I had boyfriends, but we never lived together or anything. I was over their house a lot. They may have been over my apartment a lot, but my husband was the only guy I've ever lived with, ever, ever. And again, a lot of that was his insistence. It wasn't mine. So it was him pressuring me into. But before that, I never lived with no dude, and after that, I ain't never lived with no dude. And I found living with my late husband hard. I found it very, very difficult. It took me a year before I would get adjusted to having him there, because I was so used to, yeah, it's BTS. There's BTS in my background because I'm a BTS army. I don't know what a good modern man, what is that supposed to mean? I don't know what that means. Where would you be? What do you mean, where would I be? Your wife want to do at least as possible. I work a lot. I'm a workaholic. I like working though. Working is keeps me sane. What are you talking about being a busybody? I'm confused. I'm broke, never that. No, never that. I don't think I've been broke since the early days when me and my late husband were together, like in the late 2000s. I don't think yeah, we were kind of struggling then. We were both struggling, but we made it work. We were both, I think that's the last time I like really was like really struggling. Well, there's other times in between that, like when my late husband died, but we were struggling when me and my late husband. We were young though. We were young. We were just trying to make our way. Like I was in college and he was working and I was working, and yeah. Yeah, that's how it goes. But again, like I said, I wouldn't move a man in with me. My house is in my name. Everything in my house is in my name. So I don't know how that would even work. Like I'm like, why would I? No. And then like I said, my kids. I don't know. No. My kids is the biggest thing. It's a big no for me. I don't want any man raising my children. I don't need their input and shit when it comes to my children. I'm adamant on that. I don't think my kids would even adjust to that. I don't think my kids would even know. My kids would be, I think, averse to. I think they would probably be like, "What?" It would take them a lot of getting used to having someone around and not living, but just in the beginning having a man be there. Like they would think that would be kind of odd. I could see them being like, "What is this?" Because for them, their mother has always been there. I've always been there and available. Even when I had a relationship, I was, we didn't live together, but I was always just been the de facto parent. So I don't know how my kids would feel about that. They would have to really like that person, really, really like that person. And it would have to be over a slow period of time of getting to know to incorporate them in my kids. I don't even know how that even goes. That just sounds tedious. It sounds like a nightmare. That sounds like a nightmare. Oh, I don't care if he cooks and cleans. That's fine. But again, I like my alone time. I'm like, I gotta sit here and deal with this person in my face all the time. Like I gotta lay here and then I gotta talk to this motherfucker. I'm like, I come home, I'm like, oh, it's time for me to watch BTS. Oh, you don't want to watch BTS? Oh, because I mean, when I get off this live stream, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna watch BTS, y'all. So I can imagine, like, what would I do with a man who would be like we would be fighting. Like I'm like, oh, we finna fight. Cause when I go to bed, I'm watching Run BTS. Like, I don't know what you finna do, but I'm finna watch Run BTS. So I couldn't even imagine, like a man. Oh my god, like we be fighting. I'm finna watch. I just lost it. I'm finna watch Run BTS. I'm finna watch me some BTS concert videos. I got research to do, and it's all K-pop related. I could not even imagine having a man, girl. Oh my god, that would be so tragic. He would be like, I'll be like, I don't know what you finna do, what you finna watch right now, but oh my god, oh my god, I don't even know what you're talking about. What is he talking about? Okay, I don't know what that means. That's what does that mean? I don't know what a busybody. What is a busybody? I don't know. I don't know what that means. But I could not imagine. He's just sitting here getting ready to relax for the night. I'm like, let's put on some Bang Time so you know. I don't know any man who would be like, sure. I would love to speak with an army husband. Or an army boyfriend. Like, what do they do? But then again, they girlfriends and wives may not be like content creators. So it changes things. What do you mean chance to relax? I am gonna relax. I'm gonna watch some BTS to relax. What do you mean never chance to relax? Like I said, I live in my own home. Like I ain't never I haven't lived with no man since I was married. But my life has changed since 2012. But since then, since those years that we were together, life's changed since things have changed since then. But yeah, I wasn't always a content creator. But again, I don't know. That wouldn't work because BTS is K-pop is a large part of my life though. The more I think about it, it is a large part of my life. Your mama's bus was married stepdad, but it was not easy. Not everyone has a positive experience. Yes. There you go. I understand avoid bringing men into the picture. I avoid bringing another person in the picture unless they were really. It would take a lot of. It would take over a couple of years before, but I would move the person in. They would have to get to know my kids first on a social level and an emotional level and a mental level. Because again, I am not one that I want to raise my kids like I want to raise my children. And I cannot deal with somebody who wants to talk to my kids crazy because I would be quick to throw hands. Like I am normally a very mild person. I am not a violent person, but when it comes to my children, my whole demeanor changes. That I turn into somebody completely different. And I would want to be like, you can catch these hands right now. Because about my children, we are going to fight. Like we are going to not I like, you know, I couldn't even believe it. What are you talking about? Kids don't even, what are you talking about? Musicians. I'm not talking about my kids. What are you, what? I'm so confused. Huh? I'm not talking about kids and musicians. I'm talking about having a boyfriend and him watching me. Because I'm going to watch my Run BTS. And that's just as is what it is going to be. And I need to do research. And I can't see a man sitting here watching. Oh, let's watch that August D concert for 4 hours. Y'all damn well know. Ain't no man gonna sit here and watch no damn August D concert because I'm gonna watch the concert. I'm gonna watch the Disney documentary. Then I'm gonna watch Run BTS. And I'm just gonna leave it on all night because I actually go to sleep sometimes watching Run BTS. I'll just leave it on all night. I can't see any man in their right mind being like, "Yup, babe, this is what we doing." And y'all know I'm not gonna. I'm like, that's what I'm watching. What do you mean we could be watching BTS? That's Saturday nights. I watch BTS. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? I watch BTS at night. What do you mean? What the fuck you think I mean? I watch BTS at night. What do you mean? Yeah, that's what we watching. Do we have to watch it? Oh, well, you can always leave. Like, I don't. That's a real representation of me trying to explain. Well, you can leave because I'm gonna watch this August D concert in Chicago, and then I'm probably gonna watch it in Korea. I can't have no boyfriend. He can't come over. I'll be like, I'm gonna watch this, and then what we? Oh, you got a problem? Oh, you got a problem? Okay, well, I'm like, they would really look at it and be like, "Are we like, I don't even know how to. I can't even fathom how to mitigate that in my life. I can't. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know how they would feel about that. Like, they would. Most men would feel some type of way. Like I said, the BTS posters, the BTS stuff in the bathroom, the K-pop concerts that I know that they're probably not going to go. They're not going to go to the K-pop concert with me and Jennifer. I mean, they would be invited, but I know that most men are not interested in K-pop. Most men would feel some type. I know my ex, even though he didn't say anything, I know my ex felt some type of way because, again, I was just getting into BTS when we were still together. And then the moment I really started to get into BTS, I could tell that he was like, he felt some type of way, like a level of jealousy um about it. I know my ex felt some way about it. Even though he tried to tell me that he didn't that he was cool with it. He's like, "Oh, I'm so cool with it." I'm just like, my ex was not cool with it. He was not cool with it. Your husband tolerates your consumption of BTS. He's definitely not listening to it on his own. So yeah, I mean, I know there's some armies that are married and have boyfriends, and they tolerate it. But again, my consumption is a lot. Like, it not of BTS, but just K-pop in general. And again, it's not. Sometimes it's for pleasure, but a lot of times it really, honestly, is for research. That's what I'm saying, Lakia. I don't want to have to explain my life or my content creation or my social media to anybody. I wouldn't even understand how to even go into explaining it because they're not gonna. A man truly is not gonna really understand this. They are, and then some men are gonna actually go another step and they're actually gonna feel some way about it. They are going to be, like I said, my ex tried to pretend as enlightened as my ex is, in which he is. But when I had to sit down and explain to him about this, he was like, and this is before I became a content creator. This is before he knows I'm a content creator. He knows my channel and what I do now. But before, when my channel was just a travel channel, when I started getting into K-pop, he was totally like blindsided. He was like, wait. And again, I know as a man, he felt some type of way. I know nobody can convince me that a man don't feel some type of way. They just do. They do. Especially, again, my level of consumption is so high um because of being a content creator. So my consumption is I reading Korean news, Korean media, all of that. So I just feel like for me, it's not just like a normal fan. I also got to do videos and I also have to do shorts. And so that is a integral part of my life. And to have to sit there and explain to somebody what this all is, somebody who's not familiar with K-pop or BTS or anything, to sit here and having to explain to the person, like, it's kind of hard for especially a man to really fathom. Like, they don't understand. They like, what? Like, what? Like, BTS, like the Korean boy band? Like, my ex was like that. He was like, and then when Sugar became my bias, oh honey, my ex really did not like that. Oh my God. Ladies, my ex did not like Sugar being my bias. Sugar was like the wallpaper on my phone. Sugar's songs was my ringtone. I had to explain my ex what a bias was, and he just looked at me like this Korean guy. This is what my ex did. This like BTS, like the Korean boy group. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And your bias, your favorite is this Korean guy. This Korean guy. Like you like, and so my ex, his whole thing was like, are you attracted to these men? Yeah, okay. So he felt some type of way because I was attracted to BTS and I'm attracted to all of them, but Yoongi in particular. My ex did not like that. I don't care what my ex may come on here and say. My ex did not like that. He did not like that. He felt some type of way about Yoongi. He really did. Because I would play Yoongi's songs or whatever while he was here, while he was over at my house. And he didn't like that. He would kind of look like, he would try to pretend he was cool with it, but I can tell he wasn't cool with it. So that's my experience. My one experience dealing with a man with being a BTS fan, it was not good. Like I said, he tolerated. He didn't say anything bad about it, but I could always tell that there was a level of something there uh, that he didn't like, that he just wasn't gonna say. And so it was hard trying to explain. You know, I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people have relationships and trying to explain to somebody like this is a bias and this is, like, oh my God, like no, like he was like, he was like, so this one is your favorite? Like what? Yeah, he was like, this one is your favorite, like this one. So he didn't understand because I never expressed any interest in Asian men before. So he was a lot taken aback by that. That is, it was a feeling of competition, right? It was definitely I could feel with my ex. There was a feeling of competition. He did not like feeling like he was in competition with BTS or Sugar in particular. And he just didn't understand. He didn't get it. He didn't understand, and then he didn't like. He was like like I'm in competition with this dude. You know. I was gonna I was gonna say something really embarrassing, y'all, but I don't know if I should say it or not. But I'm gonna say it anyway. Me and my ex, we would be like, intimate times, and like one time he asked me, he was like, "Are you thinking of me? Or are you thinking of Sugar?" I was like, "What? You? Of course, honey, you." Girl, she talking about that's a home girl. When they start asking that, I'm like, uh-oh. I'm like, uh-oh, spaghettios. They start asking that. Woo! I'm like, oh. I was like, of course you, honey, sure. I was like, I don't know. I mean, I just, I try to like spare his feeling. I wasn't trying to like put a shock to the system, and I really wasn't. I was trying to be respectful, you guys. I wasn't trying to shock him out of existence. Like I really wasn't trying to like make him feel uh, you know, inadequate. Oh, I was like, oh, I don't want to hurt his feelings. But I mean, and I think around that time, around 2020, yeah, 2022, when I started getting into K-pop, I think it was around that time, like around that time, me and my ex broke up, and I was like I said, I was 6, 7 months into the whole K-pop thing, and so yeah, I got to keep the fit. I was trying to be nice, girl, but really, I was like, well, but I was trying to be nice. I was trying to be polite and trying to respect my relationship, but yeah. Anyway, like I said, hopefully my ex ain't watching. No, my ex watching, he would have been messaging me by now. He would have been like, where? He would have text messaged me, girl, what you doing? Girl, what you talking about? I was like, oh my God. Like I said, my ex is, you know, it's just there's no coming back from that. Like I said, I just couldn't imagine a man being over my house and then I'm having to like explain to him like everything in my house and the toys and the BTS posters and stuff. Like they would be like, what? Like I don't think a lot of men in particular would really understand what was happening. I think they would be suspicious. What? Yes, BTS. BTS. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But I mean, I would hopefully a person would respect it. But again, like I said, it's hard to explain, but I hope they would respect it because it like I said, it's not just a hobby. It's like my job. Like content creation is my job. It's like my other job. So it's not like I'm just out here just everything is just all frivolous. It's not. It's a lot of things that I enjoy. But then it's also part of what I do. And like I said, I just don't think a man is gonna understand like why I gotta sit here and research. I gotta look at Korean news and I gotta watch this and I gotta watch this and this is part of work. I don't know if they would really believe me. They'd be like, are you sure this is part of work? I was like, and I tell people this is why I've been single for 4 years, because I don't know if a man is able to just like, oh, this is her job, or part of my job, or my part-time job, or my hobby job. That's kind of how it should be. Even my husband doesn't understand why I'm into Korean or Asian music, especially BTS. Oh, your husband, so your husband you don't understand. She said for me, this experience, BTS experience has gone through different phases. Me too. And to be honest, in one of the phases, you are really in love, but I think they represent something else than romance. Yeah, I think that a lot of fans have talked about that they go through different phases of whatever K-pop group it is, how they feel. Like when you first start out and you're first getting to know BTS, you're like all excited because there's so much content, there's so many videos, and there's so many songs, and there's just so many pictures. And so in the beginning, it's all like really new and fascinating and kind of obsessive. In the beginning, I watched a lot of stuff in the very beginning. Though they represent something inside yourself, I don't know about that. I do like BTS. um like I said in the beginning, I had different feelings because it was something new. And so it knew it was like, oh, you're just discovering, and I'm still discovering things because again, I've only been Army for 2 years, so I what do I know? But I think it's something new and it's fun and it's great to get to know the different personalities and their backstories. And so I was really, really heavily into watching a lot of comment because I want to know everything all at once. And then over time, once you start knowing more and more things, then you get another level of appreciation. And as time goes on, you get to know a lot more. Then you're right. It does kind of go in phases. It does kind of go in phases. But for me, BTS, I like the music and I like their story. That's what I got drawn to, is the fact that they had a good backstory. So that's what I liked at first, was their story. But then as time went on, I learned to, like the music and the music videos and the visuals and the hard work and the concerts. Like it just kind of snowballed into something a bit more expansive in my appreciation. It wasn't just the surface level anymore, you know. Hello, Marjorie. So it was just something that that kind of snowballed. But again, I casually like other groups. So it's not like BTS is just my main, but I do like other groups as well. So to me, K-pop and all of it, you know, the industry and everything, I find very fascinating. I find BTS very, very fascinating. The most fascinating part about South Korea and K-pop to me is BTS. And then the industry would be number two. And then every all the other groups I listen to, they're equally fascinating. But it's BTS one and the industry number two. Oh, speaking of industry, it's time for me to go get something to eat. It's time for me to get off this live stream. I've been on here, I don't even know how many hours. For me at the moment, I'm more into Korean society and Korean history than music. Me too. That's how my focus has shifted from just BTS to Korean society and culture. It's shifted, and then the industry. Yeah, my focus and my interests have definitely shifted away from BTS into more the bigger picture of what BTS means to the industry and what BTS means to South Korea and the other groups and the culture of K-pop and the fandom. Yeah, my interest has changed. Just like my channel has changed. It started out travel, but once I become K-pop, I was really heavily focusing on doing BTS videos. And now my videos just kind of talk about other topics and other groups and other things that come up in the news. But I'm fixing to go relax, you guys. Again, I got Run BTS to watch. BTS are calling. These streets is calling. I'm for the streets. I'm for these BTS streets, y'all. The streets is calling me. So, so you guys, thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate it. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. We do a live stream here every Saturday or Sunday if I have to change it. And then I have videos throughout the week. I have shorts. I went to the BTS concert. I have concert vlogs. I have playlists, everything. I appreciate everybody being here, especially you guys have been here for mostly all the 7 hours. You guys are real. You guys are the real ones because I talk myself to I ain't got no voice. But anyway, let me try to see what Jennifer's probably still on her flight to South Korea. But anyway, you guys, I appreciate it. You guys have a good night. Have a great weekend. Until next time, you guys. Bye. Do, 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 do.